If you're looking to get into coding but are not sure quite yet whether to make a financial commitment, this is the video for you. My name is Anya Kuba and I'm a software developer as well as course creator here on my YouTube channel and with codewithanya.com. I've released this video as an introduction to someone who has never tried coding before and would like to get started with the basics. This video will teach you how to even work with code in the first place, followed by looking at the structure of web pages, so HTML, leading into how to make things pretty using styling or CSS, and finishing with JavaScript. By the end, you will know how to create web pages like this one, for example. Now, I call this a YouTube course as I will be putting timestamps for each section in the video description so that you can go forward and backward easily in this long 12-hour video. Each section will also come with its own code pen that stores the code you need for the section if necessary. And don't be scared to use the comment section if you get stuck. You might even find someone has already asked your question and received an answer from the Code with Anya community already. This free 12-hour code introduction is taken from my Code with Anya course. The course is over 72 hours long with 500 videos and 22 projects, of which some will be covered in this video. It will continue your journey by moving on to learn about backend development, databases, as well as a JavaScript library called React. By learning these technologies, by the end of the course, you will be building apps such as this travel app that will allow you to create new posts, edit posts, and delete posts, as well as a to-do app that works with a database that you create and manage user signups and login details, including sensitive information like passwords. The course also comes with its own chat help if you get stuck via the Code with Anya community, as well as group calls with myself. So if you like the way I teach and would like to continue learning with me, please do check it out. I'll put the link in the video description below. This video course, however, is free and will always be free. So please do give me a like and a sub if you like it. Otherwise, let's do it. I hope you're ready. So, before we get started with anything, let's talk about the tools we will be using in order to help us code. The most important tool we developers need is a way for us to write and edit code. We could technically write our code in a text editor like this. But luckily for us, technology has evolved and we can now write code in code editors that are built specifically to make our lives easier as developers by auto-indenting lines and adding color-coded helpers for readability. Some code editors even go a step further and give us prompts when they detect that we have made an error. This makes debugging code a heck of a lot easier. There are so many code editors out there. Some are hosted on your computer and some you can access online, meaning you don't have to download anything. You can just use it. It is also worth noting that a step up from a code editor is an IDE, or Integrated Development Environment. It essentially does the same as a text editor, a code editor, but also acts as a compiler all in one space, as well as a bunch of other stuff. This tool is a bit too robust for what we will be needing in this course, but it is worth knowing the difference between each of these tools. Today, hybrids of these tools exist, so it is much harder to fit a specific technology into one of these categories. There are many types of code editors out there. As mentioned, we have ones that we can download directly onto our computer and ones that are hosted online. For this course, I will be showing you how to use one that is downloaded onto your computer. I'm going to be using the code editor VS Code. I am doing this for no other reason than I had to choose one, but if you would like, you have all of these other code editors, IDEs, or hybrids of both to choose from. For those of you who would like to get coding straight away without downloading anything onto your computer, you also have the option of these online code editors. Please take a moment here to decide which choice is right for you. Okay, so by now we should have our preferred code editor of choice up and running. As mentioned in the previous section, I will be using VS Code on my Mac. This means I have downloaded it and it should look like this on your computer when it opens up. The next thing we need to decide is where our project is going to live. A website essentially consists of a bunch of files all organized together in a particular structure you design. Here we can see a project that holds my HTML file, another folder that holds my style sheets or CSS files, another folder that holds my JavaScript files, and a folder that holds my images. Don't worry if none of this makes sense. We will be building up our project called My Portfolio slowly throughout this course, starting with creating the folder in this section. If you are like me and have downloaded VS Code, you will have to store these files locally on your computer. You can store them wherever you like. Just make sure they are organized in the same way inside your project folder, which we have called My-Portfolio. On this occasion, I want to store the folder for My-Portfolio on my desktop so that we can see it visually too. If you have chosen to use an online code editor, you will not need to do this as your files will be hosted online along with your project. However, I would still strongly advise watching along so you know how to do this in the future. So on my desktop, I'm simply going to press Ctrl and left click on my screen and then create a new folder, okay? And rename it to My-Portfolio, just like so. Next, I'm going to open up VS Code that I just downloaded, so it should look like this, and I'm going to open up that folder I just created. So to do this, I'm going to just select Open Folder and navigate to my desktop where I will find the My Portfolio folder that I just created. I'm just simply going to click on it and open it up by pressing the blue Open button. And there we go. That is now looking good. You will notice how I am keeping the folder name in lowercase. This is because many computers, especially web servers, are case sensitive. This means that if you want to find a file in your project and you use a capital when none exists, it might not work. To be on the safe side, I recommend sticking to lowercase when naming all folders and image files in our project. This is also the case for having spaces in the names. Browsers, web servers, and programming languages do not handle spaces in the same way as each other, causing potential chaos. For example, if you use spaces in your file name, some systems may treat the file name as two file names. And some servers might even replace the areas in your file names, so the spaces, with %20 instead. It is for this reason that I would strongly suggest using a hyphen instead of a space when naming files and folders. Okay? And that's it. We have created our project folder. Next, let's learn a little bit about HTML so we can create our HTML file for our web page. Okay, everyone, and welcome to the first coding section of this course, in which we will be learning about HTML. In this section, we are going to get started with the very basics of coding by looking at the language that essentially started it all for web development. Without it, we would not have the pretty pages that make up things such as this very platform you are currently viewing our course videos on. To understand a little bit more about how it all works, I will be starting off by giving you a brief overview of where HTML sits in context of a web page, as well as understand how it came about, and move on to a tutorial with interactive questions and code examples in order to learn how to use it. The tutorial part of this section will take up the majority of this course. We will start off by learning what exactly HTML is, understanding where it came from, looking at HTML elements, understanding HTML syntax, or in other words, its structure, and then looking at HTML anatomy. Once we have grasped the basics of HTML and how to use it, we will be using everything we have learned by building out a project that we can be proud of. We are doing this as throughout this course, I will be giving you projects that you can choose to put in your developer portfolio. These projects will be ones that I have chosen in order to help you approach potential hiring managers in a bid to try and get you your first developer job. Each of these projects will be appearing to you at various points in this course, so while skipping lessons is optional, I would strongly recommend you watch each lesson in order to fully build out your portfolio to its most wonderful action-packed self. Okay? So what are we waiting for? Let's get to it. Before we get to any coding at all, let's actually understand what HTML is. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is considered to be a comparatively simple language that helps create the building blocks that make up web pages and apps we use today. We essentially use it to describe the structure of web pages. What I mean by this is that we use it on a document designed to be displayed in our web browser by adding annotations that will change what certain elements look like. Think of it in the way a teacher marks your work with a big fat red pen. They will make annotations on your text in order for you to change it. It might be to change something like spelling, or it might also be to make a heading larger or something bold. These annotations are not to be seen by the end, but are to be applied behind the scenes, if you will. Same goes for applying markup language in computer text processing. You are annotating a document that is syntactically different to the existing text. Now, whilst you cannot currently use HTML to change the spelling of things, you can use it to transform text into a heading or make it bold, as well as a bunch of other things. In fact, we can apply the Hypertext Markup Language, or HTML, to this boring lump of text and make it look like an actual recipe we see online. So we can take this and make it look like this. So as you can see, we have taken the text, made certain text bold, made some text into headings, and changed some text into a segregated paragraph. As we mentioned, we have done this thanks to annotating the document using Hypertext Markup Language, or HTML. This markup looks like this. So here we can see the text, and here we can see the markup, or more specifically, the Hypertext Markup Language we colloquially call HTML. Let's have a look at some of these in the next section. So, we have now seen what the Hypertext Markup Language, or HTML, looks like in a real-life example. Let's break it down by looking at one of these elements first and understanding its syntax. Syntax is just a fancy word for the structure of statements in a computer language. And that is exactly what we're going to be looking at. We're going to be looking at the structure of HTML elements. In the next 4 minutes, I'm going to really deep dive into HTML, but don't worry, we're going to go through all of these sections video by video coming up next. Okay, so bear with me, this will be a lot. This right here is what makes the text in between it bold. It is referred to as an HTML element. Almost all HTML elements will have an opening tag and a closing tag like this one. We can also pair this with a paragraph element that will make the text below this appear to look more like a standard paragraph. When writing like this, so by using the angle brackets in this fashion with a slanty line or solidus to close the element, browsers know not to display these HTML tags, but use them to interpret the content of the page. By mixing and matching these HTML elements, we are slowly starting to build out what looks more like a recipe page than a lump of text we originally saw. In fact, we can mix and match over 100 different types of HTML elements. Here are just some of the more popular ones to our disposal. Let's start by looking at the paragraph element. The syntax for the paragraph element looks like this. Let's talk through this in more detail. So first off, we have the opening tag. HTML elements are defined by tags, written using angle brackets as we touched on before. This opening tag tells our browser, hey, listen up, an HTML element is about to start. Next, we have the closing tag, which is just like the opening tag apart from this slanty line or solidus. This tells our browser that the HTML element is now finished. Any text after this tag should not be applied the paragraph styling. And then, of course, we have the content itself. This is the text I want to apply the paragraph styling to. It is in between the opening tag and the closing tag. Altogether, this is called a paragraph element. Ta-da! And of course, we have other elements. An interesting one is the heading element. I say this as there are 6 of them. The H1 tag is the biggest heading, and the H6 tag is the smallest heading. You can use the tags as a main heading, for example, or a subheading. In the browser, the heading tags would look like this. So each number of tags would have a certain size assigned to it. What is interesting about this is that giving text certain tags gives it semantic meaning to the browser, meaning that the browser will read the text with some kind of meaning. In this case, the H1 tag will be treated as the most important title on the page. I did also mention that most elements have an opening and closing tag. I say most as some elements do not need both. This applies to the image element, for example. We use image elements to embed images onto our pages. Image elements do this via a specific attribute, which is the source attribute, represented by this src right here that takes the path to our image file. I have also chosen to include the alternative attribute with a description of what my image is. I say this is a choice, but if you want to make your website accessible to all people, it is something I would strongly advise. This is because users who are visually impaired will be able to use tools to read out this alternative text to them. It also helps others know what the image is all about if the file fails to load, or if the path to your image file is broken. We will go into more detail about attributes and paths in the dedicated section on image elements further in this course. Now, we can also add comments to our code that will not be visible in the browser, but will be visible to us and other developers looking at our code. To add a comment that will not be visible in the browser, just like the tags, we need to put that text in between 2 things. In this case, it's the 2 bracket arrows right here, again, making sure that the syntax is identical to this example. Now, so far with these examples, if we just put them in a document, opened it in the browser, we would not be writing valid HTML. This is because we are yet to do a few things, which would include building up the anatomy of an HTML document. We will do so in the next section. In this course, you will see me saving files a lot by using a shortcut on VS Code. VS Code comes with many shortcuts that are available to you. Here are just a few of those. For now, I just want you to focus on using the saving shortcut, which is essentially the command button or control button depending on your laptop, plus the S button whilst on VS Code. Okay? So if you are unsure of if your file has been saved or not, you should see this white dot disappear. Once that happens, you know your file has been saved. We will be needing this file to be saved as our next step will be to view the latest version of that file in the browser. So if we already have that page up, we would need to refresh the browser to see the latest version of it. Okay? So save the file using Command S, and then we will go to the browser and refresh the page that we are viewing in there. Save, refresh. Save, refresh. You got it. So keep this in mind as we will be using this in the next section and pretty much all the lessons from now on until the end of the JavaScript module. Here is a basic file structure for when working with an HTML file. When we use HTML elements outside of the correct HTML structure, we're not writing valid HTML, even if the browser can fix our mistakes. The markup is only applied if the elements are in the correct environment. We will go into what that environment is in this section. It is important to note that for this course, we are going to be using the latest version of HTML, and that is HTML5 standard. Let's go ahead and recreate this HTML file in our code editors. So here I am on my code editor of choice. All I'm going to do is make sure I am in my project, which I have named My Portfolio, and I am simply going to add a new file like so. I'm going to choose to call it index. Next, by giving it the HTML extension, my code editor knows to treat this as an HTML file. You can add as many HTML files as you wish to your project, naming them whatever you want. Just make sure to put .html to tell your code editor to treat them as HTML files. Now that we have created our file, let's add some boilerplate code. So I'm just going to paste some in here and talk you through it. The first tag I want to show you is this right here. It is a tag that tells the browser that this is an HTML5 document. As mentioned, there are previous older versions of HTML, so just be aware of that on your journey as a web developer. The browser needs to know what version of HTML the document is in order to render it correctly. Next, we tell the browser where our HTML is starting. We are doing this as even though we only have HTML in here for now, we can actually write CSS and JavaScript in this document too, something that I will show you later down the line in this course. We are going to be using this HTML opening tag and closing tag as the root of our document. Everything else that we want to get picked up by the browser has to live inside of it. Next, we have the head tag. This is where we store information mainly. This is not to be confused with a heading tag. The head tag will store information that is not visible in the browser. It is for storing, not displaying. You will see that in my head tag, I have a meta tag with a charset attribute. The charset attribute specifies the character encoding for the HTML document. This is not too important for now. It simply says that we want to cover most of the characters and symbols in the world. So in other words, we can handle anything from Arabic to English to this funky little guy right here. There are other meta tags we can use also. But for now, let's keep it simple and just use the ones we most need. Next up, we have our title tag. This is for naming our project. We do this so we can store what we want to call what we are working on. And we store this in the head. So make sure it is in between the opening tag and the closing tag of our head. Once again, this is not a title we will see in the browser. However, if you look at the tab of the browser your project is in, you should be able to see it. It will also show up in search results. So for example, in Google. Next, we have the body. Now, this is where the visible stuff will be. This is essentially where you can put elements such as the ones we have discussed already, such as the paragraph element, the heading element, the image element, and many more. We can also set the primary language for our document. We can do so by simply adding the lang attribute to the opening HTML tag, so like this. This is useful as it will be indexed more effectively by search engines, allowing you to appear in more relevant search results. Okay, and there we have it. Let's start deep diving into some more elements next. We briefly touched on headings so far in this HTML module. However, I would like to take a breath to deep dive into them a little bit so you really get a good grasp of what they are and what they are used for. So once again, the heading element comes in 6 variations, with the H1 element being visually the biggest and the H6 heading being visually the smallest. Each one has an opening tag and a closing tag. In addition to this, it also tells our document which heading is the most important behind the scenes. So for example, if I was to give a web page an H1 element, our web page knows to treat this as the most important title on the page. Kind of like giving an essay its title, so we know what it's about. You should also only have one H1 element on a web page. Hey, you wouldn't name your essay twice, would you? After the H1 element, you also should use the subheadings in order, meaning the H2 element should come next, and then the H3 and so on. But you can have multiple subheadings of the same size. Again, just like when writing an essay. So for example, this is good, and this is not so good. However, there might be occasions where you might see these conventions broken. In addition to this, nesting multiple H1 elements was allowed in older versions of the HTML standard. However, it was never considered a best practice, so just keep that in mind. Now, you might be thinking, ooh, this does not look very fun. Well, don't worry. We can actually change what these headings look like using a programming language called CSS. CSS will allow us to change the font size of these headings, but not only that, allow us to change the color, weight, style, and much more. We will be looking at CSS right after the HTML module in this course. Another great and popular text-related HTML element is the paragraph element. It is essentially this cute little P tag right here. The P element represents a paragraph, or in other words, a block of text. We can use it to bunch up text that goes together, so like this. This means that if we put another paragraph element after this one, again with a bunch of text, it will appear spaced out from the other one. Now, it does not matter what line you put the text on. After all, if you put all of this on one line, it's kind of hard to read. So you can put the text on multiple lines in your code editor if you want. It will not affect how it looks like in the browser. You might see P elements written like this, or other ways too. Both of these approaches I am showing you are valid. Just like with the heading element, we can add CSS, or in other words, styling, to change the default styling of the paragraph element, meaning you can change this spacing amount. But not only that, we can change the font size, the color, the line spacing of the text, and so much more. We will be doing that in the CSS part of this course. So by now we have had a very quick look at how to write our first elements. This included the paragraph element and heading element. Now let's put what we learned into practice by creating an online recipe for macaroni and cheese. So the first thing we're going to do is think about the website structure. I would like my recipe page to have a heading, followed by some sort of description. An ideal element to hold the content of a description would be a paragraph element. After this, I want to use a smaller heading as a subtitle to let people know that this section is for the ingredients necessary. After that, I will need some sort of list to list out all the ingredients. And next, another subheading, followed by the instructions in a numbered fashion. Wonderful. I think this is a good start. Now let's get to actually creating this with HTML. So first off, I'm going to ask you to create another folder on your desktop. This time, I want you to call it HTML Project 1. Once you have done that, I would like you to use what we have learned in order to create an HTML file in the project called index.html, as well as add the correct boilerplate to it in order to get started. Please pause here and have a go at doing this. Once you are done, let's go through the solution to getting this done together. Okay, so what I would do is, well, first off, I would just open up VS Code, so please go ahead and do that. And now I'm just going to open up that folder we just made, so that directory we just made. So just go ahead and on your desktop, find it, click on it, and open it up. So there we go. That is our empty directory, or in other words, empty folder. And all I'm going to do is just create that index.html file. So to do this, I'm just going to click on here, and I'm going to call the file index, and I'm going to give it the HTML extension, so .html, in order to let our code editor know to treat this like an HTML file. Wonderful. Now that we have that, let's get going with our project. So first off, I'm just going to put in my boilerplate code. I've just taken this from the previous project. I have not remembered it. Please don't try and memorize this. Okay, just make sure that you have your HTML element, your header element, and your body element. And the body element is essentially what's going to hold all our visible elements. Next, also make sure you have the meta tag up here as well so that we can see all the characters that we need. Okay, so our project is looking good at the moment. There is a few things we need to do outside of the meta charset. The other thing we have in this head element is the title that is going to hold the title of our project. It will not be visible in the browser. Once again, it will be visible in the tag and will also be visible as a title in Google search results. Okay, so let's go ahead and call this something. I'm going to go ahead and call it recipe, as that is what best describes what this web page is going to hold. The first one I'm going to put in is the H1 element. By choosing the H1 element, I am also doing something behind the scenes. Search engines indexing our web pages will consider the contents of the H1 heading more important than that of an H2 heading, for example. Without any headings at all, our page will perform poorly in terms of searchability online, or in other words, poorly in terms of SEO. One other thing that is happening is that we are defining this as the most important heading on the page for screen readers, used by the visually impaired. If no headings are provided, users of the screen reader will not be able to jump from heading to heading, and instead will be forced to read all of the text on the page as a lump of text. Once we have our heading, I'm going to move on to using a paragraph element for our description. So here is what our paragraph element will look like. Now, we can make certain words or phrases more important in the paragraph by using the strong element inside of this paragraph element. We would do so with the strong tag. Now, when using a screen reader, this word will be read out in a different tone of voice. Now, we can also visually see this has been applied bold styling. However, if we do not want the screen reader to read this out differently and just want to make this word look bold, we can use the bold tag instead. Other things we can do is emphasize using the EM element. Once again, the screen reader will use a different tone for this. And if we just want to make it look italic, we can use the I element like so. And great! I think we should now check this out in the browser, so what it looks like in the browser next. Before doing anything, don't forget to save this file. Once again, a shortcut to save this file is to press Command S on your keyboard. So please go ahead and do that. You will see the little dot disappear at the top of the File tab. Now, in order to actually view this file on the internet, you're going to have to get the actual file. So go ahead and left click on it, and then just go ahead and copy the path. So this one right here, that first one, get up your browser and paste it like so. And ta-da! There we have it. We can view that whole file in a browser. You're viewing your local file on your computer on your browser right now. Great. Now let's add a subheading for our list of ingredients. So by now, we know that a subheading is any heading below our H1 heading. I'm going to choose the H2 heading element for this. And wonderful. Now it's time to look at lists in the next section. In this section, I want to talk to you a little bit about the readability and presentability of code. For this, in HTML, I'm going to talk about indentation and spacing. Indentation and spacing should be consistent throughout your code. We can use either the 4-space or 2-space indentation in HTML. This means that each nested element should be indented exactly once inside their parent tag by either 4 spaces or 2 spaces. Okay, so as you can see, here's what it looked like when it's all beautiful and neat with 4 spaces of indentation. As you can probably see, everything is a bunch more readable, everything is kind of lumped together, and you can see which opening tag and which closing tag go together, just like the top article tag and bottom article tag. This is in contrast to bad code, like this. I mean, you can hardly tell which tag is starting where, what the parent elements are, which makes this overall a lot less readable than the previous version. Trust me, this will make it much more difficult when debugging and trying to find tags that go together in the future. Another thing you should do is format lines. So for example, in this case, you will see that the text in my paragraph element is too long. I would suggest splitting it out into multiple lines. Okay, so kind of like this. Okay? So this was just a quick break to talk about indentation and spacing. Please keep an eye on this moving forward. In this section, we're going to learn how to make lists, such as this section right here that shows the ingredients of a recipe, as well as this list right here, a ordered list that shows the steps in making our wonderful macaroni and cheese. list elements are actually made up of at least two elements, a wrapping element and the individual list item elements themselves. Your list can be an unordered list like this one, meaning that the order will not matter, or an order list. An unordered list is, however, perfect for listing out the items that we need to buy in order to make macaroni and cheese, as the order in which we buy them doesn't matter. The wrapping element for an unordered list is this UL element right here. And of course, we have the ordered list. An ordered list will give order to our list items. So just like we see here, we get 1, 2, 3. The element in order to make an ordered list is OL, as you can see by the wrapping element right here. As a default, the ordered list comes numbered like so, but we can also change it to be lettered. No matter which list type you choose, so the unordered list or the ordered list, it should have the list item elements inside. Once again, the syntax for a list item looks like this. It comes with an opening tag and a closing tag that will take content inside the list item element. In this case, it is some text, but it can also be much more. Let's have a look at this in code. Okay, so the first thing we're going to add is, as we discussed, an unordered list, add the ingredients, as the ingredients do not need to be in a specific order. Right? Because it doesn't matter what order we buy them in. We might already have some in the kitchen, or we might need to buy some more. It really doesn't matter to us. So let's get up our unordered list element, which we now know is made up by these two tags with UL in them like this. Next, let's open it up because it's going to have to take some list items. So let's put in our list item elements. They are made up of the li tags, an opening and closing tag, and we're going to put in 7 of them. So there we go. I've just gone ahead and created all 7, each with an opening tag and a closing tag that will take content inside of each one. Okay, so as a reminder, the content does not have to be just text. It could be images. It could be a bunch of elements nested inside of each other. That really is up to us. In this case, however, I'm just going to put some text. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to paste it in from somewhere I have written previously. So I'm just going to put it in for all 7 of these list items. I'm just putting in some text, and it's the ingredients for macaroni and cheese. Okay, so there we go. We now need to save this page. So save it pressing Command S, and let's check out what this looks like in the browser. Don't forget that we of course need to refresh our browser to see those changes. And great. There is our unordered list. Now that we have finished this, let's move on to make our ordered list. So once again, just like before, I'm just going to put in an H2 title, okay? So this is a subheading that I'm going to put in. It's just going to say how to make it. And underneath, that is where we're going to put our ordered list element. So the wrapping element that will take list item elements. So OL is the tag that we're going to use. It's going to have an opening and a closing tag. And inside of it, I'm just going to go ahead and put in 3 list item elements this time. So please go ahead and do the same, put in 3. And I'm just going to paste in these steps into making macaroni and cheese. So they're pretty simple. It's just going to be bring a pot of water to boil. Next, I'm just going to paste in a longer sentence. Okay, so you will see I have formatted it to put it on different lines so we can see it. And finally, just the final list item element, and that's going to say add cheese and macaroni. And that's it. How simple is that? So simple recipe. We're not going to win any Michelin stars for this, but we will have a cool recipe webpage that we have built. So once again, don't forget to save this page, pressing Command S, and then go to your browser and refresh it so we can see the latest version of the document. And ta-da! There we have it. Our ordered list is now on there too. In this next section, we're going to look at links. Links are great as they allow us to essentially link to other pages on our website, link to specific parts on a web page that we built, link outside of the web page that we built altogether and somewhere completely new on the internet, or even open up a prompt to email someone or call them. A link element syntax looks like an A element like this and stands for anchor. So if you hear someone calling it an anchor link, do not be surprised. Let's look at what makes up a link element now. So we have the opening and closing anchor tags. In between these tags, I'm going to put some text so that our browser knows that if we click on this text, it will take us somewhere. So for example, I could put the word my YouTube channel. Here is what this will now look like in the browser. So it just looks like some text for now, nothing special. At the moment, of course, if we click on this link, it won't do anything. We have not given it enough information about what we want to happen if we click it and where we want this link to take us. To do this, we need to define where we want the link to take us using the href attribute. We put the href attribute in the opening tag. Now, in the value, if we want to link it to my YouTube channel, I would take the full path to my channel and put it here. Okay, so now let's save this, refresh, and check it out. And wonderful! If we click on the link, we are now taken to my YouTube channel page. We can also use links to open up a mail option or option to call. All you need to do is put the mail to prefix followed by semicolons and the email address you want to populate your email recipient address with. So here we go, and if we save this file and go to the browser and refresh, you will see another link. If we click on this link, however, a prompt to email me will show up. We can also add a hyperlink to prompt calling. So once again, we will get the anchor tag, but this time for the value for the href, we will add the tel prefix like this, followed by a phone number. This isn't my number, by the way, so please don't go calling this random number, and apologies to the owner of this number in advance. This time, if we save this page and go to the browser and hit refresh, then click on the link, a prompt for calling that number will show up. As mentioned, we can also link to specific places on our web page, but this time using IDs. For this, you'd first need to create the element you want to link to. Let's say this is a heading, for example. So here we have my heading element. As you can see, it has an ID that says other recipes. And here we have my link element, which has a href to the ID. Okay, so hash here represents an ID, and we're looking for the ID of other recipes. So here we have my heading element. As we know, using two h1 elements isn't really best practice, but this is just an example that I want to show you in terms of how to scroll to another main header. So for now, I'm just going to allow it. And here we have my link element. I would have to give my alink's opening tag the attribute of href and then pass through the ID. So hash means ID of the element we want to link to. So by giving it the value of hashtag other recipes, I am now saying I want to link to my h1 element with the ID of other recipes. And if I want my page to scroll to the element with the ID of other recipes, I would have to give the link the href of the ID, right? So let's grab the ID and let's stick it up here. Great. I am now just going to add an unordered list here in order to give length to the page, just so that the scroll is more obvious for when we scroll to this h1 element. And now let's check it out. So save the page first and let's go over to the browser and hit refresh. I'm just going to go ahead and increase the size of this page so that it is more obvious to everyone for when we scroll. So just increase the zoom on yours too if you need. So now let's test it out. I'm just going to click on here and wonderful. We managed to scroll to the h1 element. We have now finished building out our recipe project using HTML. So give yourself a round of applause. I think we did great. Now, we have not covered IDs in full just yet. There is a bunch more stuff we can do with them. This was just a quick taster. We will cover them in more detail later on in this course. So by now, we know that we can build web pages to link to external resources or link them to specific elements we built in order to scroll to them visibly on our web page. Another thing we can do with the link element is take a user to a specific page that we built on our site. To do this, let's go back to our project that we called My Portfolio. And let's have a look at our project structure first. So say we are on the index.html page right here, and we want to access another HTML page. One of these pages, for example. We would have to write a path from where we are currently in the project tree to this folder called pages, and then to the file we want out of these two. This is how you would do so. So bear in mind, we are starting from the index.html page. We are going to go into the folder called pages. Using the /, I'm going to go into that folder and pick out a file I want to show. Let's just say that file that I want to show is called About Me HTML. So let's just specify that in that path. Now, by clicking on this element, we will be taken to the About Me page. Let's test it out to see if what I'm saying is true. So first off, let's make sure we are opening the correct project. So let's go ahead and get the project My Portfolio. So here we have our project. I'm going to go ahead and create a directory or folder for our extra pages called pages. And in it, I'm going to create one file called about-me.html, making sure to not have a space but have a dash, and paste in some boilerplate code, as well as change the title of the page so that we know which page we are dealing with. Of course, don't forget to save this page. Now, on the home page, let's go ahead and add this link that we saw on this slide. Okay, so just added this like so. Now let's open up the index.html file, not the About Me HTML file. So save the page and copy the path to the index.html file and paste it into your browser. Now, don't forget to reload the page in order to get the latest documents. And let's go ahead and click here. And ta-da! We are on the About Me page. It has worked. Now, let's have a quick look at the path to this file here in the browser. Okay, so as this project is stored on my computer, I am starting at the root. So going into a directory called users on my computer, then going into a directory called Anyukubo, then into another directory called desktop, and then into the directory that we made called My Portfolio, into the pages directory I just made, and then getting the About Me HTML file to show up in our browser. Of course, when you host your projects online after buying your own domain, this will not look the same and will most likely look something like this, but we will leave that to the end. Now, what if we want to link back to the home page from the About Me page? Well, we need to navigate back. To do this, I'll go one level back in the tree, or in other words, out of the pages folder. We need these two dots like this, followed by the slash, and then get the file we want to show. So let's test it out. So back in my project, I'm just going to go to the About Me page. So I'm just going to go right here and add an anchor link with the href. And as the path, I'm going to go back. So the two dots mean we go out of the folder. And then I'm going to essentially specify which file we want to show. Okay, so that's all I have done. So now let's check it out. So let's go back to our browser, hit refresh, click on the Go to About Me page. And here we are, we're on the About Me page. And here's the link we just made that says go to the home page. So let's test it out. Let's check that this takes us back to the home page. And it does. Okay, we are on the index.html page that lives in My Portfolio. And amazing. This is looking great. So the slashes that we see here in the path are essentially us jumping either backwards or forwards in the tree of my project from folder to folder. Essentially, imagine each of the folders in this tree as a slash. And if you follow the path to your next location and pick up a slant, it's like you've just added it to the path that you are constructing. Okay, so you're just picking them up like a train. Same thing for if you are leaving the folders. You will need to use the ... to go all the way back to your spot in the tree where the train is safe to proceed to get to its destination. Got it? Now, let's do another one. Imagine you are in this path called contact.html. What path would you have to put in your href in order to get to the About Me page? Have a think about it using this graphic of our project tree right here. Please pause here and do that, and once you are ready, just hit play. Well, as we are on the same location, so in the pages folder, we don't need any slashes. our train literally stops pretty much at the destination. So we just put the file name. Now let's test it out. So first, let's create a contact page in the pages directory, so contact.html, and I'm just going to put in some boilerplate code. And once again, just change the title to say contact, like we just did before with the About Me page. Now, in the contact page, I'm just going to put another link, so another anchor tag, and I'm just going to put go to the About Me page. And of course, we need to link this to that page. So I'm going to use the href, and I'm just going to put the About Me page, so about-me.html. Okay, so just like we did in the exercise, if we click on this link, it should take me to the About Me page. So this one right here. And actually in here, I'm just going to put in another link. So from the About Me page, I also want to be able to go to the contact page. So let's go ahead and add an A link. And then I'm just going to put go to the Contact Me page. And as the href, I'm just going to put contacts.html. So exactly what our contact page is called. Great. Now let's check it out. So save those files, go back to the browser and hit refresh. And now click on the About Me page link. And great, we see both those links. So we go to the home page or we go to the newly made Contact Me page. So let's click that. And great, we are on the Contact Me page. We see the title in the browser tab. We also see the path going to the pages directory and getting the contact.html page. And we see that link that we made on that page, which takes us to the About Me page. And let's test this one out too. And wonderful. That's exactly where it goes. Once again, as you can see by the tab name and the path that we have here. Okay, great. So hopefully this explains a little bit about how you would navigate from page to page on a website. Once you have this down, let's carry on. We are now going to move on from looking at how we can manipulate text in HTML and look at how we can add images to our web pages. We have already touched on images before, but for good practice, let's recap what we have learned so far about this wonderful element. In the introduction to HTML, we learned that unlike most HTML elements, the image element is one of the ones that uses a self-closing tag, meaning it only needs one tag like this. We also learned that it takes the source attribute that contains the path to the image we want to embed. This image can be in our project folder, and we can navigate to it by writing a path to the correct file. So we can use the URL address of an image that is hosted online. Just be aware that if the person or company hosting that image chooses to take it offline, you will no longer have an image here to display. You will see this broken URL icon right here instead. You will also see the alternative text if you choose to add that to your image element. The alt attribute is super helpful in occasions like this when the link to the image is broken or the image won't load, as it will allow the user to know roughly what it was about. It is also wonderful for the visually impaired who might use a screen reader to see what is on a web page. Let's try to put an image on the About Me page of our portfolio by putting an image of ourselves. Okay, so I'm going to choose to store an image in my project. All I'm going to do is find an image of me. So I'm going to choose this square JPEG. So just make sure yours is also a JPEG or a PNG file. And next, I'm actually going to create a directory. So making sure you're in the root of the project, so the same level as the index.html file, just go ahead and create a directory called images. And it's going to store all our image files from now on. So there we go. I've just created a directory. It's on the same level as the pages directory and the index.html file. So let's go ahead and put an image in there. I'm simply going to drag an image in from my computer like this and drop it in. Wonderful. So there we have it. That is now done. And now let's go to the About Me page. And once again, I'm just going to use this code right here. So from the slide, and I'm just going to paste it in like so. So we now know that we need to get the path to this image and assign it to the source attribute. And I'm also going to provide some alternative text just in case this doesn't work for whatever reason. or just to make it accessible for everyone. So I'm just going to put an image of Anya Kuba. You can choose to put whatever you wish. Now the path to this, well, once again, let's look at the project tree. So I need to go back to the root of the project. So I need these 2 dots, and then I need to go into the images directory. So I need to go into the folder. I'm jumping into the folder, and I'm just going to put the name of the file that I want to access. Okay, so that's it. Now, if we save everything that we've done so far and just refresh the browser, making sure you're on the About Me page, amazing, you will see that image. It's unstyled at the moment, so it might be very big or it might be very small, but we will work on that when it comes to the styling section of this course. For now, this is looking good. Let's carry on. If you are having issues with this at any point, the final code will be attached to this lesson, so please go check it out. In this section, I want to show you how to work with tables. This is going to involve a lot of nested elements. So our HTML elements are getting a bit more complex. By the end of this lesson, you will have built something like this. But don't worry, we will build up to it step by step, starting with a tiny table first. So the simplest table element can take 3 types of elements: the table row element, the table header element, and the table data element. We would start off by creating the table element, which will wrap up all our content nicely so it all stays together. Inside, I need to start off by making some table rows. So let's say we want our table to have 3 horizontal rows. I would add 3 table row elements, which look like this. So now we have some rows. I next need to decide what kind of columns I'm going to have. Let's say I want my first column to contain first names and my second column to contain last names. I would need to add the table header element to tell our browser we want this to be the name of the column. It would look like this. Now that we have defined the columns' names, we can fill out the rest of our data using the table data element. It would look like this. And that's it. That's a table in its simplest format. If you would like to give your table more semantic meaning for the browser, you can also define that the first table row belongs to the table's head by wrapping it in a t-head element and the rest in a table body element, so t-body. Visually, it will not change what you see in the browser, but it will help your website SEO as well as screen readers know what is going on. Okay? Cool. Got it? Good. Because now we are about to put all of this into practice by implementing a simple table onto our portfolio project. Okay, so back on the About Me page, I want you to put in a table in order to organize our future projects. This is what I want the end result to look like. So 3 columns, one for the hyperlink to the project, which we will leave the href blank for now, another column for the title of the project, and another column for a quick description of what the project is about and what technologies we used for it. For those of you thinking, wait, this is a pretty ugly table, are you sure we want to put this on our portfolio? Don't worry, the fun styling stuff is yet to be done. For now, let's just get building using the basic building blocks we have at our disposal. Okay, so what are we waiting for? Let's get to it. Please have a go at building this yourself by pausing here. Once you have built your table, unpause and we will go through my chosen solution together. Okay, so what I would do is, well, on the About Me page, I would start off with my wrapper element, as mentioned. This will be the table element, as that's going to hold all our child elements together. So go ahead and create your table element. So there we go. There is an opening tag and a closing tag. And in here, well, I'm going to do the more advanced version of the table. So what I'm going to do is put in a t-head element as the first child of my table. So the t-head element looks like this, and it's essentially going to hold our header for our table. And then let's put the t-body element as the second child of the table element, and that's going to hold the rest. Okay? Great. So one child and a second child. Next, I'm going to create a table row for the head. So for this, I'm going to use the tr element. Once again, it has an opening tag and a closing tag. And once we do that, I'm just going to put in 2 of these in the body as well, so that we have 3 table rows in total. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to put in the second table row here, and then just put in another one. Great. I'm just going to open them up because we're going to put content into here. Now in my first table row, I'm going to use the table header element, and we're going to have 3 of these because we want to have 3 columns, or essentially 3 table headers. And then I'm going to mirror that in the other table rows, however, with table data elements, so that we can sort data for each of our columns. So the first table header is going to have project, the second is going to have title, and the third is going to have description, as that is what I want my columns to be called. So there we go. So now if I refresh the page, so save your project and refresh the page, I'm just going to make this bigger. Ta-da! You should see right at the bottom are 3 table column names, or in other words, table header names. Great. So now let's get to putting in the data. So let's go ahead and do that back on my project in the first table data element. Well, I'm just going to put project 1. And in the second table data element, I'm going to put the title of that project is the one we made, is the macaroni and cheese recipe. And then I'm just going to put in a short description of that project. Okay, so this is what our table is going to look like. It's going to have a project, it's going to have the title, and it's also going to have a short description. Wonderful. And let's do the same for the other one. For this one, I'm just going to put project 2, and this is going to be our table tennis leaderboard. So let's go ahead and put table tennis leaderboard. Okay, and then again, let's just put in a description. It's very long, so I'm just going to format it a little bit better to make this more readable. This will not be shown in the browser. This is for us just to be able to see this in our project right now. So there we go. And there we have it. That is our table. I'm just going to put some more text in here just to pad it out a bit. Wonderful. So now, ta-da! That is what our table looks like. It's got 3 rows, 2 for the data and 1 for the column. I think this looks great. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and add 1 final table row just to kind of prepare us for what we are going to be putting in the future. So let's go ahead and make that table row. Let's put in a table data element with project 3. And of course, we haven't made this yet. So I'm going to put TBD as the project title, as well as TBD for the project description. But essentially, we're going to add a bunch more projects into here. So just so you know what this looks like, I've gone ahead and added another table row element. Wonderful. So this is looking great. I'm really happy with how this is looking so far. Of course, without any styling yet. The last thing I want to do is just wrap the first column entries in a links, so an anchor links, because we're going to want to link to this in the future. At the moment, I'm just going to leave an empty href attribute. Okay, so this will just give this the appearance of links, but without actually going anywhere. So just do that for all the A elements like so. And great. So we have now created some links. Of course, they will not work, but visually, at least this column looks like links. This is the final look that I want to aim for. Wonderful. Okay, so I think we are done with this project for now. Let's move on. Now that we have covered some of the many text-related HTML elements, let's move on to the fun stuff, which allows us to create shapes and add colors to our website, starting with the content division element, or in other words, the div. I like to think of the div as a beautiful being that can be anything you want it to be. We can give the div a height, we can give it a width, and we can give it a background color using CSS, or in other words, styling, which we will cover in the next section. We can also use it in a very basic form without styling to hold other elements together. So, for example, we can create a div, put a heading in it, then put a paragraph in it, and now these 2 elements will be grouped together. So you might think, great. So with this div, I can now group together pieces of information to start adding structure to my web page. Well, not to throw a spanner in the works, but you are partially correct. The div should only be used if the section element, article element, nav element, header element, or footer element don't apply. Why, you ask? This is because these elements all have semantic meaning and will be interpreted by your browser to be an element that holds a section, an element that holds an article, an element that holds the navbar, an element that is the header of your website and the footer of your website. The div does not have this. It's like a mysterious ghost. Let's have a look at some elements with semantic meaning in the next section. By now, we should know that elements that make up a web page can have semantic meaning. This means that the web browser will see them and recognize what the element is meant for. This makes it good for users of assistive technologies like screen readers, and they are also good for SEO. We have the header element, which represents quite literally a header. This can hold things such as your website's logo, a search bar, and other things typically seen in a website's top element. The header element is not to be confused with the head element, which, as we now know, holds the website's metadata, so all the invisible stuff. Just like the header element, we have the footer element, which literally represents the footer of your web page. You can put anything you want in the footer. However, typically you would see something like information about the company, copyright data, or any links that you would want to give the website viewer. Next up, we have the nav element, which represents the navigation bar on your website. It will usually contain a menu or a list that will allow you to navigate between all the pages on your website. We also have the section element, which represents a standard section of a document. Sections should have headings in them. After all, think of when you read a book. It would be kind of strange to see a new section that didn't have a header for you to know what the text in the section was about, right? Without this heading, the element will not appear in the document outline. If you do not want to put a heading element in the section, perhaps it's not really a section you are after. Perhaps a div would work better on this occasion. The last popular sectioning element I want to cover is the article element. An article element can represent things such as newspaper articles, a blog entry, a product card, a user-submitted comment, or a forum post, amongst other things. Just as with the section, the article element should include a heading element nested inside of it. Now, I must stress there are many more semantic sectioning elements to your disposal. I have simply covered the most popular ones or the ones that might be a bit tricky. However, there are all these other ones as well at the time of recording. If you have the time, I would suggest doing a quick Google of each if you are interested. I feel most are pretty self-explanatory, so if you don't feel like Googling, it's fine. Let's carry on. So, by now we have covered the most popular text-based HTML elements as well as some semantic sectioning elements and the div. I am now going to ask you to put all of your knowledge to the test by building out this table tennis leaderboard. Unlike in the first project, I'm going to leave you to it this time. The goal is to create a directory, or in other words, folder, called HTML Project 2, create an HTML page to go into the project with the correct boilerplate code, and then use the elements we have covered to recreate what we visually see here. You are of course free to refer to the previous lessons we did in this course so far, and don't worry, that is in no way cheating. No one is expecting you to memorize these things. Even I still copy and paste HTML boilerplate code. So once again, this project will utilize everything we have learned so far, as well as 3 new elements that I briefly listed out in the semantic sectioning elements video. Okay, so these 3 will be used in this project section. It is a hairline element, which is essentially a line, an element that will allow us to write captions, and the figure element as well. So please go ahead and do some Googling by yourself on these 3. This is an excellent lesson in Googling. And once you are ready, please have a go at this. Once you are happy with your project and you want to see how I would choose to create this page, please click on the next video. And remember, there is no one way to create this page. There are literally thousands of ways you could do it. So get going and I will see you soon. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the solution to how I personally would create a table tennis leaderboard that looks like this. Okay, so I'm excited to show you. First things, I'm just going to create a new folder on my desktop. I'm going to call it HTML project 2, just like we decided in the previous video. Okay, and once I've done that, I'm just going to open it up in VS Code. So I'm just going to open that folder. So please go ahead and do the same. Open it up in your code editors just simply by pressing open folder, finding that project on your desktop, clicking on it and opening it up. So great, I'm now in my project. There is nothing in here at the moment. So let's put in our first file. So all I'm going to do is click on here and create an index.html page, not forgetting to give it that HTML extension to let our code editor know to treat this as an HTML file. Okay, so go ahead and do that. And now I'm just going to put in my boilerplate code. So as we know for our boilerplate code, we can just copy paste it. So that's what I've done. I've pasted it from another project. And now I'm going to put in the title of my project. This title will not be visible to us, okay, in the browser. It will be visible in the tab of the browser, and it will be visible if you uploaded this onto the internet and search for it in Google. Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and call this table tennis. So please go ahead and do the same. Great. Before we get to putting in anything in our body elements, I just want to open this up in the browser so we can see what it looks like. So all I'm going to do is just left click on the index.html document right here, and then copy the path and then go to my browser and just paste in that URL like so. So there we go. That is what our index.html page looks like. And as you will see, you can see table tennis in the tab name. Great. Now let's get to adding some elements in the body elements. So first off, I'm just going to put an H1 element. And for my H1 element, I'm just going to put table tennis, just like so. So now if we save that file and refresh the page, this is what it should look like. We can see that H1 element in our browsers. Great. Next, let's move on by putting an H2 element in here. So in my H2 element, this is going to be a subheading, and all I'm going to do is put in some text. So I'm going to put classroom tournament leaderboard, just like so. And now if we save this file and go ahead and look in the browser, so let's refresh the browser, you will see classroom tournament leaderboard showing up. Wonderful. We have an H1 element and we have an H2 element, so a subheading element. Let's carry on. Next, let's get to creating some semantic sectioning in here. And first off, I'm just going to start off with creating a table. So here's my table element. It is a wrapping element that's going to take a bunch of other elements in order to create our table. The first one being the T-head element. So just go ahead and put in a T-head element and then put in a T-body element for the rest of our table rows. Okay? So our table head element, well, we know this has to contain a row. So let's go ahead and put that in. So that is my whole table head. And in my table row, well, I'm going to define our table headings. One is going to be a position heading. So just go ahead and put position. One is going to be for the name of the person playing in the tournament. The third is going to be for if they won or not. And the fourth is going to be if they lost or not. So it's going to be a count of won and lost tournaments. So if we refresh the page in our browser, that is what it looks like at the moment. We have created 4 table headings, or in other words, 4 table columns. Great. This is looking good. Next, I'm just going to put in some table rows that are in the body. So essentially for our data. Our first table row is going to have a table data element. So I'm just mirroring the table heading. So I'm going to have 4. Okay, so we're essentially going to create table rows for these columns. Well, our first table data cell is going to have the position. So we're going to have position 1. Then we're going to have the name of the player who's in position 1. It's going to be Marinane Gomez. And she's going to have won 5 and lost 0. So save this and refresh the browser. And amazing, we have just created our first table row to go on our table. Let's go ahead and create another one next. Okay, now let's create our next table row. So we know how to do this now. Just go ahead and use the TR tags to create a table row. And then in here, I'm going to put 4 table data elements because we want to essentially put data for a position, a name, a won, and a lost value. So let's go ahead and do that. In fact, I'm just going to copy this as we're going to have a few of these. So we have 1 table row. Let's go ahead and paste another. So we have 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Okay, and let's do it. So my first table row, I'm going to put position 2. The name is going to be Mohammed Leroy, and he's going to have won 4 and lost 1. Okay, next as position 3, I'm going to have the name of, let's go with Patricia Bennett. Okay, so that's the name I have chosen, Patricia Bennett, and she has won 3 and lost 2. Position 4 is going to go to Sam Lehman. He has won 2 and lost 3. Position 5 is going to go to Young Lee. He has won 1 and lost 4. And then let's do position 6 as well. And this person is Astrid Genevieve, and she has won 0 and lost 5. And I think that's it. So we just need 6. So let's save that. Let's go back to our browser and refresh. And ta-da! There is our classroom tournament leaderboard. We have just completed our table. This is looking great. So let's carry on. The next thing I want to do is just put in a line. And for this, I'm going to use the HR element that I did say to Google previously. So if you Googled it, you would know that the result would look like this. And it's just a nice way to split this out. Okay? Wonderful. So we have just split this out by creating a line thanks to the HR element, which looks like this. Let's move on. The next thing I'm going to ask you to do is put in another subheading. This is going to be smaller than the other subheading we have. So I'm going to use an H3 element for this. So please go ahead and do the same. Just use your H3 element and put in the title or the subtitle of Rules of Table Tennis and a colon just like so. So just like I have. Now the rules of table tennis, this was an ordered list. So I'm going to choose to use the OL element. So here are my OL tags. And inside, I'm going to have to put list elements. My first list element is going to contain the text of games are played to, and then I'm going to make a bold number. So I'm using the bold tags. Or if I want to give this semantic meaning to the browser, I can use the strong tags. So each was fine to use. Okay, whichever one you use is okay. And then I'm just going to put space and points. Great. Our next list item is going to have the text of alternative serves every 2 points are mandatory. And this time I'm going to put the number 2 in strong. So let's just get up our strong tags and I'm just going to put the number 2 in there. Great. Let's just minimize this for now. Let's make our third list element. So our third list element, this one is going to have the text of make sure to toss the ball straight up when serving. Okay. So that is my third list item. Let's check it out. So say that page and refresh. And wonderful. So we've just made our rules of table tennis. It is an ordered list. And you can see the 10 and 2 are in bold. So that is looking great. Let's carry on. Now, what else do we need to create? Well, I just want to create a paragraph element. That's going to take some text. And that text is going to be in italics. So I'm going to use the I element for this. Okay, you could have also used the EM element if you wanted to give the page semantic meaning, but I'm just going to give it the I element for now. So again, each one is good. In here, I'm going to put official rules can be found on the international, making sure to spell international correctly, table tennis website. So that is now going to appear italic on our page. And I'm going to actually hyperlink here. So to do this, I need to get here and put it in some A tags or the anchor link. And next, I need to give the anchor link first tag. So let's just space this out a little bit, making sure that the indentation is correct. So let's just make sure that those I tags are on the same level and the P tags are on the same level. Next, to make this link work, I need to give the first tag of the A link an href attribute. And I'm just going to go ahead and type in the URL to the actual international table tennis website. So this is it for all of those curious. Okay, that is the link to the international table tennis website. Great. So now if I refresh this, amazing. We get some text in italic and the here is hyperlinked. And if we click on it, it does take us to the official table tennis page. How cool is that? Let's carry on. Let's just make the official spell correctly first. And great. Next, I'm going to put in another line. So let's go ahead and use our HR element again. Now I'm going to put another subheading. So I'm going to use my H3 element again. And this time I'm going to have the game setup. So game setup is going to be my subtitle. Now I'm going to have a P element in here. And this is essentially just going to give us some more information. So it's just going to say the game should be set up as per the table tennis tournament at Liga Pro. Okay, so just giving some insight into how the table tennis table should be set up. And finally, I'm going to show a picture of this. So I'm going to use the figure element. This is another element that I asked you to Google in the previous video. So hopefully you did that. And this figure element. Okay, so for this, we're going to actually have to put in an image element in here. So go ahead and do the same. It's a self-closing tag. And then for this image, we can have a figure caption. So that is my figure caption element, the third element that I asked you to Google in the previous video. So hopefully you did that as well. Great. Now in my fig caption, I want this to appear in italic. So I can use the I element or I can use the EM element if you want to give it semantic meaning. That is up to you. And I'm just going to give this image taken from Wikipedia. Okay, so that is what I'm going to do. And I'm actually going to hyperlink Wikipedia too. So just whack in Wikipedia here. And as the opening tag of my A element, I need to give it the href attribute along with the link to Wikipedia, which is this for table tennis. Great. Okay, so this is looking good. Let's go ahead and find an image. So just whack in that Wikipedia URL and then copy the image address to this table tennis image. And then as the source of this, just put in the URL to that. So as long as that web page exists, as long as that picture exists, this picture should appear in our own project. So just go ahead and do that. Or you can put a picture in here. Okay, that is up to you. Just like we did previously, you can put a picture in here that you uploaded and made an image directory. You could have done it both ways. Both ways are absolutely fine. So I hope you did either of those. Or if not, let me know what you did. Finally, I'm going to put an alternative tag to this image element. So I'm just going to space it out so we can read it a little bit better and put alt as the attribute and then some alternative text, which in this case, I'm going to have table tennis tournament as. Great. Okay, so this is looking wonderful so far. Shall we check it out on the browser? I'm just going to space this out a little bit so it's more readable. So essentially, I am just putting everything on new lines and making sure that each element is essentially in line with each other in terms of indentation. Okay? So there we go. Each nested element is more indented than the other. Wonderful. This is looking great. That is my whole URL. So now let's recap what we've done. So we added an H3 element as a subheading. We added a P element as a subheading. So now this is a lot. I think we've done well. One other thing we probably should do, as all of this game setup is essentially associated with each other, we should probably put it in a section element to hold it all together. And we can do that as we have an H3 element, so we have a title. So let's go ahead and create our section element. So our section element looks like this. And in here, we're essentially going to store all of that that's associated with game setup. So there we go. That is it. And finally, let's format it to make sure that all the tags are indented on the same level and that each nested element has indentation as well. Great. Let's do the same for the rules of table tennis. I'm just going to put that in its own section. So there we go. And now let's format it so that each nested element is on the right level. And great. So now let's check it out. Save that page, refresh, and there we go. That is what our table tennis leaderboard looks like. It looks amazing. It looks exactly like we wanted it to. It looks exactly like the image that I showed you at the beginning. I hope you also have this. And if you've done it in any other way, please do share your code with me on Twitter. Please either paste a link to your code pen or a picture of your code. I would love to see. In the next few sections, I'm going to be focusing on creating forms. Forms are a fantastic way of submitting a bunch of information together. We use them on sites to get back feedback, write in, or even sign up and log in. Forms are made up of a bunch of elements that are nested in between the two form tags. Some typical tags that can live inside the form element are the input elements, label elements, or field set elements. However, you can technically put in any elements you like. The form opening tag can take certain attributes. It can take the action attribute, which takes a URL that will take care of the form submission, as well as the method, which takes the HTTP method to submit the form. Don't worry about this for now, as this is an advanced topic we will cover later. All you need to know for now is that the input with the type submit is how you would essentially trigger the action attribute with the method attribute to submit form data when you wish. The input element with the type submit generally does not need a label element associated with it. This is unlike an email input, for example, which would benefit from having a label element. In the next section, we are going to look at the other types of input types, as well as the various attributes that we can use. How an input tag looks and works wholly depends on the type attribute and the value you assign to it. By default, if no type is provided, it will take the form of a text input, so use the text type. Here is a full list of the different types available to us. I'm not going to go through all of them as some will be self-explanatory, but to help you get the gist of how input types work, let's whiz through the most popular ones now. Try to remember them as there will be an exercise straight after this. So let's start with the text input. In fact, the input element, like I said, will default to the text type, even if we don't supply it with a type. So this is an easy one to remember. We can also add other attributes to the text input. For example, we can control what the minimum length of text and or maximum length of text can be with the min length and max length attributes. We can also add a placeholder to provide a hint as to what type of text we want in here. We can also make it required with the required attribute, or we can make it read-only. If we start working with JavaScript, we might want to use the name value of the input so we can work with it in a more readable way. This means that we can send over the value of what we put into the input along with the input's name if we have loads and loads of inputs in our form. In this case, it would be first name and year. Next, let's look at the button type. If we take the input element and assign the type button to it, it will look like this. So a button. At the moment, it of course won't have any functionality, but it certainly does look like a button, doesn't it? We can also add a value in order to change the text inside the button too. Another attribute that goes in the button element can be disabled. This will visually disable the button and prevent users from being able to interact with it. Now, what if we switch this to a checkbox type? Well, we get a checkbox visually that we can choose to tick or untick. It can also take a value. However, this time, this is not displayed in the browser, or in other words, on the client side. It is used on the server side so that we can take the value of the checkbox and use it for our computing needs along with the checkbox name. This means that when the form is submitted, the data name value pair will be subscribe newsletter. If no value is supplied, the name value pair would simply be subscribe on if the checkbox is ticked. Next up, let's see what happens if we change this to be a color type. The input element then takes the form of a color picker. As we can see here, we can click on the element and then drag the cursor to select a color, which will generate an RGB value for it, or a HSL value, or a hex value. We can also choose what color we want to start on by assigning a value to the input element. Now, let's move on to the date type. By supplying the date type, we are creating an input that looks like this. So essentially a date picker for the year, month, and day when active in supporting browsers. This input is fun as we can of course set a default value using the value attribute, but we can also set a min and max date. This means you will not be able to select dates in the date picker outside of this range. And if we change this to datetime local, an option to select the time will show up too. Next up, let's look at the email type. Now, this might look like a normal text input, but it has certain validation parameters, meaning it won't accept the field unless you give it a @ sign and a domain. We can actually change these validation parameters by using the pattern attribute and using regex. Regex or regular expressions are rules that govern which sequence of characters come up in a search. There is much to learn on regex, which we will not be covering in this course. But if you would like to know more about how to write these rules, please check it out in the link below. In addition to the pattern attribute, we can also have other attributes such as max length, min length, multiple for multiple email addresses, and placeholder for displaying some placeholder text. Next up, we have the radio type. You might be thinking, hold on, this is just the checkbox type but a circle. Well, there is one big difference. Only one radio button in a given group can be selected at any point in time. This is different to the checkbox, in which you can select multiple checkboxes. Here is what a group of radio inputs can look like and behave like. We can even give them label elements and link them to the respective input with the for attribute, which correlates to the radio element's ID. The range input is another fun one, in that it has this cool slider. We can set a min and max range for the slider, as well as hardcode the value it is currently at with the value attribute. If we want to increment the slider to our biggest steps, we can do that, quite literally with the step attribute too. And finally, the last input type I want to show you is the submit type, which we briefly touched on already. Just like the button type, we can change the text in the button using the value attribute. However, we should only use the submit type to actually trigger submitting the form. The form element and the input with the type submit are linked. If you want to have other uses for the button inside the form and write your own custom JavaScript, such as to update the value of an input dynamically or select something, I would suggest using the button type. And that's it. We have just covered the most popular input types. Let's move on with some exercises. Okay, so welcome to the part where we're going to practice everything we have learned so far in the last section on inputs in order to really hone in our skills all about inputs. So we're going to have 3 exercises. We're going to have to replicate what we see visually with code. So to do this, let's create a kind of scratchpad that we're going to work with. So all I'm going to do on my desktop is create a project that I'm going to call classwork. So there we go. There we have our classwork folder. And now let's open it up in VS Code. So go over to VS Code and find that project. So go ahead and find it on your desktop, click on it and open it up. Okay, great. And now what do? Well, we need to create our index HTML file. So go ahead and create an index HTML file, making sure to use the HTML extension, okay? So that code editor knows to treat this as an HTML file. And there we go. Step 2 is going to be to add the boilerplate code. So please paste some in from a previous project. And let's just call this Scratchpad for now. Great. Please go ahead and save this file. Now let's open it in the browser by grabbing the path and pasting it in the browser, like we've been doing so far. Great. Now that we have that done, let's continue. So now that our setup is done, let's have a look at the exercises that we need to replicate. So for exercise 1, I want you to create an input that will take an email. And it's obviously a company email that takes a certain domain. So please take that into account and also take into account the fact that this has to be an email. So 3 things here, and you also have a placeholder visible. So that is also something you're going to have to add. And of course, we also have a submit button that will submit our attempt at putting in an email. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to leave you to this. I will, however, leave you with the knowledge that all of this has to come in a form element, okay? Otherwise, it will not work as intended when submitting, okay? So here we have the form element. Now, please go ahead and make sure all your work is done in between these 2 tags. So I'm going to leave you here. Please pause here and unpause when you're ready to go through my solution together. Okay, so what I would do is, and of course, this is just my solution. There are many ways to do this. Is first off, I would create an input element. So let's go ahead and create one like so. So it is just one tag like this. And I'm going to go ahead and give this the type of, you guessed it, email. So there we go. So now if we look in the browser and hit refresh, I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger. We have the input with a type of email, right? So it looks like a text type, but we know it has a different semantic meaning and different functionality. So now let's go back as we need to add a few more things into this input element. And also, I'm also going to add a label element as we did see that in the example. And this is for the below input. So let's link it up. And how do we link it up? Using for and ID. So let's add the for attribute to the label and let's add the ID attribute to the input. So let's go ahead and give this the ID of email input. You can go ahead and call it whatever you wish. And now let's grab the ID and just paste it into the for attribute on the label. So now both are linked up. Okay, we've just linked it up using the for and ID attributes. Great. Let's go ahead and add some text into the label. I'm going to just go ahead and put, please use a udemy.com email. Okay, just like so. So now if we look in here, ta-da, the label is now showing up. This is looking good. The next thing I want to work on is the placeholder. So to add a placeholder, I would do this on the input tag. I'm just going to minimize this for us. And I'm going to put placeholder. And I'm just going to put Anya at udemy.com. Of course, I don't work at Udemy, so this is fake. Let's go check this works. And great. We will now see some placeholder text that will be replaced as soon as we start typing. Now, let's go ahead and add something else visually, and that is the submit button. So we know by now that we don't use an actual button. We're going to use an input with a type of submit, and that input will trigger submitting the form, as both are linked. So let's go ahead and put an input with a type of submit. So just like that, and refresh the page in order to see it. As a default, the value of this is submit, but we can change it with the value attribute. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to put that in like so. Okay, so there we go. However, right now I can go ahead and put Dan at dansworld.com and sign in, and that will submit. Okay, so that has technically worked. It is refreshed. It's technically submitted. We haven't put any extra functionality at the moment. So our form by default is just refreshing the page. But we know that we need this to be a Udemy address, right? So we would like an error message showing up. To do this, we need to add the pattern attribute. So my pattern attribute, well, I'm just going to add the string of plus@udemy.com. And now I am saying that I want the domain to be udemy.com for the email. I'm just going to space this out so it looks a little bit more readable at the moment. Okay, so just go ahead and do the same. Great. So we have just added the pattern. Make sure there's a dot there. Let's check it out. So now I'm just going to refresh this page to load the changes and type dan@dansworld.com and try to sign in. We get that error message. So there we go. We have essentially blocked other email addresses from signing up. Just like when we do a D, that won't work. It will say there's no email present. So now we've officially made some validation happen on our email. Great. So the form is not submitting, it's not refreshing, so we are being stopped from signing in. Wonderful. So we have now completed exercise 1. This is how I would solve it. However, if you have done it another way, then please do share that with me on Twitter. I would absolutely love to see. Okay, so look forward to seeing your solutions over there. In the meantime, let's move on to exercise number 2. In exercise 2, I would like you to build this range input that will essentially allow us to increment the steps by 20 in order to get from 0 to 100% of this range. Okay, so that's all I would like you to do for this exercise. Please go ahead and do this. Once again, the min value will be 0 and the max value will be 100, and I want the increment to be in 20s. In addition to this, I would like the default to start right here. Okay, so make sure to make that happen as well as add a label to the input. So please go ahead and do this. And once you are happy with your solution, we'll go through a solution together. Okay, so first off, I would just start off by putting an input element and assigning it the type of range. So a range that is very smooth in its movement. So there's a few things that we need to change. So we need this to increment in 20. So let's go ahead and add the attribute of step with the value of 20. So that if we now refresh our page, our range input will now look and behave like this. So not as smooth, but it's incrementing in 20. So let's carry on. The next thing I want to do is just give it a min and a max value. So I'm going to send min to be 0 and max to be 100. So just like this. If we actually change this to be an 80, well, I'm just going to show you what happens. Our step that increments in 20 has 4 steps, as 4 times 20 makes 80. So there's 4 steps, but we want this to be 100. So let's just go back and change it to be 100. Great. So as default, this will be 100, but I just wanted to emphasize that by putting it here. Next, I also want to code these start values. So I want this to be at 20 because I want it to appear around about here. So that's exactly where it is. I've just hard-coded 20. And finally, let's just give it a label. So I'm just going to use the label element for this by creating a label element and then putting in some text. This text is going to be volume. And now let's link the label to the input using the for and ID attributes. So for, I'm going to put volume input, and for the ID, I'm going to put the same, so volume input. So great, they are now linked. So we've done it. We have our input. It's looking exactly like the exercise at the beginning. Now, you should actually put this in a form element like I said. So if you want to submit this eventually, 2 things you will need are the form element like so as a wrapping element, as well as the input with the type of submit. Okay, so if you would like to submit the value of this input with the type of range, those 2 things will be needed. Great. So this looks great. I hope you've enjoyed this exercise. Please do share your solution with me on Twitter via the link below. If you've done this another way, I would absolutely love to see. And finally, for the third and final exercise, I want you to essentially build out this form that will allow us to pick one of the three options about how our experience was at a theme park. So this is what I want you to build. You're going to have to think of a way to pick out one option out of a bunch of options and then submit it via a form. So please think about this. Pause here, and I'm excited to see how you do this by yourself and then go through a solution together. So see you in a bit. Okay, so what I would do is, well, here we have our form. First off, I'm just going to create an H1 element, okay, because this was bigger than a label. So I'm going to use the H1 element for this, and I'm going to put, how was your time at Happy Land? Okay, so that's what my H1 element is going to look like. Now, we can have this in the form. That is absolutely fine, okay? So I've decided to put it in the form. And next, we need to decide what kind of input type we're going to use for the multiple choices. The type I'm going to use is radio. Why radio and why not checkbox? This is because radio will allow us to choose one of the three options and not allow us to select multiple options, like the checkbox type. So in the input, I'm of course going to have the type radio, but I'm also going to give it a label. The label is going to say bad, and I'm going to link it to the above input with the for and ID attributes. So let's link them up by the same name. Let's have bad input, and let's put the ID as bad input as well. Great. So there we go. And for good measure, I'm just going to give this a name just in case, in the future we want to link this up to JavaScript. We don't really need to do this now, but I think it's good practice to start adding names to these types of inputs. So as a name, I'm just going to give this the name of experience, okay? Because it's all related to one experience. So well done if you chose to add that name attribute there. You're really thinking about the future. So let's check out what this looks like at the moment. Great. So we've got our bad input. Let's create another input. So let's go ahead and use the input element and create a label for it. This is going to say, okay, let's link them up using the for and ID attributes. And I'm going to put okay input here and give this the ID of okay input. Great. Now let's also give this the type of radio, and let's essentially link it to the other input by the name attribute of experience. Okay, so once again, when it comes to JavaScript, this will be important for when we want to essentially get the value of our inputs from the type radio. In addition to having this name attribute for when it comes to work with JavaScript, we're also going to have to give both of these a value. So remember, a key value pair made up of the name and value. So I'm just going to give the top one the value bad and the second one the value okay. Wonderful. Once again, these are important for the key value pair, but when we start working with JavaScript, it's not really necessary now, so if you don't add them, don't worry. And now the final input, let's go ahead and create that input element. Let's go ahead and create a label element. This one's going to have the text of good, and let's link them up with the for and ID attributes. Let's call this good input and give this the ID of good input and give this a type radio. And again, give it the name of experience and value of good. Wonderful. We are now done. So this is how it looks like on the radio inputs. We can also have one checked as a default if we want, simply by adding the checked attribute. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it on this one. And that will mean that this one is checked by default. And of course, we can change it. And we are not selecting multiple ones, as you will notice right now. Great. The final thing we need to do is just add an input with a type of submit that has the visual appearance of a button, but essentially will allow us to submit this form if we click on it, along with the value of the one we chose, and hopefully in the future when we hook this up in JavaScript. And there we go. Once again, I hope you had fun with these exercises. Please do share them with me on Twitter because I would love to see what you have done with yours. Otherwise, let's continue. In this next section, we're going to talk about the select element in order to create one ourselves. The select element allows us to select an option from a drop-down menu and looks like this. So we have the select element, which we will name with the name attribute for when we want to pick it out with our JavaScript. And then we have all these option elements nested inside of it. Now, each option element has a value, again, for when we need to pick it out with our JavaScript. And then the text of what we want to see visually in the browser in between the two option tags. The select element is usually accompanied by a label element, which is linked to the select element with the for and ID attributes. So that is the code for writing a select dropdown, and this is how it behaves. It is for this reason that it could be wise to have the first option element contain the text, please choose an option, with no value, so just an empty string, to represent nothing being chosen even if we click on it. But this is not required. One other thing we can do is hardcode the selected value by using the selected attribute on the option element. On the select element itself, we can have many attributes. Some of these include the disabled attribute that looks like this, the required attribute, or the multiple attribute to be able to select more than one option. Got it? Good! Now it's time for a little exercise. Okay, so let's get to practicing what we learned in the previous section by building a select dropdown. So this time we're not going to be using snacks. Let's go ahead and recreate what we see on a e-commerce site by having a drop down of sizes. So we're going to have extra small, small, medium, large, extra large, and extra, extra large. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. First off, we're going to start off the label, right? So there we have our label, and this label is going to say select your size, and next under here we're going to have the select, of course. So it's going to have an opening tag and a closing tag, and I'm just going to pause here and ask you to complete the rest of this exercise next. So once again, it's a drop down for an e-commerce site that will allow us to pick sizes for our garment. Okay, pause here and let's go to the solution in a bit. Okay, before we do anything, I'm just going to link up the label to the select with the for and ID attributes. As a reminder, I'm just linking the label to the select with these attributes. So let's make sure that these are the same. I'm going to have size list and size list right here for the ID too. Okay, so there we go. And now let's add some options. So my first option is just going to have the value of blank. I'm just going to leave it a blank string, and this is going to say, please select your option. So there we go. Our first option is essentially a blank value, and our second option is going to have the text extra small. Next, we're going to have another option with a size small, and then we're going to have a third option. Let's actually just paste in a few with medium, large, and extra large. And then one more for extra, extra large. Great. So there we have it. Visually, this will look fine, but we know we have more to do. We need to add a value to this as well, so that when it comes to picking this out in JavaScript, we are prepared. So let's go ahead and give this the value. So I'm just going to give this a readable value for when we need to pick this out later on, and it's just going to be the string XS. This value, I'm going to give the value of S. Here, I'm going to put an M. For this one, I'm just going to put an L. For this one, I'm going to put the value of XL. And you guessed it, for the last one, I'm just going to put the value of XXL. And there we go. So this is looking good. And for good measure, we know we need to give the select a name. And let's go ahead and call this sizes. So once again, this is for eventually picking it out with JavaScript. So now if we look in here, we can select our size and we can see the options. Now, if I was to change this to be extra small, like so, and save, you will see that that has changed. However, I'm just going to put that back to the way it was. If I put extra small here, nothing will change, okay? Once again, this is because this is for our JavaScript and should actually technically be written as one word or two words connected by a dash in order for this value to get picked up, okay? So there we go. That is some knowledge for you for when it comes to picking stuff up with our JavaScript later on. And wonderful. So that is our select exercise done. I hope you enjoyed it. Let's move on. Now, I just want to take a quick break to talk to you about the Inspect tool. Google Chrome's Inspect tool can give us a lot of information about what is going on in our browser. In fact, it can show us exactly what code we are sending to the browser and in what state. I'm going to show you how to inspect this browser, so our browser right here, now. So here we are back on our select exercise that we just did, and here is the select dropdown that we just made. Now, if I go ahead and left click on the browser while pressing Control on my laptop, you will see this show up. I'm simply going to click on the Inspect tool in order to get up this Inspect tool for us. This will show us many tabs, including the Elements tab, which will show us the elements making up our web page that we are viewing. As you will see, this is exactly our document that we are working on. So you will see the HTML element, you will see the title element that we gave our document, and you will also see the body tag in which we added a label element and the select element with all the options that we just coded just right here. So this is pretty cool, and we can now hover over so we can choose to select items in our browser, which will show us exactly which element we are selecting, or we can select them here. So just click off that and select maybe this label, and this will show you that label in the browser along with the size of that element, along with any styling that has been applied to it. At the moment, there has not been any styling added by us. This is just the default styling under the Styles tab. What is also cool is that we get a console. We will not be using this now, but we will be using this in the JavaScript section very heavily. So just keep that in mind. So this is the Inspect tool. It's really useful for us as developers now, and especially in the future. Now, I feel like I've saved this one to show you as I am really fond of the data attribute, and I want to talk to you about how you can make custom-ish attributes. To give us flexibility, HTML5 allows us to store extra information on standard HTML elements using the data attribute. The syntax for it looks like this. We can, of course, have data, or we can have data dash and put in whatever word we want to make a custom attribute. Now, why would we want this? Well, we can have a div that's styled like a card. So here we go. Here is my div styled like a card. Okay, so I can't wait to show you how to style stuff in the CSS part of this course, but for now, just stick with me. Now, say I want to flip this card and display some text, such as a question and two possible answers. We can actually store that information on the div itself without actually visually seeing it. We would do so like this. So we can have data question, data option 1, or data option 2. So now that information is stored on the div, but we can't see it with our eyes on the div. So for example, we can store a data question attribute that says what color are the carrots. Okay, we can also store another attribute. So let's have data dash option 1, which will give us an option of, let's say, blue. And then we can also have data option 2 that will give us a second option as well that we are storing on that element. Let's go with orange. So that's a lot of information. That's custom information that I am essentially putting on an element. Now, with the magic of JavaScript, we can then get these attributes and show them in the div on the click of the element. but we will leave that magic for when the time is right. Now, it is also worth noting that this information is not fully secret and is still on the client. We just can't see it visually. However, if we inspect the browser like we just learned and look at the HTML document that makes it up, we can see that information here. If you really want something to be hidden, you would have to store it on a server and retrieve it when you need. In this section, I'm going to talk to you about how you can add little notes in your code that won't affect anything in the browser. But why do this? Well, as developers, we might want to annotate things we have done, things we need to do, or simply leave notes for another developer that comes along in the form of an explainer or to-do action item. For beginners, I would strongly recommend annotating, or in other words, adding pseudocode as often as possible. All you need to do is make sure the text you want to add is in between these. You can add this manually, or in VS Code, you can highlight the text and press Command/. So for example, here we have some code. If I wanted to add a reminder on the form that I want to add another input, I could simply write some text that says to do, and then I would comment it out by highlighting the code and pressing Command/. on VS Code. So that's what I've done, or you can manually add the characters you see at the beginning and end of this line. Another thing you can do, as mentioned, is put reminders. So add code to yourself. So for example, here I'm going to put remember. The pattern can take regex. Google this later. So this is great for, as a beginner, you can leave yourself little notes about what certain parts of code does, or little reminders about what we learned in that lesson. So once again, to comment this out, just highlight it all and press Command/. on VS Code. And finally, we can also add little reminders to other developers too. So for example, if you're sharing this code base with someone and you think they might not know the intention of some code that you put, you could leave them a note. So for example, I have put this input will trigger the action on the form when provided, because of course we have not provided an action on this form, but at least this lets someone know that we have thought about it. Okay, great. So there we go. Hopefully this was useful. That is how you can comment out code so that it's not visible in the browser. And that's it for the HTML section. Let's recap what we have learned. So we learned what exactly HTML is, or hypertext markup language, and how we can use it. We also learned how to create our first HTML page using the correct anatomy and use it to create a recipe page together using popular text elements. We then learned about how to navigate between pages or do different things altogether, as well as about semantic sectioning in elements. We also learned about the versatile div, which is essentially a great shell to create anything, and use our knowledge to create a table tennis leaderboard. After that, we looked at forms and input options, as well as how to create our own custom-ish attributes. Phew! So we learned a lot. Now, where to go next? Well, I would really strongly recommend going over everything we have learned so far and try build out another recipe page. Okay, so this time perhaps a different recipe than the one we previously did, and add it to your portfolio. Next, I would try build a Wikipedia page clone. So similar to the format of the table tennis leaderboard, I would like you to use your knowledge of everything you've learned so far in order to build a Wikipedia page. Next, I would also like you to try practice your Googling. We did a little bit of practicing Googling so far in this tutorial, but you're going to be needing it a lot more as you progress as a developer. In CSS especially, there are many properties and attributes that exist, so being able to Google them correctly is definitely a skill that we should acquire. If you have time, I would also suggest looking at the remaining HTML elements that we did not look at in this course. As mentioned at the beginning, there are over 100. So please take some time here if you want to familiarize yourself with the ones that we did not cover. I do think most are pretty self-explanatory, so if you don't want to do this, don't worry. Next, I would suggest also playing around the inspector that we are now acquainted with. Please go ahead and search random pages on the internet and inspect them using the tool, seeing what they have under the hood. And finally, let's get ready for some CSS. This part is going to be great as we're actually going to learn how to make stuff look pretty in our browsers. So, see you there. Congratulations! You made it to the next part of the course in which we are going to learn how to make things pretty. We are going to do this thanks to cascading style sheets, or CSS for short. While we use HTML to give our web pages structure and semantic meaning, CSS is used to essentially manipulate the elements by styling them up. It's what I can use to give this meaningless div a width, a height, some color, and a border radius to make it a circle, and then some animation to make it float up and down. We can also use it to style fonts by changing their size, color, spacing, as well as many other things. CSS is considered to be a programming language and looks totally different to the syntax we have been learning so far. So let's wipe our slates clean and start learning something new. Here is an example of some CSS you would see. So here we are picking out the body element on our HTML document and giving it a background color. Okay, we are giving it a background color of coral. And next we are picking out the H1 element in our HTML document and giving it the color of white, as well as picking out the paragraph element and making it italic. So in other words, CSS consists of a selector and declaration blocks which have a property and a value, so a property value pair, finished off by some semicolons. We can have many declaration blocks. As long as they are in between the two curly braces, they will be applied to the selector. CSS selectors essentially go into an HTML document and look for any HTML elements we want to style. So, for example, if I add another H1 element to my website, it will adopt the exact same styling in this case, as we have said that we want all the H1 elements in my web document to have this styling. If you do not want this to happen, it might be worth considering giving each of the H1 elements a different class. So, for example, if I give this the class of homepage title and this the class of about me title, I can style the two headings completely differently. All we would need to do is pick out the element by the class this time, and to do this we use the dot in front of the class name. This is the same for picking out elements based on their ID. We would assign an ID attribute to the element and pick it out using the hash this time. However, the CSS ID selector should not be given to more than one element on a web page. It should be unique, whereas the CSS class selector can be used on many elements. Phew! If this is still not making much sense now, don't worry, we are going to be practicing CSS selectors throughout this section, along with having a play around with the most popular CSS properties and animations. Now, there really are a lot of these. In fact, here's a full list of the CSS properties that exist at time of writing. And that's not even counting animations and the variations you can create using different values. So a lot. In this section, I'm going to show you how to store your CSS in a way that will benefit you in terms of making your life easier and your code more readable. We're going to keep all of our styling in a separate file. So let's go ahead and get our VS Code up. And I'm just going to open up my portfolio that we have been working on from the previous section. So please go ahead and click on that here, or use the drop down to open it up as we did before. So I'm just going to go ahead and click here, and that will bring up my portfolio. Now, I'm just going to minimize these pages and shut down the pages directory as well as the images directory or folder, because we're going to create another folder. So making sure you're on the root of the project, so on the same level as the index.html file, pages and images, I'm going to create a new folder or directory called CSS. just like so. And in here, we're going to create a file, and that file is going to be called styles CSS. Okay, so there we go. We have now created a styles CSS file. The next thing we need to do is actually link this up to our index HTML file first. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to do so using the link tag. So just like so, we just need one. It's a self-closing tag, and we are going to give this the attribute of rel style sheet. And now we just need to get the path to our style sheet. So we're going to use href, and then we're going to go into our CSS folder. So CSS, you should remember how to do this from the HTML section. And we're going to get the styles CSS file. So great. We have now linked the file we have made to our index HTML file. So make sure that is in between these two head tags. So now any styling that we write in here will be applied to this document. Wonderful. Now, to link the other pages, well, how would we do this? This should be a refresher from your previous lessons on how to work with folders and documents in a project. So once again, we're going to get the link tag. We're going to add rel style sheet, and then the href. This time, as we are in this directory, we're going to have to go out of the directory. So to go back, we put 2 dots, and then we're going to go into the CSS folder, and then we're going to get the styles CSS file like that. Okay, so let's do the same for the contact.html. So once again, we're going to use link, and then we're going to add rel style sheet, and we're going to link it up. So once again, because we're in the pages directory, we have to go back one, and then we go into this CSS folder, and then we get the styles.css file. So now all 3 of our HTML pages are linked up to this one style sheet. Wonderful. So I'm just going to minimize these 2 for now, and let's just work on the index HTML page. Now, before we move on, I just want to cover that we can actually also add internal CSS to an HTML document and inline CSS. I wouldn't really recommend this as it can make things very messy, but at the same time, I don't want you to be confused if you come across CSS being written in this way. Internal CSS simply means that instead of linking to a CSS file, I can just whack the CSS in between the 2 style tags like so. And inline CSS means that we can add styles to individual elements by using the style attribute and pasting in the style. I'm not going to go into this in more detail as I feel a knowledge of this existing is good enough. I would like to focus on the better practice of writing all our CSS externally to the HTML file in a separate CSS file. Let's do this from now on in the next sections. So, by now, we know that we can pick out HTML elements to style in our CSS file by literally picking out the element, or by assigning a class to that element, or by assigning an ID to that element. If we pick out the H1 element and give it some styling, this will be applied to all the H1 elements in the document. I can give the H1 elements a color, which can be one of the predefined colors based by the color name, or I can give it a RGB, hex, HSL, RGBA, or HSLA value. We will learn more about these later on. I can also give my H1 element a size to override the default size it is given. We will be using pixels in this course. However, just like with the colors, there are many other options you can choose from for units. You can choose pixels, which are relative to the viewing device, meaning that 1 pixel is 1 device pixel, or in other words, tiny little square that makes up your display. We also have centimeters, millimeters, in for inches, PT for points, and PC for pickers, which, to be honest, aren't really used that much. It's much more common to see relative lengths used. This means that the units will scale better when being shown on different devices or mediums. This includes the EM, EX, CH, REM, VW, VH, VMin, VMax, or percentage units. Once again, just to recap, I will be using pixels for this course. However, if you'd like to do your own research into these others and have a go at using them, then that choice is totally up to you. Next, I can also use the text align property to center my text. All I would have to do is use text align and assign the value of center. Just like with most of programming, there are many ways to center text, however, so just keep that in mind. Now, what if I think this font is ugly? I can easily go ahead and change it using the font family property and assign the value of Helvetica. Easy! As you progress on your web developer journey, you might see a font followed by a few other fonts. This is done as a backup for in case the browser cannot process the first font you have chosen. In other words, the font is not compatible with the browser. If that is the case, the second font will be used, or if that one fails, the third. The third is usually one of the more reliable fonts out there. Other things we can do are make the font italic, underlined, or all capital, as well as many other things. So, now that we have that covered, let's try this out in our code editors. So for this, I'm just going to get up our scratch pads. So let's shut this down and open up our classwork project. So I'm just going to open this up like so, and there we go. So once again, this time, let's go ahead and create a directory called CSS. Let's also in it put a styles CSS file, and then let's link up this styles CSS file to the index HTML file. So we're going to do so by writing link and then rel style sheet, and then the href, well, once again, we need to go into the CSS folder and get the styles CSS file. Okay, so just make sure to have that code in here, making sure that the styles CSS file is in the directory called CSS. Otherwise, this will not work. Wonderful. Okay, so now what if I want you to create this image right here? Okay, so we have a heading that is centered and green on a background that is yellow with a paragraph that is underlined. So how would you do this? Well, first off, I'm just going to help you with this. Let's add the elements that we need. So we need an h1 tag saying I am a heading. And then we also need a p tag that says I am a paragraph. Okay? So now have a think about this. What do we need to do to select all the h1 tags and give them the styling of green, so the color of green, and select all the paragraph tags in this document in order to make them underlined, as well as change the color of the body. So think about the selectors you need, and once you are ready to try that out, just head over to your CSS file and start adding that CSS code. Please pause here while you do this, and once you're ready to go through the solution, just unpause the video and we'll go through it together. Okay, so first off, I would grab the body. So I'm literally grabbing the body tag from here. Okay, I'm writing the body element, and I'm going to say that I want the background color to be yellow, making sure to have that semicolon at the end. Next up, I would grab all the h1 tags. I'm going to grab all of them and use the color attribute this time. Okay, not background color, but color for text is the one that we need to use, and make it green. So all h1 elements will now be green in color, and let's center them. So I'm going to use text align center to do that. And finally, the paragraph. So the paragraph, well, we said that we want this to be underlined. So I'm going to go text decoration underline, and let's also center it to match the image. Wonderful. So now if we get the path to this and open it up in our browsers, ta-da! This is what you should be seeing in your browser right now. Okay, so this is looking good. Hopefully you've got that solution as well. Now that we've started some text, I think we're ready to carry on. So we have already briefly looked at the class selector in the CSS Introduction video, but let's start with the basics first. So as we saw in the previous lesson, we can pick out elements in CSS and style them up. So we can literally pick out the body tag and give it the background color of blue. So once again, the body is the selector, and then we give it a declaration. Well, we can also pick out elements by class names. Before I go into this, let's actually get up our code editors and change the color of our web page to actually be blue. Okay, so here we are on our classwork directory. I'm just going to pick out this whole element, and to pick it out, I just get this part right here. Don't get the tags. Just double check that your style sheet is linked. And now in here, I'm just going to paste that in. So just grab that body like so, and then get up your curly braces and let's write a declaration. My declaration is going to consist of the background color CSS property. So this is one that exists. And then I'm just going to put the color blue. Okay, so great. And now if we save this file and look in our browsers, that should be blue. Amazing. And if you have your inspect tool up under elements, you can also see that that body, here is our body, has the background color of blue applied. I can uncheck it or check it. That is totally up to you. Okay, that will not change anything in here. We're just kind of messing about with it on the browser. Wonderful. So that is something I can do. Next, I also want to show you how to pick things out using the CSS class selector. The CSS class selector essentially matches elements based on the content of their class name. We essentially look for a class name in the document and pick it out, letting our file know it's a class name by adding this dot right here. Dot means class name. Let's check this out once again in code. So this time, I'm just going to add a P element like so. Okay, so there we have our P element. If I refresh this, you won't see anything for now because the P element doesn't really contain anything, but we know it's there thanks to our inspect tool. I'm going to go ahead and give this P element some text. So I am a paragraph. Okay, and I want this to show up 3 times. So now if I look in here, you will see that 3 times. However, if I just want to style the first one differently, I can give it a class name. So I'm going to go ahead and give this the class name of info, okay? Because I want this paragraph to be for information, so I want to style it up differently. If we refresh this, you will see that class name has been applied to the first P element. So now I can pick out this whole element by just the class name. So let's grab that and let's whack it in here. And we need to add a dot to let this know that we're looking for a class of info. So an element with the class of info. And I'm just going to change the color of the font. And I'm going to make it white. Okay. So if we save that and now refresh, that first paragraph is now white. Great. That class has been applied. I can also reuse this class name. So what I can do is add that class to the second paragraph element as well, and that will work. Amazing. One other thing we can do is add 2 classes. So I'm going to add another class of main here. So that's one class and another class. They are separated by a space. Okay, so save that. And I'm going to grab the class, so dot of main, and I'm just going to change the font size of this, and I'm going to make it 20 pixels. So save that. And now this element, because it has the class of info and the class of main, those 2 styles have been applied to that first element. Just the class of info has been applied to the second element, and this one just has the default styling. Great. So I hope that makes sense. Let's move on to looking at ID selectors next. In the same way we can pick out elements by their class names, we can also pick out elements by their IDs. in HTML, we can assign elements IDs. Each ID should be unique to the element. We saw us assigning IDs to elements when we needed to scroll to them earlier in the HTML module. Well, we can also use IDs to style elements if we want. So here, for example, we have given an element the ID of submit button. If we wanted to pick this out in our CSS file, I would pick out that name and use the hash to tell our file we are looking for an ID. So hash means ID. Here, essentially, I am looking for an element, any element with the ID of submit button. So I can apply the styling. Okay? Let's have a look at this in code. So here on my empty scratch pad, I'm just going to make a button just like so. And let's go ahead and put click me, just like in the example. Now, imagine we have other buttons on here. Okay, so we have all these 3 buttons, and if we look in our browser, we should see them like so. I just want to pick out the first one so that I can give it a color. So I can do this by an ID. I'm just going to go ahead and call this submit button, as this is the button that I want to submit things. So we can, have the submit button here, and these buttons are for other things. So maybe like update, and then we have change. So now in order to pick out this third button, the very last button, I'm just going to show you that this ID has been applied to that third one. I'm going to go ahead and grab this ID name. So that is what I want to get. And I'm going to just paste it in here like so. I need to specify that we're looking for an element with the ID of submit button. And then I'm just going to go ahead and put background color red. So let's save that and refresh. And amazing. We have now given this button, the button with the ID of submit button, a background color of red. Got it? Good. Okay, we can have IDs and class names on buttons. So if you want to add a class name to this as well, you can. And then both those stylings should be applied. But I'm not going to for this session. Okay, so that is IDs. I hope you have learned something new, because next is time for a little pop quiz. In this lesson, I want to quickly show you how to add annotations to your CSS files without affecting the code you have written. Now, you might remember we did this in the HTML part of this course in order to add notes for ourselves or add notes for other developers. We did so by adding this syntax right here around the text in order for it not to affect the code written. Now, in CSS, we cannot use this syntax. In CSS, we need to use the /* and then the * to close off our commenting. So that is the syntax. So once again, let's test this out in our code editors. Okay, so here we are back on our Scratchpad in the classwork folder. Now you can use the commented out CSS to add notes. So for example, you can leave notes to yourself. That text align will center text, for example, and then you just use the /* and then end this with the */. Okay, so that's all you will need to do. There are some shortcuts on code editors as well that you can use. Okay, so that's one reason for commenting out code. Another reason is that you might want to leave to-do notes for other people. So to-do, add color of purple to the P elements. Okay, and once again, let's comment this out. So /* */. One other thing you can do is simply comment this out. So on VS Code, you can actually press Command / to do this quickly as a shortcut, and you could comment out certain block decorations to see what this looks like without the styling applied. Okay, so those are some use cases for you. Let's continue. So once again, to recap, here are some things that we can use for commenting out CSS. We can do it to leave notes for ourselves. We can also do it to add to-dos in our CSS files, as well as add notes for other developers. Great, let's carry on. In this section, I'm going to talk to you about the CSS box model. The box model refers to, quite literally, a box that exists around every HTML document. It looks like this and consists of the content itself, so the bit in blue, and then a border, okay, so the bit in yellow. Now, in between the content and the border, so the blue and the yellow, we can add padding to space out the content from the border itself. We can also add a margin, so the bit in orange, that will space out the border along with anything in it from all other elements on the page. Got it? Let's go over that again. So to do this, let's get up our code editors. Okay, so here we are again on VS Code. As you can see, I have two elements in between my body tags. They are the H1 element and the P element for the paragraph element. Now, if we go to our browsers and view the index.html file in the browser, and then all I'm going to do is inspect the browser. So this is something that we learned in the HTML section. As a refresher, just press Control, left click on the screen and inspect this page. And this should pop up to your right. Now, if we look in the body, you'll see those two elements again. So as you can see here, there's already some shading happening here around the H1 tag and the P tag. Now, if we go down here and click on computed, you will see what I mean. You'll see the content. So that is the content. The H1 tags content is there. The padding around this, well, there is no padding on the H1 element. So the thing is showing up. The border, there is no border either. And the margin. So there is a margin applied. The margin is actually 21.44 pixels on the top and the bottom. Now, if we click on the paragraph tag, you will see the same. So you'll see the dimensions of the content. So the dimensions that the paragraph element is taking up, the padding of which there's none, the border of which there's none, and a margin, which is 16 pixels at the top and bottom. So this is the box model in a nutshell. We can also have a look. Let's go ahead and look at maybe Google's homepage and inspect this and other elements and their box models. So for example, this time I'm going to use this tool right here, and let's go ahead and maybe select this element, so this tile of my Instagram, and then go down to the computed, and you will see the Instagram A tag has the dimensions of 112 pixels by 112 pixels. If I go into this even further and get the tile, you will see that the tile icon, so the div with the class of tile icon, has the dimensions of 48 by 48 and a margin at the top of 16 pixels. Okay, so please, now that you know how to do this, have a mess around with this, look at different web pages on the internet, or perhaps have a play around with your own web page and create different elements and see what kind of default styling they have in terms of margin, border, and padding. Once you are happy understanding the default styling that comes with certain elements, also know that you can manipulate this. So for example, if I want to change the padding and border on the heading, I would simply do so like this. I would go border, and let's make the border 2 pixels wide, solid and black. And then let's also change the padding to be 20 pixels. So now if we look in here and refresh, ta-da! You will see here is our heading. We've given it a padding of 20, so all around 20, and a border that's 2 pixels wide, solid and black. The margin has stayed the same. Now, there is a shorthand that I can do. So at the moment, we assign 20 pixels to the padding, which is given padding of 20 all around the element. If I do 20, 20, 0, 0, you will see that the padding has been applied to the top, to the right, and 0 to the bottom, and 0 to the left. Okay, so that is something you can do if you want to give different paddings to each of the sides. Starting from the top, moving all the way clockwise to the left. Okay, so 20, 20, 0, 0. You might also see this written as a shorthand, so I can just go like this. So 20 pixels will be applied this time to the top and bottom and 0 to the sides. So, ta-da! You will see there's a padding of 20 at the top and bottom and 0 to the sides. So that is just some in-depth knowledge into how you can manipulate the box model. Once you are comfortable with this, let's continue to the next section. So far, we have looked at how to manipulate the box model in CSS that wraps all HTML elements. In this section, we're going to take that manipulation to the next level to create some basic shapes in CSS. We're going to make a circle, oval, and even this cool rhombus shape. Thanks primary school math for the shape knowledge. So let's do it. I'm going to show you a shape as well as some properties that you can use to manipulate the box model of a div in order to create the shape. Once you've had a go at making the shape, I'm going to show you the solution of how I would make the shape at the end. Please note that there are so many ways you can solve this, so if your solution is different, well done for thinking outside of the box. No pun intended. Okay, so I'm going to start off by making the circle shape, and then you're going to try and make the oval and the rhombus shape using these CSS attributes. Okay, so these are the CSS attributes and some examples of values that they can take. Now, let's get to creating our first shape together. So first off, I'm just going to delete all the styling I have in our Scratchpad, and then go to the index.html page and also delete everything we have in there so we can start from scratch. So the first thing I would do to create my circle shape is just create a div. Now we can pick out the div itself, or we can use class names or IDs. So from our very beginning sections, you might remember that we can pick out elements by their class names. So I'm going to give this the class of circle, which means that to pick this out in my style sheet, I'm going to get the name, and then in here, I'm going to use dot for class names, circle. So this time we are essentially picking out this div. This element was still picking out the div, but this time by its class name. Wonderful. Now to create a circle, well, I'm going to actually have to first create a square. So if we look in here at the moment, so let's refresh this and look in the body, you'll see the div. But a div is like a ghost, remember? It doesn't really have anything. It's malleable, it's beautiful, we can do whatever we want with it. So I'm going to now pick out this div by the class of circle and give it a width. Let's give it a width of 100 pixels. Let's also give it a height of 100 pixels, and let's give it a background color. Okay, so I'm going to give it the background color of, let's go with light green for now. Okay, so if we now look in here, ta-da, we have made a square. Now, to turn this into a circle, I'm going to use the border radius. So I'm just going to use border radius and give it exactly half of the width and height. Okay, so that will now be applied to here, 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 and here, to make it look like a circle. Okay, so that's what we have done. And if we click on here, we will see the styles that have been applied to the div with the class of circle. We could also choose to get rid of some or get rid of these to see what would it look like without these attributes and values. Wonderful. So that is how I would create a circle. Now I want you to go ahead and create an orange oval and a reddish rhombus. Don't worry about getting the color codes exact because we'll be going much more into detail in colors in the sections coming up. So I'm just going to delete this and good luck. Please have a go at solving these, and once you are done, move on to the next lesson. I'll see you there. Okay, so in the last section, I showed you how to create a circle from a div and asked you to create an orange oval and a reddish rhombus. Let's go through the answers now together. Okay, so let's do it. Let's create our oval. So once again, I'm creating a div and I'm going to give this the class of oval so that we can pick it out in our CSS file. So over here, I'm going to use dot to find the class name. Anything with the class name of oval is going to be given this styling, which is going to be, well, I'm going to give this a width of 200 pixels this time. Let's give it a height of 100 pixels. And this time, let's make the background color orange. So there we go. So at the moment, this will just be a rectangle like so. And once again, we need to apply border radius. However, we need to apply border radius that's going to have an elliptical feel to it, right? Because if I just do border radius 50 pixels, it will look like this. That's not really an oval, it's more of a pill shape. So what I am going to do is make my border radius skew just like so. So by using this skew, we're essentially creating an elliptical corner. So hopefully you figured that out by Googling the internet. That was a great example into how to Google. So for example, I probably would have Googled border radius and seen what kind of values it can take in order to create the effect I want. So wonderful. That is how I would create an oval. Next up, let's look at how to create a rhombus. So once again, let's start off by making our div. So I'm just going to clear this out. I'm going to get rid of this and create a div. Let's give this the class of rhombus. And now let's pick out the class of rhombus, making sure to spell rhombus exactly the same way that you did here. So rhombus, rhombus. And now I'm actually going to start off by giving this a height, let's say 100 pixels this time, and a width. Again, I'm just going to go with 100 pixels. Because a rhombus has equal sides. And then I'm going to use transform. And then I'm going to use skew. I'm going to skew it 20 degrees. Okay. And then of course we need to give it a background color. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to give it tomato. So now if we look in here, ta-da! There is our rhombus. And to skew it the other way, I'm just going to do -20. Great. So here we go. And of course, we can use what we learned about margins and padding to move it over a little bit. So margin left, let's go ahead and put 100 pixels. Wonderful. So great. I hope you've had fun in this section. And if you didn't figure out, don't worry. That's why we went through the answers together. If you'd like to pause here and do this section again, then please do. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next lesson. This next section is all about colors. CSS is great, isn't it? We can add colors to elements, we can use gradients to make rainbows, and we can even make things semi-transparent. Ooh! As we now know and have seen, we can add predefined colors to CSS properties. For example, if I got this div and assigned the value of red to the property background color, the div would turn red. But there are also more niche names to our disposal, such as coral. In fact, there are 140 standard color names that we can use. So here we go, here are all the colors. But what if we aren't happy with these 140 colors? The good news is that we can be even more precise with the exact color we are looking for. We can do so using RGB values, hex values, HSL values, and even RGBA values to make things look transparent. Let's look at these and the syntax for using them now. So let's look at red, for example. Now, I can make the same color as red, but using RGB, hex, HSL, and RGBA, which will make it slightly more transparent. We will be going into these in more details in the sections coming up. The beauty of these is that we can change them slightly to make them look a little bit less red, or a little bit more red, or a little bit darker or lighter, maybe a bit more orange, whatever we want. So let's deep dive into this and start by looking at RGB first in a little bit more detail to understand how everything works. In this section, we are going to continue our colors exploration with RGB. The RGB in the RGB value literally stands for the colors red, green, and blue. This makes it super easy to remember that the three parameters it takes are literally red, green, and blue. With each color, we can define the intensity of it from 0 to 255, with 0 being the least intense and 255 being the most intense version of red, blue, or green, and essentially mix and match the three to produce all the colors of the rainbow. This means that to produce red, I would have to set the first parameter of red to be the max of 255, and the green and the blue to 0. Got it? Good. Now, let's have a look at another one. Let's look at making blue. So based on the knowledge that we have, I would have to set red to 0, green to 0, and blue to its max intensity, which is 255. Wonderful. Now, how would you like to try a little exercise? I want you to figure out how I would make these 4 colors. If you would like, get up your code editors and try it out for yourselves in order to get used to creating colors using RGB. So to do this, I'm just going to get out my code editor and I'm just going to create an H1 tag. So I'm just creating an H1 tag in the HTML document in between the 2 body tags. And I'm just going to put in a word here for now. And now back on our CSS, we of course need to pick out this H1 element. So we need a selector. It's going to be H1. We're going to get up our curly braces and then we are going to use the color property because that is how we change titles using the color property. And then we're just going to use RGB and then open up our parenthesis, ready to put in our 3 parameters. And of course, we need to put a semicolon at the end. Great. So please have a go at testing this out in here. We need to make a green, a white, a black, and an orange title. Okay? Don't forget to save your files if you want to see how this looks in the browser, and I'll see you back here. Okay, so hopefully you've had a go at trying to do that for yourselves. If not, please continue. Otherwise, let's carry on. So to make the title green, what I would do is for the red, well, we would put a 0. For the green, we would put 255. And for the blue, we would put 0. So now if we open this up in our code editors, you will see the heading is green. Make sure to refresh that if you haven't already. Now, what about white? White actually takes all the colors of the rainbow, so I'd have to give max 255 for red, max 255 for green, and max 255 for blue. And that will indeed turn my heading white. So there we go, so we can see it. I've just highlighted it for us. And now black, well, that's just the opposite, right? Because it's no colors. So I just put 3 zeros like so, and there we go. And finally, the orange. We can actually use this color wheel and pick out the exact color of orange we want. And that will generate the RGB value for us. So that's a quick tip. I think the orange looks about here. And there we go. We have now created an orange hue. Let's check it out. Amazing. So we have gone ahead and done that. I hope you've learned a lot. Let's continue. In this section, we are going to look at hex colors. Another way we can add color to HTML elements is to use the hexadecimal color, or hex code color for short. The syntax for this is to use a hash followed by 2 values where the integers specify an intensity of red, then 2 values for green, and then 2 values for blue. We specify this intensity with values from 00 to FF, with FF being the most intense. So, for example, hash FF0000 would represent red, and red is set to the highest, so FF, and then the green, which is 0, so 2 zeros, and then the blue, which is also set to 2 zeros. Okay? Got it? Let's have a look at making blue. So once again, using the RGGBB approach, we would set 0, 0 for red and 0, 0 for green, FF being the highest intensity for blue, leaving us with the color blue. Got it? Good. Let's try another exercise, so similar to the one we just did. However, now we're going to make it with hex codes. So once again, let's try this out in our code editors. So let's go over to our code editors and let's get rid of this RGB because we're going to have to use the syntax for writing hex codes, which, as we know, starts with a hash and it's going to take 6 values. The first 2 representing red, the third and fourth representing blue, and the fifth and sixth representing green. So good luck. Let's start with making green first and then white, black, and orange. And I'll see you here in a bit. Please have a go at doing this yourself and unpause when you're ready to go through the solution with me together. Okay, so I hope you've had time to do that. If you haven't, please continue pausing. Otherwise, let's continue. So to make green, well, I would need to put 2 zeros to represent red, FF to represent the highest version of green, and 0, 0 to represent blue. And finish it off with a semicolon. So as you can see, the green has been generated here. And if I look in the browser, the heading is green also. Now let's do white. So as we know, this takes the highest value of red, the highest value for green, and the highest value for blue. So 6 Fs, and we can also shorten it to be a shorthand for 3 Fs like so, representing red, green, and blue. And of course black, so we know that there is no color in the red, no color in the green, and no color in the blue. And once again, let's use the shorthand for it. So there we go. We can see a black has been generated. And of course, if you want to check it out here, there we go. Now the color wheel, if we click on here, we can actually change it to be hex. And then again, we could just pick out the correct shade of orange that we want. Great. Save that file, refresh the page, and wonderful. So that is how I would work with hex colors. I hope you've learned a lot. Let's continue. Okay, wonderful. So I hope that makes sense and I hope you're comfortable using hex code colors. Another thing you might see, and I just want to quickly touch on, is that only 3 values can be used. This is essentially a shorthand for when the double values that represent a color are repeated. So for example, if we have 880088, we can shorten it to 808. Or if we have 2277AA, we can shorten it to 27A. Now, for the curious, there is much more to how the hexadecimal colors work. As you might have noticed, we are using a mixture of numbers and letters in order to create colors. To be precise, this is the numbers 0 to 9 and then the letters A to F. This means that any character can be represented by these 16 values. Hence the word hexadecimal, right? This means that if you have 2 values, the amount of possible combinations between 16 values and 16 values is huge. You can make 256 unique 2-digit values because 16 multiplied by 16 is 256. So hold on, this is very similar to RGB, in which we can use a value from 0 to 255. Coincidence? I think not. So, if we have, for example, 4C, 8E, D5 in hex, we can actually convert this to RGB. We would do this by looking at the RGB values, so split it out. So we know that the first 2 are for red, so 4C is for red, and then 8E is for green, and then the D5 represents the blue. So if we do 4 multiplied by 16 and then add 12, because C is the 12th, it's the 12th in here amongst these 16 if you count from 0, and that gives us 76. So let's whack in 76 as the first parameter into our RGB code. Okay, so now let's do the same for getting the green value. So 8 multiplied by 16, and then E is the 14th in our list of digits. So we add 14, and that gives us 142. And now let's do the blue. So D5, so D is the 13th in our list of characters, multiplied by 16, plus 5 gives us 213. So great. So we have our RGB value. We have the 3 parameters to make it up. So we have our red, blue, and our green. Now let's test it out in our code editor to see if it's indeed the same as the hex color. In this next section, we're going to have some fun with opacity in colors. So we have looked at 2 popular ways to add colors in CSS. We can also make these colors transparent if we want. So we can make them 90% opaque or 15% opaque. It really is up to us. We can do so using RGBA and HSLA. I'm going to look at the RGBA way to do things for this course, but please be aware of the existence of the HSLA approach too. The A in RGBA symbolizes the alpha channel and in turn controls the opacity of the color. So essentially by adding a 4th letter, so RGBA, we are also adding a 4th parameter, in which we can add either a 0 for the color to be fully transparent, so 0 opacity, or a 1, which means it will be a block color. This means that also if I add a 0.5, the color will be 50% opaque, and if I add a 0.7, it will be 70% opaque, or in other words, 30% transparent. Now, let's do it in code. Okay, so once again, I'm just going to get rid of anything in the styling and get rid of anything in between the 2 body tags. Now, what I'm going to do is just create a div that we are going to add styling to. Okay, so we can pick it out by the div, but let's go ahead and use our knowledge and pick it out by the class name. And I'm just going to put block here. And now we're going to grab the class name and we're going to use dot to look for anything with the class name of block in our HTML file. And we're going to give our block a height of 200 pixels and a width of, let's say, 400 pixels this time. And now a background color. Well, let's make it opaque. So I'm going to use RGB, A for alpha, and we're going to have 4 parameters this time. And I'm just going to make it opaque. So let's go ahead and choose this color right here. So without the opacity, it would be this kind of blue. We can, of course, change it if we want. We can make it this kind of blue if we wish. And then if I just put 0.5, I'm giving it 50% opacity. Now, if I look in the browser, this will be hard to see because it will just look like a light kind of blue. But if we then go into the inspect tool and then I change this, so let's make it be a block color 1. So that is what it would look like at full opacity. This is what it would look like at 0 opacity. And this is what it would look like at 50% opacity. Okay, so there we go. We have just made a div opaque. Wonderful. I hope you're now ready to carry on. Okay, so we've come to the part of the course where we're going to talk about gradients. Gradients are great. We can make so many different types like this one, or this awesome rainbow right here. CSS gradients essentially allow you to show smooth transaction between 2, 3, or as many colors as you wish, going from linear gradients, radial gradients to conic gradients. And we will look at all 3 coming up next. First off, however, let's start off with the linear gradient. So let's head over to our code editors. I'm just going to make sure that I am in the project called classwork and on my scratch pad, making sure that there's nothing in between the body and nothing in the CSS file. So the first thing we're going to do is actually have to create a div that we're going to apply this gradient to. So just go ahead and create a div in your code editors just like so. Once you have that div and you are linked to the style sheet, you guessed it, we're going to have to style it up. So in your CSS file, after saving the index.html file, just go ahead and pick out that div so that we can style it up. Now, first off, let's just give our div a height and a width so that we give it some shape. I'm going to go ahead and just give it a height of 300 pixels and a width of 700 pixels. And then we're going to have to use background image. So background image like so, and we're going to use linear gradient. Now, if we just pass through two colors, so for example, green and blue, save this file and then copy the path to our index.html file and open it up in the browser. So just paste that in like so. This is what you will see. So by default, the gradient goes from top to bottom, green being the first color, and then it fades into this blue. So there we go. That is our first gradient. Now we can also actually define the direction that our gradient goes in. And this is going to be our first parameter. If, for example, I want this to go from left to right, I would simply put to right, like so. However, to right is not the only thing we can do. We can, of course, do to left, to top, to bottom, but then also we can do to bottom right, to top left, to top right, and so on. Now we can even get more specific and put in the angle. So for example, if I want to go ahead and put 37 degrees as the angle, we can do that too. This will look like this. So as you will see, the angle is 37 degrees and we're going from green to blue at 37 degrees. Okay? So that is how you can get a super precise direction if you want. Now, always make sure that the direction is the first parameter. And after that, you can have as many colors as you wish. You can, of course, use the colors that are predefined, or you can use other color definitions. So for example, I can use the hex color code. So hex values are also allowed. You could even mix and match, although I wouldn't recommend it. I would always recommend keeping the colors the same type of style. But if you want to have a look at this, let's go here and let's refresh the browser. Ta-da! There we go. So that is also something you can do. You can add as many colors as you wish to the linear gradient. Now, one thing you might want to do is make the linear gradient go from one color, such as purple, to a transparent color. So we now know how to do transparent colors. We can do RGBA or HSLA. I'm going to choose to do RGBA, and then I'm just going to pass through a transparent red. So making sure that the first value is the maximum, the second value is the least, and the third value is the least too. So green and blue are a 0. And then the fourth parameter is going to be for our alpha, which I'm going to put as 0.5. So once again, if we now look in the browser, ta-da, this is what it looks like. At the moment, this does not appear transparent, it appears pink, but if we were to put something behind it, it will be partially visible. And one final one I'm going to show you is a repeating gradient. So I can put repeating linear gradient, and then I can simply, again, put green, blue, and say we want the green to start at 10% of the shape's length, and the blue to start at 20% of the overall length of the shape. And hit refresh. You will see that that linear gradient is repeating at the percentages that I set. Okay? Wonderful. So that's it for linear gradients. Let's move on to the next one. In this section, we're going to move on to talk a little bit about advanced gradients. I don't want you to focus too much on this, but I think being aware of these advanced gradients and what you can do with them is pretty cool. So let's get to it. Now we're going to have a look at the radial gradients. So all I'm going to do is get the radial gradient. And once again, this gradient, it can just take two colors. So for example, green and blue, giving us this radial gradient starting at green and going out to blue. It can, of course, take way more colors. So I can put in yellow and red, giving us this funky radial gradient right here. And just like we did before with the repeating gradient, we can also assign the percentage of at what point we want each color to show up. So for example, I could put 5% here, I could put 15% here, I could put 30% here, And I'm going to put 40% here. Just get rid of that. And now if we look in the browser and hit refresh, ta-da! What we are doing here is essentially giving our radial gradient a differently spaced color stop. Now, as a default, this radial gradient is an oval, but we can be more precise and make it a circle, simply by passing in the word circle as the first parameter to this function. So once again, let's check out what this looks like. Hit refresh, and wonderful. That is now a circular radial gradient. Other things you can use are closest side, closest corner, and farthest corner. One last one I'm going to show you is the conic gradient. So once again, let's delete all of this. And we're going to use the conic gradient function in order to create a conic gradient. Now with the conic gradient, once again, we can just put in two colors. And then let's have a look at what this looks like. Ta-da! That is our conic gradient. At the moment, the angle and the position are at default in the middle. However, we can change this by putting in the two parameters into our function first. So, for example, I could do something like this. So I'm adding a horizontal positioning of the overall shape and a vertical positioning of the overall shape, which will give me a conic gradient with a specified center point. Fabulous. So those are the three gradients that I wanted to show you. There are 6 in total: the conic gradient, the linear gradient, the radial gradient, and then we have the repeating version of those 3. So the repeating conic gradient, the repeating linear gradient, and the repeating radial gradient. Please have a go here at playing around with the CSS gradient. In this next section, we're going to talk about shadows and how to add them to text and elements. We are going to look at 2 properties to do this, and that is the text shadow and the box shadow. So let's once again get up our code editors to do this. Make sure we're going to start from scratch with nothing in between the body tags and nothing in the CSS file. The first thing I'm going to do is just add an h1 element in between the 2 body tags. And I'm just going to put I am some text, just like so. Now, if we want to apply text shadow to this, we are of course going to have to pick this out. So let's pick out the h1 tag and just whack it in here like so. And then let's add some styling. Just going to make this a little bit bigger for you. So let's get the text shadow property. Now the text shadow property in its simplest form takes a horizontal shadow. So we can say 5 pixels and a vertical shadow. So let's go ahead and put 7 pixels. Okay. And then if we look in our code editors, you will see there is our original text and there is the shadow behind it. Okay. So we've applied a horizontal shadow of 5 pixels horizontally and then 7 pixels vertically. Okay, but that's not all. We can also add color to the shadow. So if we get our code editors up, I can actually add green to our text shadow in order to make sure that the shadow is green. Cool. But this is not all. We can also blur the effect of the shadow to make it look probably more like an actual shadow that you would expect. We would do so as the 3rd parameter. So I'm going to go ahead and say I want the blur effect to be 5 pixels. So now if we once again just look in the browser and hit refresh, wonderful. That is looking much more like a shadow. So this is looking cool. One thing you can also do is essentially layer shadows on top of each other so that, if you want it to be all around the text, what I would suggest doing is just copying this and then changing this around. So for example, maybe I would want this to be -5, -7, and you can do it as many times as you want until you get the desired effect. So for example, I've just essentially offset that to create another shadow that is directionally adjacent to the one I created first. Great. So now that we have text shadows down, one other thing we can do is add shadows to our elements, such as a div. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to clear this out for us so we can start again from scratch. So what I would do, let's just go ahead and create that div. Okay, and once we create that div, just save this file and let's refresh our page so we can start fresh. Great. So once that is done, let's pick it out. So I'm just going to pick out this div and go to my style sheet. And now I'm going to apply some styling. I'm going to apply the box shadow. So the same logic applies. I'm going to just go ahead and decide what x-axis I want. So I'm going to go ahead with 0 x-axis this time, 3 pixels on the y-axis and 8 pixels blur. And then I'm going to pick a color. I'm going to pick a transparent color. So I'm going to do RGBA, and that color is going to be black with 0.24 opacity. So there we go. I've applied the box shadow. But this is not all. The div, as we know, is a ghost. It has no shape or form, so we're going to have to give it one. So I'm going to go with height. Let's go ahead and put 200 pixels and a width of 200 pixels. So that's all I've done. Let's save this and then let's look in here and ta-da! We now have a div with a cool box shadow. Okay, I'm just going to move it out here so you can see it a little bit better. So there we go. There is our div with a box shadow. I can make it a little bit more interesting if I want and overlay 2 box shadows. So I'm just going to put this on one line and put a comma and let's overlay another shadow. So this time I'm actually going to, let's do a different one. Okay, I'm going to go with 0 x-axis, 13 pixels, y-axis, 27 pixels blur, and -5 pixels spread. And I'm going to pick another transparent color. This time I'm going to go with 50, 50, 93. And then I'm going to do 0.25. And then I'm going to choose another one. I'm going to go with 0 x-axis, 8 pixels, y-axis, 16 pixels blur, -8 pixels spread, and another transparent color, which this time is going to be black, and then 0.3 opacity. So don't forget to put that semicolon here at the end and separate those 2 box shadows that we overlaid with a comma. Great. So if we now check that out, ta-da! This is a kind of cooler box shadow. I think it looks nice. Another fun thing we can do is actually add a border to our div. So I'm going to go with 1 pixels solid, and I'm going to choose this color right here. So now I'm giving a border to my div so that it looks like this, already a lot cooler. And then I'm going to round off the edges with border radius 10 pixels. So 10 pixel border radius will be applied to that div now. So just like that. I love it. So please play around here with the box shadow property because you can make some really cool shadows to your elements. Okay, in this section, let's talk about styling links. But you might be thinking like, Anya, that's easy, right? We can just add colors to a link. Like how hard could it be? How is this a whole section? Well, in fact, there is so much we can do with links. We can add styling to an unvisited link, a visited link, if we hover over a link, or if a link is selected. Okay, so those are some things that we can do. I'm going to show you how to do this in code. So let's head over to our code editors. So let's go ahead and add our a tag. So there is our tag for a link. I'm going to put I'm a link, click me. And then of course we need to add a href for this. So I'm just going to go ahead and put https www.youtube.com Anya Kuba. Okay, I'm just going to put this on a different line for you as well. So there is our link, and now I'm going to style it up. So I'm just going to grab the link. So it's an a tag. Anything with the a tag is going to essentially have the following styling. Now, as a default, the a tag styling comes like this. Okay, so kind of boring, very uninteresting. We want to override, let's say, the color, and maybe let's get rid of the text decoration of the line underneath it. So I would do so by using color, because we use the color property for text. And I'm just going to say that I want all A tags to have the color green. And I'm going to do text decoration none. So now if we look in the browser and hit refresh, there we go. That is what it looks like. I'm just going to increase this size. So that is what it looks like at the moment. Obviously, if we click on it, it will take you to YouTube. However, I'd like to change a few things about this. I want the color to change if the link has been visited already. I also want the color to change if I move my mouse over it. So I can do so easily. I would get the tag, the A tag, and then I would use visited and assign the color of coral to it if it's been visited. I also want to change the color if I hover over it. So I would do so like this. So A hover, and the color I want to change it to is purple. So now if we look in the browser, that has changed to coral as we have visited the link. And if I hover over it, it turns purple. Okay, so that is something that we added in our CSS. If we want to be more precise, I would suggest adding link to the first one to be an unvisited link. And then always make sure to have this one first, followed by the others. That is important. That is some rules that you need to follow for links when setting the style for link states. And another one we can have is A active. And this must come after the hover. Okay, so let's go ahead and maybe make this blue. So there we go. On hover is purple. If I click on it, it briefly flashes blue as it is currently active. Or if I just keep my mouse on it, you will see it's blue, and I let go, and there we go. We're visiting the YouTube channel. Great. So that is how you would add styling to links. I hope you've learned a lot. Please have a go at playing around with these before moving on, and I'll see you again in the next section. In this project, we're going to build a profile badge that is specific to you. So for example, here is my profile badge. I've chosen to put in my picture, my name, what I do, and then a little subtitle about myself. Okay, so that's what I've chosen to do. And I've also hyperlinked this little heart right here to go to my Twitter page. So it will go there. And I also have one for my email. So if you click on this, it will bring up your default email handler in order to email me. Okay, so this is what we're going to be building. By the end, you should be able to make your own. However, for this tutorial, you're going to copy me in making this one. However, changing stuff like your name, your picture, and of course the description, as well as the subtitle and link to your email address and your social media of your choice. I will also show you how to pick your own picture for the background. So this is really going to utilize everything we have learned so far. So let's do it. So first off, I just want you to create another folder on your desktop, and this time we're going to incorporate CSS. So I'm going to add CSS to the project. We're also going to have HTML in it, and we're going to be making a profile badge. So I'm going to put profile badge just like so. So there we go. There is our project, and now I'm going to open it with VS Code. So let's get up our Visual Studio Code, and all I'm going to do is open it up. So we're going to find it on our desktops. Okay, so just go ahead and find it and open it up. So at the moment, there will be nothing in here. However, we're going to add an index HTML page. And we're also going to add a CSS page. Now, just because I want you to do this for good practice, for when you start working with bigger projects, I'm just going to create a whole directory to store our CSS, even though we're just going to put one file in it called styles CSS, just like so. Okay, so CSS file, one file called styles CSS that ends in the .css extension, because we need to let our code editor know that this is a CSS file. Wonderful. So now let's get our boilerplate code up for the index.html file. So here's some boilerplate HTML. Don't worry, I didn't write this from scratch. I've just simply taken it from one of my older projects. So as you will see here is the head tag with all our metadata that we previously discussed, along with the title of what our project is going to be called. So let's go ahead and name this profile badge. And let's also link up our style sheet, right? So we have the link tag, and then all I'm going to do is put rel style sheet, and we're going to link to our style sheet. So we need the href attribute to do this. And we're going to go into the CSS directory and get our style sheet. Okay, so we're here in the root. We have to go into this directory in order to get this style sheet, right? Okay, so that's what we have done. Now, in between the body tags is where we're going to put our HTML. And if we want to view this document in the browser, all I'm going to do is just copy this path, okay? And then get up our browsers. So just simply get a browser up like so and paste in that path. So now you will see profile badge shows up here because that's what we changed the title of our document to. Great. Now let's get to putting in some elements. Now we're going to first create a div, okay? And this div is going to hold our actual badge. So why don't we give it the class name of badge so we can pick it out to style it up, okay? So what this means is that I can grab this and then in here I can pick it out by its class name. So I grab the dot for class name and just paste in the word badge. Wonderful. Now, I want my badge to have a width, let's say of 260 pixels, okay? And then for now, I'm going to give it a height, even though we don't need this later. I just want to be able to see what my badge looks like, really. And then let's also give it a background color for now. I'm going to give it a background color of white. Let's use RGB for this project. So I'm going to go 255, 255, 255, as that is the color for white. So now if we look in here and refresh our pages and inspect this document, we will see that in the body, we will see a div with a class of badge, and it is indeed 260 pixels wide and 500 pixels tall and white. And if we go ahead and change the color of the body it's in, so let's pick out the body this time. We just grab the element, so we don't need to put a dot because we're not looking for a class name. We're looking for the actual body element. I'm going to go ahead and for now, give it a background color of red, just so we can see what's going on. So great. That is what we can see right now. Now, if I want to center the badge in my browser, I'm going to have to assign a margin to it. So I can grab margin, and I essentially want the margin to be automatic on all the sides. So this is a cool way to center something in the middle of its parent. So the badge is the child of the body element. So now if I have a look, ta-da, that will be centered. Okay, great. So that's assigned margin to the left and right. And I just want to space it from the top a bit, not an automatic margin, but a very precise margin. So I can just put margin 100 pixels. And this is a shortcut of writing. I want to add margin 100 pixels to the top, automatic from the right. I could write 100 pixels as well, margin from the bottom, and I could write auto, so the margin of auto will be applied to the left. However, this is just a shortcut of writing that, if you remember from the lessons. Okay, so that's what I've done, and now it looks like this. Great. So now that we've kind of centered the badge left to right, let's put some stuff inside of it. So what do we want to put in the badge? Well, I'm going to have an H1 element that's going to hold my name. So it's just going to say Ania Kubo. Please replace it with your own name. And then I'm also going to have an image here, which we're going to work on later. It's a self-closing tag. And I'm going to have a P tag that just says teacher. And then we're going to have another P tag that's a little bit more about me. So I'm going to put developer and course creator on YouTube. and Udemy. Or I should really put Kajabi. Okay, great. And I'm just going to put a hairline element that is a line that will space it out from everything else. So there we go. That's what everything looks like now. It doesn't look great, but that is what our style sheet is for. And finally, I'm going to actually create another div in here. The reason I'm creating another div and not just placing the heart and the email sign right underneath is because I want them to be stacked next to each other. And for that, I need to put them in another div. Okay. And I'm just going to use the A tag this time and another A tag. And I'm going to show you something cool. I'm actually going to go to altcodeunicode.com. So check this out. I'm going to go here and we can essentially get special characters that we could use in our projects. So I can copy this heart and I could just put it in here. And for the second one, I'm literally just going to put an @ sign. Okay, so great. So thanks altcodeunicode.com. And now if I refresh, ta-da, you will see those two things showing up there. Now let's work on spacing them out to be in the middle and putting them in a div, as I essentially want to apply kind of different styling to this section than the other section. So that's my reason behind it. It will all become apparent soon. Okay, so let's go to our style sheet and start styling up some text. Now let's just apply the text to the actual badge itself. Okay, so that it doesn't affect anything else if you want to use this badge elsewhere. And I'm just going to make sure that all the text is aligned in the center. So that's how I would do it. And then also I want to make sure that the font is all the same. So I'm going to use Helvetica for this. So this one right here. However, I'm going to use Helvetica first and use Arial and Sans Serif as my backups. I'm going to make sure the color of this is not exactly black, but a kind of dark gray. So this is a color I've picked out previously. So let's have a look at what that looks like now. So great. You will see that styling has been applied to the text and it has affected this also. So even the heart, as that is technically kind of considered to be like text. Okay, great. So let's carry on. Before we move on, I just want to do one more thing on the badge, and that is give it a padding. So once again, I want to have different paddings on the top and bottom and left and right. So I'm going to have 15 pixels padding on the top, 25 pixels padding on the right, 15 pixels padding on the bottom, and 25 pixels padding on the left. But again, a shorthand way of writing this is just that. So that's essentially the same. And finally, we don't need to hard code the height anymore. We have things in our badge, so that height will now be adapting to whatever items we put inside the badge. Wonderful. I just want to round off the edges now. So for this, I'm going to use border radius, and I'm going to assign 10 pixels to the border radius, making it look like this. So a little bit rounded on all the sides. Brilliant. And finally, I think we should add a box shadow. This is a little bit more on the complicated side, but let's just talk it through. So our box shadow, first off, we have to pick a color for the shadow. I'm going to do RGBA as I want it to be kind of transparent. So this is the color we're going to use. And then I'm going to assign the opacity to, which I'm going to assign as 0.25. And now we're going to add 0 pixels for the X offset. We can just write 0 if we want. 2 pixels for the Y offset. 5 pixels blur radius and -1 pixel spread. Okay, so that's one box shadow we have applied. So if we look here, you will slightly see it here, but I'm going to add 2. So I'm going to overlay 2 on top of each other to get the desired effect I want, which means I need a comma here, and I'm essentially just going to do the same thing. So pick a color. I'm going to use RGBA. I'm going to pick a color out for this. So that's black and with 0.13 opacity. And I'm again going to have an X offset, a Y offset, a blur radius, and a spread. Okay, so that's all I've done. We can even put it on 2 lines if we wish, if that's hard to read. So great, we have now applied a shadow all around, a very custom box shadow to our badge. Now I'm going to add some images. So in here, well, we have the index.html file, then we have a directory for our CSS files. I'm also going to create another directory. So I'm just going to click on here and call it images, where we're going to store all of our images. And the images we're going to store are a headshot of yourself, as well as a background image that I've actually taken from a great website that I recommend. It's called Pexels, and it will allow you to take some art as long as you credit whoever made the art. Okay, so please go ahead and visit pexels.com and just pick your favorite. Here is the one that I will be using. So that's what it looks like. I'm just going to do the free download right there. So that is essentially being downloaded from the website. And once that's done, I'm simply just going to drag it in here. So find it in your downloads. So there it is. And I'm just going to drag it over just like so. Okay, so there it is. So there's one image. And the next one I'm going to use is a headshot of myself. So here's a headshot of me. I'm just going to drag it in once more, just like so. Okay, so there we have our 2 images that we're going to use. Try and make sure your headshot is a square. It will just make your life a lot easier for when you try and make it a circle. Okay, great. So there we go. Now let's actually use these in our HTML. So the first image that we're going to do is this one. I'm going to provide a source. So we need the source attribute and some alternative text for the visually impaired. Okay, so this is going to be picked up by screen readers. I'm just going to put Anya headshot, and then we're going to put the path to my headshot image. So we're going to, as we're in the root of the project, we need to go into the images directory, and we need to get the file called headshot.jpg. So at the moment, my page will look like this. That is huge. We need to style it up. So I'm just going to minimize that and get rid of this. Okay, so let's do it. Let's style it up. So in here, I need to get the image right. So the image, I could just grab it by the element itself, but if you want to put other images in your project, this will be affected. So I'm going to make sure that I only want images that live inside the element with the class of badge. So to do this, I'm going to grab the image, but I only want to affect images that live inside the div with the class name of badge, or any element for that matter that has the class name of badge. Okay, so that's how you would do it. And I'm just going to say that my image is going to have a width of 100 pixels. Okay, so now it will look a lot smaller. And to round it off, well, I'm just going to give it a border radius of 50 pixels, which is half the width, which will make it a circle. Okay, so that is why I really strongly suggested that you made your headshots a square. Okay, because this is very beginner. I will be showing you how to work with images that are not squares later on in this course by creating wrapper divs. But for now, just use a square, and let's learn that at a later stage. Great. So this is shaping up quite nicely. Let's move on. Next, I want to actually add an image to the background. So let's focus on that next. So I can actually use a CSS attribute on an element in order to assign a background image to it. So I'm going to use background image, and I can provide a URL for this. And in this occasion, the URL is just the path to my image that I want to put here. So I need to go out of the CSS directory, right? Because at the moment we are here, we need to go outside of it and we need to go into the images directory. So we're going in there and then we're grabbing Pexels Mateus Viana's image. Got it? Cool. So that's what I have done. And if I refresh, it is there, okay? But it's very big. It's too big. It's not really what I want it to look like. And we still have the red background here as a fallback. I don't really want it, but you can have a fallback color if you want, okay? So now to make my image fit the way I want it to, I'm going to use background position center. And that will kind of center the image. So just like so. So already it's looking much cooler. So just like that. And if your image is perhaps, you know, not so big or something like that, we can make it repeat too. So I can do background, repeat. So that's for those who perhaps have a smaller background image. So it will just keep repeating like so. Okay. I'm going to put that back to 100. You can also have something like background size cover. And now your image will just cover the browser no matter how big it is. So that is my preference. I'm actually going to get rid of this repeat one, save this file, and wonderful. So again, no matter how big your browser is, the image kind of changes. So I think that's a cool effect. And lastly, I just want to style these two up. So let's style up some links next. So to do this, well, actually we need to make these links first, right? So we need to add an href to both of these. So there's my hrefs. The first one, I said I wanted that to go to Twitter. So I'm just going to put the URL to my Twitter page. Please feel free to use whatever social media you wish. And we can pick this out, but I don't really need to for now. And the second one, well, we're going to mail to a certain email address, right? So I can use the mail to syntax right here, and that will open up the default mail item. And then you can just put your own email here. So I'm going to go ahead and put ania@codewithania.com. Great. And now I'm just going to give this one the ID of email so that we can pick it out to style it differently to the default styling I'm just about to give the A tags. So once again, I just want to make sure that we only style tags or A tags that live inside the element with the class of badge. And I'm going to make them red or a kind of reddish color. So this is one I picked out earlier, just like so. So now both of them will be red because don't forget, this is treated like text. That's why it is red. And let's also give them both a margin of 10 pixels to space them out a little bit from each other. Just make sure to put that there. This, so they are spaced out. I want to get rid of the text decoration, so that little line. So I'm just going to go ahead and put text decoration none. And amazing. So that's what it looks like now. And finally, to make sure that that margin is being applied to both of these items, I just want to make them display inline block. So just do that. And great. Now you'll see that that 10 pixel margin is being applied to both of these A tags. Okay, they're being treated differently. Display inline block allows it to set the margin or width and height of the element. Okay. So that's what we have done. Great. And now if I want to override this A tag to have a different styling, well, I could just grab the element by an ID. So let's go ahead and pick out the ID of email. So that's what I've done. That's why I gave this an ID. So hash is for picking out IDs. And also make sure that we're only doing it in an element that has the class name of badge. And now if I want to override the text color of this, I could just do that. And let's have a look. Ta-da! That has now been overridden. If you are having issues, or perhaps you've placed this here, right? Because CSS gets read from top to bottom, that might not be applied. In this case it is, so we have nothing to worry about. But I would just leave that down here because we are reading from top to bottom. And if you are still having issues, you can also use the important, which will override it for sure, okay? We are saying this is super important. This must be overwritten if there are any conflicts. Great. So there we have our profile badge. And if I click on here, it takes me to my Twitter page. And if I click on here, I can email myself essentially. So that is pretty cool. Please go ahead and make your own, style them up, really make them personal, right, to you and what you're all about. And please do share them with me on Twitter. So there's my handle. I'd love to see your projects. Please share them with me, whether it's a picture or perhaps a video recording. I would love to see. Okay, so it's now time to have a deep dive into some CSS selectors. You might be thinking, oh wait, we already know about selectors, right? Because we can style things by picking out the element itself. So for example, I can pick out the body element and that will give styling to the body element, as well as pick out H1 elements, div elements, and the same styling will be applied to all of them. And of course, we also have the class selector, which means that we can pick out an element based on the class we give it and pick out the class in the CSS file using a dot to tell our CSS file that we are looking for a class. Okay, with the class being applied to multiple divs and multiple elements. This is in contrast to the ID, which we should give just to one element. We can pick out the ID in our CSS file by telling our CSS file we are looking for an ID thanks to the hash. Wonderful. So we've covered those three. However, I want to go over some other basic selectors. The first one being the universal selector. The universal selector, which is essentially the little star, will apply that styling to all the elements in the document, like literally all of them. All of them will have the same styling that we give it. So in this case, I've given all the elements in my document a margin and a padding of 0, okay? 0 pixels, 0 units is just a 0. Whatever unit you apply, it's going to be a 0. Another basic selector we have is the type selector. The type selector is great for when you're picking out things such as the input element by its type. So this is a refresher back to the HTML part of the section. When we use the input element and gave it the type of email, we can pick it out with this syntax. So we open up some square brackets, we write type equals, and then pick out the type that we want to style. Another great selector is the attribute selector. It will select all elements that have been given a certain attribute. In this case, I can look for the A tag, so the link tag, and look for anyone that has a specific href. In this case, it's YouTube. So if I am linking to YouTube somewhere in my document, I can give that element the text color of purple, for example. Got it? Good, because now we're going to have a look at this in code. Okay, so here we are on our scratch pad. I've gone ahead and just created an H1 element, 2 P elements, so paragraph elements, this input tag that is essentially for the first name, and an input element with a type of email in order to display a web page that is essentially asking you to give us your email address in a way that won't spam you, allegedly. So if we look at this in the browser, it will look like this. It is currently unstyled, it looks kind of ugly, and our job is to make this look appealing so that probably more people give this person their email address. So let's go ahead and add some styling. So you might be thinking, this is relatively easy. I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller than the first paragraph. I'm also going to apply a different styling to this input from that one, and in general, make everything a little bit more condensed. But then you think, if I apply styling to this P tag, it will also affect this P tag, and same for the input. So how do we go about this? Well, what I would do is add an ID to perhaps this one as it is unique, and I'm going to put footnote so that I can pick out this paragraph by its ID. Okay, so that is something I'm going to do. Now, we could technically do the same for this input in order to pick it out so we can style it, but a much neater way is to use what we already have so we don't add too much code that is not needed. So I'm going to pick out this input element by the type instead. So let's go ahead and do that. First off, let's actually apply styling to everything first to make it a little bit more condensed. So to do this, I'm going to use the universal selector and select everything and give everything a margin of 0 and a padding of 0. So we can start from scratch with the margin and the padding. So at the moment, it will all look like this. It doesn't look great, but of course we can start this up if we need. So we've done that. Everything now, if we inspect here, will not have its default margin and padding. So for example, if I click on this, the box model will have 0 margin and padding, and everything else will also have 0 margin and padding because I've gotten rid of it with the universal selector. Next up, I'm going to pick out the paragraph element by its ID. So I'm going to grab footnote and I'm going to use hash to tell our CSS file that we are looking for an ID of footnote, making sure to spell it exactly the same. And I'm just going to give this the font size of 8 pixels, okay, to make it smaller than the default size of the paragraph element. So there you go. I picked out this paragraph element and this one has not been affected. Great. So now next, I want to give the styling of this input a different styling to this input. So once again, this time I'm going to use the type selector. So I'm going to get the input, I'm going to grab the input, and then using the square brackets, I'm going to say that the type email is going to have a background color of blue-violet. So now if we refresh the page, there we go. We've just given this a blue-violet background color. Wonderful. So this is looking good. Next, our client says they're really happy with our work. They just want us to actually give the heading and the first paragraph a different color to all the other text. So I can do so by giving this the class, let's say main info, and give it the paragraph element as well. So main info. So what I am now saying is that I want the H1 element and the P element to have the same class because we want to change the color of the text, but we only want it to affect these two. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the class name and then telling our CSS file that we're looking for a class. So I'm going to use the dot. I'm going to apply everything with the class of main info. So all the elements in my document with the class of main info with the color, so text color of red. So now if we look in here, great. Only this H1 element and this paragraph element have been affected because we gave them the class of main info. And actually, if we look in here, we can see that as well. Wonderful. So great. Hopefully that makes sense. Please do remember this because we're going to be using this when we build out our project that's coming up soon. In this section, we're going to talk about positioning in CSS. In CSS, we can be very precise about exactly where we want to put an element. We can use CSS to essentially move a div X amount from the top using the top property, move a div X amount from the bottom using the bottom property, a div X amount from the left using the left property, and, well, you get the idea. However, if you use these on a div by themselves, it will not work. This is because we need to set the positioning first. I'm going to go through 5 positioning options first, and then I will show you how they work in code. First off, we have static. I'm showing you this one first as actually the top, left, right, and bottom properties will not work on it. This is actually the default value of positioning. it will position elements according to the default flow of the entire document. So for example, say you created a div, added some height, some width and a color and checked where it was on a web page, and then you went back to add the position static, nothing would really change. This is the default value. So Anya, why might we do this? Well, there might be occasions where styling has been added dynamically in JavaScript, for example, and you want to override it and give the div default positioning again. So having the option to revert back to the default is always good. Next, we have relative. With relative, we can use the top, right, left, and bottom properties. We use them to move an element relative to itself. So if I give the div a left value of 50 pixels, it will move left 50 pixels. Just like this. We will have lots of fun with this in the JavaScript section when it comes to moving things such as Bob right here with click events. Up next is absolute positioning. When using position absolute, we are removing it from the normal flow of the document. So basically ignore everything that's in here and just treat the document as if it were blank. So in other words, its position is to the initial containing block. In this case of our boilerplate HTML code, that would be the edge of the body element's padding box. However, if our element has the position absolute and is placed in another element that has the position absolute or static or fixed or relative or sticky, then that wrapping element will be the containing block. Don't worry, we will go into this with an example soon. Next, we have fixed. This is similar to absolute in that the element will be fixed to the initial containing block, but this time it's also established by the viewport. By viewport, I essentially mean what you can see of the document in your browser. So this is my current viewport, and this is my current viewport. You will notice that the width of this is the viewport width, and the height of it is the viewpoint height. So these are two units of measure that we have seen already. And finally, we have sticky. Sticky is a wonderful positioning value for things such as navbars, as we can literally make our navbars stick to the top of the page. When using sticky, the element is positioned according to the normal flow of a document and then stuck to its containing block. So once again, as a refresher, the containing block is either the body element of our HTML pages, or if our element is wrapped in an element with the positioning of static, fixed, absolute, relative, or sticky, then that wrapping element will be the containing block. Now, enough talk. I'm going to show you these examples in code. In this section, we're going to use everything we learned in the previous section so I can show you the examples together in code. To do this, I've just opened up a portfolio that I've been working on. There's a lot of code in here, and that is for a reason, because I want to show you how these divs react when we put positioning to them amongst other elements. So this is what my portfolio is looking like at the moment. I simply have a navbar that is not sticky. I then have some information about me, and if you scroll down, there's About Me section and somewhere to view my projects. Okay? First off, let's start with looking at the static position. So for example, if we just go ahead and perhaps just below the navbar in the hero area, above the hero text, I'm just going to create a div. I'm going to give this the class so we can pick it out of demo div. So now we can grab this class, and in the styles sheet, I'm going to grab the class of demo div. Once again, a dot means we are looking for an element by its class of demo div. And I'm going to give this a width of 100 pixels, a height of 50 pixels, and a background color of coral. So now if we look in here, there is my div, okay? So there it's showing up because of the styling that I gave this section, it's showing up here. And if I now give it position static, remember static does not take left, right, bottom, or top. It also doesn't take Z index, but that's something we will cover later. And refresh the page, nothing changes. This is because that's the default positioning of this div. However, what if I gave it a position relative, okay, and then decided to move it left 50 pixels? Well, then it would literally move 50 pixels. And if I go top 50 pixels, I'm adding 50 pixels to the top too. Great. How about if I gave it position absolute with left 50 pixels and top 50 pixels? What do you think would happen? It should show up here if we say that from the top we want it to be 0 and from the left we want it to be 0 as well. So let's check it out. Let's hit refresh. Great. You will also notice that if I scroll down, that will be stuck to the document or stuck to the page where it is. However, if I use fixed, so I'm going to change this to fixed, because as we know that fixed works kind of like absolute in the fact that it will ignore everything on the document and be placed exactly to the left 50 pixels and exactly with 50 pixels from the top of the containing block, okay? But also it will take the viewport into consideration. So for example, if I refresh this now, so this has position fixed and I scroll, okay, that will always be there. It's always going to be stuck with 50 pixels to the left and 50 pixels from the top. So that is pretty cool. And the last one we have to cover is sticky. So sticky is a fun one as it will stick to the top when we scroll to the top. So just watch this. It's there, it's there, it's there. And whoosh, now it's stuck to the top, 50 pixels from the top and 50 pixels from the left. This is pretty cool, which is why I said this would make a great positioning tool for the navbar. So let's go ahead and pick out the nav element and give it a position sticky. Say from the top 0 and from the left 0. And now I'm going to refresh this page. Ta-da! You will see that the navbar is being stuck to the top. So the whole navbar, including the logo, is stuck 0 pixels from the top and 0 pixels from the left. And actually the navbar takes up 100% the width, which is why it looks like this. Wonderful. So I hope I've demonstrated to you the uses for positioning elements. I hope you've learned a lot, and I'll see you in the next section. In this next section, we're going to learn how to use the float CSS property. So the float CSS property essentially allows us to place an element on the left or right side of its container, allowing all the other elements to wrap around it. The element is removed from the normal flow of the document while still remaining part of the flow. So this is in contrast to the absolute position, for example. So let's go back to our portfolios. I'm just going to delete this for now and pick out the demo div again. So once again, I've picked out the element of div thanks to its class name by using the dot selector. Now, if I want the div to float left, not forgetting, of course, that it needs a height. So let's go ahead and put 50 pixels and a width of 100 pixels and a background color just so we can see it. I'm going to go ahead and put coral again. So at the moment it's here. However, let's move it to a place that has some text. So I'm just going to grab this and this time put it in here. As you will see, it's ignored everything in here. It's ignored the button and floated left. So if I was to remove this float left property, that's what it would look like normally. And that's what it would look like with float left applied. So it's ignoring the button completely. Great. Same for if I do float right. It will ignore the button and it would appear to the right. So once again, if I remove this, it will appear stacked as a block. And if I do float right, it would ignore the button and float to the right. Okay, so everything else is being wrapped around it. There are also all of these other values that we can assign the float property. So there's a lot to explore here. Please have a go at pausing here and having a play around with this property along with all of these values when it's in between some text elements. Once you're comfortable with that, let's move on to the next section. It's now time to look at the Z-index. The Z-index CSS property allows us to position something on the, well, Z-axis. So if you think of your web page as being 2D, everything on it has an X-axis and a Y-axis. In fact, that's what we've been moving things around with when we're positioning stuff left, right, to the top and to the bottom. However, there's also a Z-axis, which sort of comes towards you or moves away from you. So we're going to use this in order to layer divs on top of each other. So let's do it. So for example, I could have two squares that stacked over each other look like this. And with the help of positioning and the Z-index, we can make them look like that. Okay? Please note that to use the Z-index property, we're going to have to use the position property too. It works with any position property other than static. So let's go ahead and go back to our empty scratch pads. I'm going to create a div and I'm going to give this the ID of blue square. And I'm also going to make another div and give it the ID of green square. Okay, and now I'm going to pick these out based on their ID. So I'm going to pick out the whole element based by the ID. So let's go ahead and grab this ID name, and I'm going to use hash this time, okay, in order to pick out that div. So I've picked out the div that has the ID of blue square. I'm just going to style it up a little bit. Let's give it a width of 50 pixels, a height of 50 pixels, and a background color. This time, let's make it a fun blue, like a dark cyan. And then let's also do the same for the green square. So I'm going to pick out the green square by its ID, and I'm going to give it a width of 100 pixels, a height of 100 pixels, and a background color of a fun green. So let's go ahead and choose light green. So at the moment, if we look at this in the browser, it looks like this. Okay, so they're stacked on top of each other. However, I don't want this. I want them to essentially lay over each other, and I want the blue square to be on top of the green square and positioned in the middle. So first off, I would have to give them both a position. So I'm going to just go ahead and use absolute this time. So I'm going to give this the position absolute and this the position absolute. So now if we look in the browser, they're already on top of each other. If I inspect this, you will see that in my body, there is my div with the ID of blue square, and on top of it is the div with the ID of green square. I don't want this. I want the blue one to be on top. So I can easily do this with the Z-index. I'm going to get the Z-index and give this the value of 1 to make sure that goes over. If there were more elements, I would have to increase the Z-index in order for that to be on top of the others. Okay, so that's how we would do it. And of course, now that we have position, we can also move this one around. So for example, I can say top minus 10 pixels and left 25 pixels. And you will see how that's affecting the shapes. Okay, so this has been moved up 10 pixels and 25 pixels from the containing element. Wonderful. Now, if I want to center the square exactly, so let's just get rid of this, we would have to make our own containing element in order for this to work well. So I'm going to make a div. Let's give it the ID of containing block. And I'm just going to open it up and put these two things in here and pick this out. So I'm going to pick it out by the ID, and I'm going to give it the position relative, And these two are going to be absolute based on the containing block. Okay, so once again, it will look like this. But now if I give this a left of 25 pixels and a top of 25 pixels, it will appear exactly in the center, as both are using the div with ID of block in order to set their absolute positioning. Wonderful. And if I add another square, so let's go ahead and add a third square. Let's name this red square. And once again, let's pick it out. So I'm going to pick out the red square. Let's give it a height of 70 pixels, a width of 70 pixels, a background color of crimson, position, absolute. Then it will appear here. And if I want it to be on top of this blue square with Z index 1, I would have to give it a Z index 2. Okay, so there we go. We're just layering on top. We can, of course, also use negative indexes. So if I want it to appear behind everything, I could give it a -2. Okay, so it is behind there. If we just have a look in here, there it is. It's hidden behind everything as its Z index is now -2. Wonderful. Let's move on to an exercise. Okay, so it's time for a fun little exercise so we can use everything what we've learned so far about the Z index. Okay, so in this exercise, we're going to use what we have learned to recreate this. So 3 circles spaced out from the left 25 pixels and layered on top of each other in this fashion. So I'm going to leave you to try this on your own. So please pause here. And once you are comfortable with this, or you just want to have a look at how I would choose to solve it, please unpause the video and we'll go through the solution together. So pause here and I'll see you soon. Okay, so let's do it. Let's recreate this pattern. So in my scratch pad, I've just gone ahead and got rid of everything in between the body tags as well as everything in the CSS file so we can start from scratch. Now, what I would do is start off by creating a containing block. So I'm going to give this the ID of containing block. Of course, you could have called it whatever you wish. You could have given this a class and picked it out by the class. That is completely up to you. Now I'm going to create a div and I'm going to give this the ID of blue circle. I've chosen blue circle first as it's simply the one at the top, so that will make our lives a lot easier when it comes to spacing these out. Of course, you didn't have to do it in this order, but it just would have made your life maybe a little bit more difficult when positioning them in CSS. So then I've gone for the green circle and then I've chosen to add the red circle. So now let's pick it out. First off, I'm going to pick out the div with the ID of containing block because I'm going to give this a position of relative. Next, I'm going to pick out the div by the ID of blue circle so I can style it as a blue circle. Once again, just to reiterate, we're giving this the position of relative so that the position absolute that we're going to add to the blue circle will be absolute to the containing element or the containing block. Okay? So now we can give this the position absolute. But first off, let's style this to look like a circle. So I'm going to give this the height of 80 pixels, a width of 80 pixels, and a background color of dark cyan. Okay, we also need to give this a border radius in order for it to look like an actual circle. So let's go ahead and do that too. So now that I've got the blue circle, I'm also going to do this for the green circle, making sure to change this to be green. So let's go ahead and change this to be light green, and also the same for a red circle. Now you could have given the class of circle to each of these, which would make our lives a lot easier when it comes to styling them up. And then you'd simply have to give each one a different background color. So that is also a way you could have done this too. Now that we have all 3 circles and we look in the browser, this is what it should look like. They would all be stacked on top of each other as we've given them the position absolute. Okay, and they're all stacked on top of each other using the containing block as the absolute positioning. Okay, so if I was to say move this relative block left 50 pixels, the whole thing would move left 50 pixels. Which brings me to my second point. We could have moved the whole containing block 25 pixels, or you could have given the left positioning to each one of these circles individually. Like I said, there's so many ways to do it. Okay, I'm just using the approach that we use in the first part of the tutorial to make things easier. And now let's get to spacing these out. So I'm going to give this one a top of 25 pixels and this one a top of 75 pixels, so an increase of 50 pixels, and this one a top of 125 pixels, so again plus 50 from this one. So now if we look in here, this is what it looks like. We of course need to change this to crimson as well, because we did say that we want this to be red. So this is looking close, however, not exactly the same. We want this one to be at the back and we want to move this one a little bit forward. Okay, so we could give this a Z index of 1 and we could give this a Z index of -1, or we could keep this one at its position and give this one a Z index of -1 and this one a Z index of -2. So it really is up to us. I'm going to choose to give this one a Z index of -2, this one a Z index of -1, so that's the green circle, and keep this one at its default value. So now if we refresh this, ta-da! We have recreated the image at the beginning. So once again, this is the final code that I have chosen. Okay, that's for the red circle, that's for the green circle, blue circle and containing block, as well as this is my HTML. However, there are plenty of other ways to solve this. If you want to share yours, please head over to Twitter and at me at Anya_Kubo so I can have a look. Now, once you're ready to move on, let's do it. In this section, we're going to talk a little bit more about fonts. So far we know that we can manipulate fonts to change their size and override the heading, for example, to have a larger or smaller font size using the font size property. We can also change the font family from a generic list. The font family also has a primary, a secondary fallback, or even a third fallback font in case the first one is not compatible with the browser. And we can also change the font style to be italic, bold, underlined, and so on. However, we can also import different fonts from the internet to use in our projects. We can do so with the help of Google Fonts. So here's Google Fonts. This is the URL you would need to visit in order to access these. Google Fonts is essentially a library of over 1,429 open source font families and APIs for convenient use via CSS. I'm going to show you how to use it now. So let's go back to our scratch pads and I'm just going to create an H1 element that says I am a main heading, just like so. If we save this file and look at it in our scratchpad in the browser, there it is. Okay. Now, if we want to apply a font from Google Fonts, I can select one. So let's go ahead and select Mouse Memoirs, and then we can scroll through it. So I can choose to have this regular 400 one right here, and I can choose to embed it in the HTML. So for example, I can take all of this, put it in the HTML, just put it in right here like so. So I've taken all of that code and put it in. And this means that if we go to styles and pick out the H1 element, I can then use this CSS rule to apply this font family. So I'm just going to paste that line and put it in here like so. This means that our browser will pick up this font first and then use sans serif as a backup. Okay, so now if we go back to our scratch pads and refresh, there we go. That has now been applied. I can also choose to import this in CSS. So if we select this option right here and take all of this code right here, and then I'm just going to delete it from the HTML file. So make sure to delete this too. And then at the top of my CSS file, I'm just going to paste that code in here like so. So those are the two ways to use Google Fonts. As you will see, that font is still applied. Wonderful. We can also select multiple fonts. So that was me selecting mouse memoirs. As you will see, it is here. I can remove it. And then let's go ahead and choose Roboto. I'm going to choose to select this thin version, as well as this regular version, as well as maybe this medium version. So all three have now been selected, which means that at the import, you will see those three weights being applied. Now I'm just going to select this code. In here, I'm going to replace that line. So again, you will see Family Roboto with the three weights, which means that I can now also apply this CSS rule. So let's copy this. I'm just going to replace this line. So now Roboto will be applied and then sans serif as a backup. And if you look in here, Roboto has now been applied. And this means I can now use the font weight as well. So font weight, and let's go ahead and choose 100. And there we go. The weight has now changed because I've imported that weight from Google Fonts thanks to this code right here. 100, 400, and 500 are at my disposal to use with the font weight property. Wonderful. So there we go. That was a quick crash course in how to use Google Fonts. Okay, so it's time to build a menu, but not just any menu, a responsive menu. This responsive menu is going to focus on everything that we have learned so far in this course. So as you will see, some parts are being responsive and some parts are kind of sticking to their parent containers. Okay, wonderful. So this is what we will be building. Let's do it. First off, I'm just going to actually create my project. So I'm just going to do it on my desktop. So let's go ahead and create a new folder. And I'm just going to call this CSS, as we are going to be using CSS in this project. We're also going to be using HTML, and I'm just going to call it menu. So that's all I've done. And now let's open it up in VS Code. So I'm just going to create a new window and just drag it over here. And then let's find our project. So I'm just going to go File, Open. And then on my desktop, I'm just going to search for the actual project itself. So there we go. That is it. And I'm just going to open it up. So at the moment, there isn't anything in here. We're, of course, going to create an index HTML file, just like so. And we're going to put in some boilerplate code. So here it is. Once again, I have not taken this from memory. I've just taken it from an old project. So that's what it is. And let's just change this to menu, just like so, so that it shows up in the browser. And now we're going to have a CSS file as well. So for good practice, I'm just going to make a whole CSS directory. And inside, I'm just going to put my style sheet, which I'm going to call styles CSS. So there we go. We've told our code editor to treat this like a CSS file by giving it the .css extension. And I'm just going to create one more directory. So click on the index HTML file to make sure you're going to create this in the root of the project. And I'm just going to call this images, as we're going to have images in this project. Okay, once again, I've just taken them from pexels.com. So as a refresher, pexels.com is here. This is the website, and you can search for things. As long as you credit the images, then please feel free to download them for personal projects. Okay, so my images, you can just take them from the repository, or you can take your own. I'm just going to drag them in like so because I already have them pre-saved. One is an image that we're going to use for the banner, and one is just a close-up of a burger. So like I said, you can choose your own, or you can use these ones. Just head over to the repository if you want to use these two images. Okay, great. So we have everything we need to get going. We have our CSS file, we have our images. I'm just going to link up my style sheet, and then we're going to carry on. So to link this up, I just use the link tag. We just need one tag, and I'm just going to put rel style sheet and an href to where my style sheet lives. So I'm going to have to go into the CSS directory and get that file. Okay, because we've put it in the CSS directory and we're currently here. So we need to go into this directory and then get that file. Okay, Great. And now let's continue. Now, the first thing, let's decide what we're going to actually have in our body. Well, we're going to have a header, which is going to store some information like our logo and Tammy's Burger Bar as a title. We're then also going to have a section. Okay, this is going to be our section container. So we're going to have a section for the information, such as opening times and our opening hours. And we're going to have another section. So we're going to have two sections. And my second section is going to be the actual menu itself. So perhaps let's give them both class names, right? So that we can pick them out separately. I'm going to give this one information, and I'm going to give this one the actual menu because that's what it's going to hold. And then finally, we're just going to have a footer. So the footer is just going to hold our contact details. So I'm happy with this at the moment. Of course, if we open this up in the browser, so let's just copy this path, and then in here, I'm just going to paste it in like so. We visually won't really see anything because none of these elements have any styling, but they do exist. They're all in here. Great. Now, because I'm going to want to actually have these two sections not stacked over each other, but side by side, I'm actually going to put them both in a div. Okay, so I'm going to grab both of these and put them in here and give this div the class of section container, okay, as it technically contains two sections. So that's what I have done for now. So we're just formatting the page at the moment. Great. So now why don't we start by putting some stuff and styling up our header. Okay, so what is our header going to have? Well, our header is going to have a H1 element. However, I'm going to put that in a div itself. So I'm going to put H1 element here, and it's just going to say Tammy's Burger Bar. However, I want to style it up. So I'm going to put it in a title container div. Okay, because I want to not only style this up by changing the color and so on, I also want to add some additional styling, which is why I put it in a wrapper container. And I'm also going to create another div and give this the class of banner container. Okay, so this is going to hold my banner, and my banner is going to be an image. Okay, so I can put a self-closing tag, just like so. And as the source of this, well, we're going to use one of my images. As the alternative text, I'm just going to put burger banner, just like so. So now to access that image, well, we're currently here. So we need to go into the images directory, like so, and then we can get the burger bar banner. Great. So that is my header at the moment. It's got one div with a class of banner, which is holding our burger banner image, and one div with a class of title container, which is holding an H1 element. So if I look in here now, this is what it looks like, okay, an image. And then below here, we have the div that has a class of title container, which holds our H1 element. Now, I actually want this whole title container to be on top of the banner and kind of to the side and in green. So let's do that. Let's actually pick out some of these things. First off, however, I'm just going to get rid of any default styling that the body has. So I'm going to put margin 0 and padding 0 just so we can start fresh, okay? Because at the moment, if you look here, there's this little horrible line, right? It's white. There's a margin around here and a padding. And with this piece of code, we can get rid of that. So now if I refresh the page, everything is kind of very much to the sides of the browser. So that's what I've done. Now, at the moment, this image is very large and too big, right? I don't really like it. What I can do is just make sure that its width is always 100% of the actual browser. And I can hide anything that is over a certain height. So to do this, let's go ahead and do that. Well, first off, I actually want the header that they are in to be with 100%. That won't change anything because we need to make sure that now the image inside this header, okay, this image is also going to be 100%. So what I can do is say that any image that lives inside the header, so this image right here, is also 100% of the header. Okay, so now if we look in here, there we go. However, I kind of want the header to be the main leading constraint rather than the image in here, right? Because if we were to do other stuff, for example, on the title container, I would want the header to be the parent dictating the actual width. So I'm just going to keep that there. Great. Now I want the banner to always just be 60 pixels in height. So I can do that. However, if I just put height 60 pixels here and save this, it would squish it all. Okay, this isn't great. That is why we have the banner container. I can grab the banner container, so I could say that any element with the class of banner container that lives inside the header, just in case we ever use the class banner container anywhere else, I can say that I want this to have a height of 60 pixels, okay? And now, if I refresh this, the banner container, as you will see, is up here. It's the highlighted one. And I want to essentially hide anything that overflows out of it. So I could do overflow hidden. Okay, and now, ta-da! Anything that's overflowing is hidden. So technically, my image is still there, but we've hidden it thanks to overflow hidden, so that anything outside of the div with the class of banner container is not visible. Great. And now let's deal with the title container. So, well, first off, I want the title container to be kind of overlapping the banner container, right? So let's go ahead and grab it. I'm just going to make sure that I only want to affect any elements with a class of title container if they live inside the header element. So I'm just going to do that. Okay, so just in case you use this anywhere else, we are only adding styling to this specific element if it lives inside the header element. So that's what that line means. Once again, grabbing the class, so dot is for class of title container, and that is how we are picking out this whole element. So I just want the background color of this to be a green. I want the green to be this one that we picked up previously. I'm going to use RGB for this project, 149.177.75. So if we look now, there we go. Okay, now I don't really want it to go all the way. So what I'm going to do is actually give this a max width of 400 pixels. So that is the maximum width it will be. And I'm also going to give it a padding. So I want to pad it 8 pixels from the top and then 30 pixels from the right, 8 pixels at the bottom and 30 pixels from the right. So an easier way of writing this is actually just that. That's a shortcut as we are repeating ourselves. And now 8 pixels will be applied to the top and bottom and 30 pixels padding will be applied to the left and right. So at the moment, this is what it looks like. Great. I also want to make sure that the color of the text is white. So I'm just going to do RGB 255, 255, 255 as that is the color for white. And amazing. So there we go. And next up, I'm just going to also give it a border radius. So border radius, and just like we did with the padding, I'm going to assign 0% border radius to the top left, 40 pixels to the top right, 40 pixels to the bottom right, and 0 pixels to the bottom left. So now that is what should happen. Now let's get to positioning it so it's slightly above here. So for this, I'm actually going to have to use position absolute, which means we are now saying that if I do top 0, it will go right here to the very top of my browser. There's position 0. Top 0 is, the very top of the browser. However, I just want to move it down a little bit. I want to move it down 27 pixels. So to do this, I'm just going to change this to be 27 pixels and save. So ta-da, there it is. It's now stuck right there. Great. Now I'm also going to get rid of the margin around the H1 element, that is its default styling. So once again, I only want to affect this h1 element if it lives inside the title container. So let's go ahead and grab all that and say that only if the h1 element lives inside the title container and inside the header, I want the margin to be 0. And wonderful. Now let's get to changing up the text. Okay, so for this project, I'm actually going to import a custom text, and I'm going to do it from fonts.google.com. So just go ahead and visit this URL and click on fonts, and we're going to search for a font that I found previously. It is called Nunito. So that is the font that I want to use in this project. So just go ahead and search for that. Okay, and once here, we're just going to select those weights for this particular font. You can select all of them or you don't have to. I'm going to go ahead and select a bunch of them so that we have all of these to our disposal. I've gone ahead and selected 200, 400, 600, 800, and 900. Okay, so that is what we're going to select. So just make sure to do that. And now back in our project, now you can import this in your style sheet, or you can import it in your HTML. That is going to be up to you. I'm going to just show you how to do it here. So I'm just going to paste it in like so. There we go. It's a link tag. You can have it self-closing or you don't have to. You might have noticed that I haven't been using self-closing tags up here. That is absolutely fine. Okay. So add them, don't add them, they will work the same. Just going to add them in for now. So that is the full URL. And now if I want to use this, well, I could use it on the h1 element, or I could say that I want this font family to be everywhere in my whole document, and I can put it in the body element. So once again, we're just going to go back to our Google Fonts, and we're going to select this. Okay, so that's what we need. I'm just going to close this down now. And then we're just going to put font family Nunito. And as a backup, I'm going to have sans serif. Okay, so now if we look in here, ta-da, we see Tammy's burger bar showing up like this. I can also make sure that the h1 element is always uppercase. So I could do text transform uppercase, and then that will be applied. Okay, great. This is looking so much better. Let's move on. Okay, so now it's time to work on these sections. So back in here, as you will see, we have a div with a class of section container and 2 sections. Now, the reason I did this, I'm going to show you. So for example, if I just get a section and give it a background color of green. And now let's put stuff into the sections. So here's my first section that has information, and here's my second section that is going to have the menu. In here, I'm going to have an image that's going to have the source of the image that we're going to put, which is the burger close-up image, and some alternative text, which I'm going to put as burger close up shot. And then we're going to go ahead and find that image. So we know that it lives in the images directory, and we're just going to select the burger close up JPEG. Okay, so we've put in an image in there. I'm also going to have a div that's going to have our opening times. So let's maybe give it the class of opening times, as I'm sure we're going to want to style that up a little bit. And in here, I'm going to put an H2 element that says opening hours, making sure to spell that correctly. And then we're going to have a P tag that says, please come join us during any of these times. Okay. And then I'm just going to have an HR element so that we can provide a line to separate out our list. This is going to be an unordered list, and each list item that we're going to have is going to have a specific time. The first one is going to say Monday to Friday. And I'm just going to put the time like so. So 9 till 6 p.m. And the second one is going to be for the weekend opening time. So I'm going to put Saturday to Sunday. And I'm going to put 9 a.m. to 3. As you know, it's the weekend. And finally, I'm just going to put a P element here that says closed on bank holidays. So great. And one final P tag. So this is going to have the text of for special reservations, please contact us and we will try to accommodate. Okay, so there we go. And I'm going to want to pick this out as I want this to have a special padding. So once again, I'm just going to give this a class. Let's call it special. Wonderful. Perhaps I'll just put this on another line so we can see everything. So there is our one section. Okay, let's work on the other one. Okay, so we just finished one section. That's what it looks like. Let's work on our section that's going to hold the menu next. So our menu, let's give this an H2 element for the title, as it's less important than the main title of Tammy's Burger Bar. And this is going to say all day menu. Okay, and then we're going to have a P tag just for a little subtitle. It's going to say all our burgers come with fries. And then I'm just going to put an HR element to give a line under that. And again, we're going to have an unordered list. So this unordered list is a little bit different than the other one, as each list item, so here's a list item, here's another list item, here's another one. It's not just going to have text. I'm actually going to open it up and put a few things in here. I'm actually going to put an H3 element in here and a P element and another P element. Okay, so this H3 is going to be a little header for our list item. So this is going to be a veggie supreme and then a description of what the veggie supreme is. So in this case, it's a delicious veggie patty filled with all your favorite vegetables, such as green beans, carrots, and peas served on brioche bread. So very fancy. And in the third one, we're just going to put the price. So I'm going to put $14.99 as this is a fancy establishment. So as you can see, our list item is way more complicated than the last. Let's carry on. So once again, I'm just going to have an H3 element and then a P element, just to make sure that it's the same as the above, and a P element, and the same for the third list item. So I think formatting is really important here. If your formatting is off, it will make this a lot less readable, right? So our second list item, I'm going to call this a dirty cheeseburger. I'm just going to paste in the description. So a traditional cheeseburger with Swiss cheese, gherkins, ketchup, and mayonnaise. And let's put in the price. This one is going to be $14.99 again. And then the final list item, this is going to be a spicy samosa special. And then for here, I'm going to put inspired by the wonderful taste of samosas. This burger is our signature dish, comes with onions, relish, and ketchup. And this one's going to be a little bit more expensive. I'm going to put $16.99. So great, this is looking good. And I'm just going to put a little final, in fact, I'm going to separate it by another line. So let's put the HR element here. A final kind of subtext that's going to say, not a fan of French fries, try our halloumi fries or sweet potato fries instead. And I'm also going to give this the class of special. So we are essentially recycling classes, this one right here and this one right here, because we want different styling to be applied to the bottom paragraph of each section. Great. So let's have a look at what this looks like now. So let's hit refresh and it looks horrible. And look, we have one section. It has the green color because we gave it a green color, and another section that's a green color. However, they're stacked on top of each other. We don't want this. That is exactly why we put them in the section container. So let's do it. First off, however, I'm just going to style up this image first. Okay, so first off, I'm going to say that any image that lives inside the element with the class of information. So let's grab this class of information, and we're looking for any image that lives inside of it, just to make sure, you know, if we just picked out image and gave it styling, then it might also affect any other images, and we don't want that. We want to be very specific. So this image, I'm just going to say that I want it to be 100% width of the container it's in. So essentially what's in, it's in the section, right? So we want to be 100% of this section. So now if I look in here, there we go. It's 100% of this section. However, this section is too big. I literally want it to be half of this, and I want this bottom one to appear on the right to it. So what I'm going to do is grab the section with the class of information. So dot information, and I can make sure that this is on the element of section by writing this. Okay, so this means that we're looking for a section element that has the class of information. So we've joined them up this time. It's all one string. And I can say that I want this to have a width of 48% of the browser. So now it looks like that. And let's do the same for the section with the class of menu. So once again, section.menu, and I'm going to give this a width, again, of 48%. Now I could have just done that, and it would have been the same as me writing that, right? Because essentially we've just given the width of 48% to the section and this section. So that is also possible, okay? So let's go ahead and clear this out for now and hit save. And now both of these have a width of 48. Next, I want them to appear next to each other. So I'm going to give each section the display of inline block and hit save. So now both of these sections are next to each other. Okay, wonderful. And now if I want to actually center them, right? So center them and give them some padding around both of them. That is why we actually put them in this div right here, because I can apply padding to this section container. So let's go ahead and grab the element with the class of section container. And I could give a margin from the top and bottom of 40 pixels and from the left and right auto, just to make sure that no matter how big this browser is, the padding on the left and right will always be the same. Okay, and I'm also just going to say that the width of this is not going to be 100%, it's going to be 90%. I want it to be smaller than the body. Okay, great. So that is what is looking at the moment. We still have a few things to do. So let's work on this left opening hours side first. Okay, so let's scroll down to the section with the information, as that is what we're going to work on. So I'm actually just going to get rid of this background color of the green. And I don't really think we want to do anything on the information section itself so much. I do want to, however, work on the opening times. So let's grab that and make sure that anything with the class of opening times that lives in the section with the class of information is going to have the following styling. I'm going to give it a width of 90% of this section with the class of information, right? As that is its parent. It lives in here, that is its parent. And I'm going to give it a border of 6 pixels solid orange, but this orange color that I picked out previously, so 252.178.83. Okay, so there we go. So at the moment, this is what it looks like. I want to make it on the inside, however, so I'm going to use box sizing border box, which means that that border will appear on the inside of that element. And finally, I'm just going to space out. I'm going to give a margin of 20 pixels. So now it's spaced out, and I just want to make sure that from the left and right, it's spaced out evenly. So I'm just going to use auto. So auto margin from left to right. And there we go. It's now spaced out evenly on the left and right of this section. I also want to style this HR element. So as long as the HR element lives inside the opening times, I'm going to give it a background of this orange, not background color. I'm going to make sure that the width of this is 50%. And I'm also going to give a height of 3 pixels. Okay, so at the moment, it will look like this. And I'm going to get rid of the default border width, as that is what you see around it at the moment. So border width 0. So save that and have a look in here. And great, that is looking much better. Now to work on the text. So the text, I actually want the H2 element to also be in uppercase. So what I'm going to do is actually say, I'm going to take out this H1 element because I want this to be applied to all H1 elements and all H2 elements. So that's how we would write that. And I want to apply the text transformation of uppercase. So save that. And now the H2 element will also be in uppercase. It's here too, as well as the H1 element. Okay? But I still want the margin of 0 to be applied to the H1 element. So actually, let's put that back in here. We don't want that to be applied to the H2 element. And there we go. And finally, I just want all the text to be aligned in the center for the opening times. So right in here. So I'm just going to do text align center and hit save. And ta-da! That is what it looks like. One final thing we can do is also get rid of those dots right there. So to do this, once again, I'm going to grab the opening times and I'm going to say that the unordered list that lives in here, so not the one that lives inside of the menu section, because there is 2 unordered lists in this document, I'm going to do list style type none. I'm also going to get rid of any default padding and any default margin, but just overriding it to be 0. Okay, so that is what's going to look like now. And finally, I'm just going to actually add a padding of 5 pixels to each actual list item. So once again, any list item that lives inside of the unordered list, that's inside of the element with the class of opening tags, is just going to have a padding of 5 pixels. So that's all I've written there. And let's check it out once more. And wonderful. That is looking so good. Let's carry on and do the menu next. Okay, so we've worked on this section with the class of information. Next, let's work on the section with the class of menu. So we've already picked it out. We've looked for the element of section that has the class of menu. This is all joined up, so that's what that means. We're looking for a section with the class of menu. And I'm actually going to give it a background color. And that background color is going to be RGB 246, 246, 246. Which means it's going to be this kind of lightish color. What I'm also going to do is actually give a background color to the body. So right up here, I'm going to go background color, RGB 244, 234, 228, which is this very light yellow. And great, that's what it looks like at the moment. Now I can actually just do text align center on the whole entire body, and that would mean that everything will have text align center. So perhaps let's do that, which means we can actually get rid of it when we use it on the section down here. So we're always thinking about the least amount of code we can write, correct? Because otherwise I would have had to add this to the other section too. And by doing that, we've also centered everything quite nicely in the section container. So this is looking great. I'm just going to add maybe 4 pixels margin to both of these sections as well. So on the actual section, I'm going to do margin 4 pixels. So just like so, and hit refresh. Now I want these two to be aligned at the top. So instead of adding 4 pixels all around, I'm actually going to put 0 margin from the top and bottom and 4 pixels from the left and right. And finally add vertical align top. Okay, so they're both aligned to the top of that section container. Great, now let's carry on with this menu. Let's style up the HR elements that live inside here next. So once again, let's grab the section with the class of menu and say that any HR element that lives inside of here is going to have a width of 50%, a height of 2 pixels, a background that is this slightly dark color that I've picked out, 563752, And again, I'm just add border width 0. So now both of these HR elements that live inside here will have this type of styling. And let's get rid of the text decoration of those unordered list items too. So in fact, let's actually keep any unordered list that lives inside this document. We get rid of the padding, get rid of the margin, and then we get rid of the style type, and they will now look like this. I do, however, want to space them out a little bit more if they are in the menu, but that's easy enough to do. Once again, I'm going to grab the section menu and say that any unordered list that lives inside of here has a padding of 20 pixels, and click Save. And there we go. That will now be applied, okay, to that whole unordered list. Now, because we read CSS from top to bottom, this works as it's below where we already assign a padding here. So if I was to put this up here like so, that could cause issues because we're assigning a padding of 20 pixels to the unordered list that lives inside the section with the class of menu. But then we're saying that, oh, unordered lists also have a padding of 0, which might confuse things. So if you're getting some weird behavior, you can always put important, and this will now be overridden, or you can just make sure that that's put at the bottom, right? Because the bottom styling will be applied as we read CSS from top to bottom. Okay, so the important keyword is quite cool too. Great. And now let's just pick out these two paragraph elements that have the class of special, so we can just give them a little bit of padding so we can space them out from the bottom and top. So I'm going to say that anything with the class of special that lives in a section, so any of the two sections, any sections at all that you want to add further down the line, is going to have padding of 10 pixels from the top and bottom and 50 pixels from the left and right. So there we go. Doesn't that look so much better? Now let's work on the footer. So we have the footer here. I'm just going to put in a P element that's going to have our contact. So I'm going to put contact, and then I'm going to put an A, and then I'm going to use a link element. And in the first tag, I'm going to put href. And this is essentially going to bring up our default mailing option on our computers. So I'm going to use mail2 in order to do that. And I'm going to put tammy@example.com. Okay, and I'm just going to put her email address here. So tammy@example.com. And finally, I'm just going to put a P tag with a made up address. So 54 Lavender Street, Battersea, London, SW11 6XS, United Kingdom. Okay, so if we look in here, that's what it looks like. And if we click on this, it will bring up my default mailing option, okay, to email tammy@example.com. So that's what's going to exist in my footer. Let's style it up. So I'm just going to grab the footer itself, and I'm just going to give it a background color of RGB 211, 211, 211. So just like so, like this kind of light gray. And I'm also going to give it a padding to make sure that everything inside has a nice padding of 40 pixels. So my footer, making sure to spell that correctly, of course, footer. So the footer element will now look like this. So much better. Okay, so I'm happy with this. Let's continue. Next up, I want to add some graphics to this actual menu that we saw sticking up that were kind of stuck in the same location. So let's do it. Okay, so for this, right under the section, you can put it wherever you want, but I'm going to put it here. I'm going to create one div and give this the class of mustard graphic, as it's going to represent some mustard. And I'm going to do another one. So I'm just going to grab it, and this one's going to represent ketchup. So a ketchup graphic. So great, now let's pick them out. So I'm going to grab the mustard graphic. Let's put it up here. So mustard graphic. As you can see, I quite like putting my CSS in a readable format, so it kind of follows whatever's in the HTML document, but that is just a personal preference. And the mustard graphic, well, I'm going to give it a background color of RGB 239.214.174. I'm going to give it a width of 130 pixels and a height of 60 pixels. And I'm going to use border radius again. And I'm going to say that I want the top left to have 30 pixels border radius, the top right to be 0, the bottom right to be 0, and the bottom left to have 30 pixels border radius. So at the moment, it will look like this, and it will be here. So we need to position it thanks to the position CSS property. So let's go ahead and put position here, and I'm going to give it absolute, okay? Which means that if I put top 0, you know what will happen. It will go up here. So I put top 0, so it's been stuck there. And if I put right 0, what do you think will happen? Well, it will be stuck to the right 0. So top 0, right 0. We're just going 0 from the right of the browser. So it's stuck. That's pretty cool. Now let's move it down. So all I'm going to do is change these values, right? So I actually want it to be from the top 200 pixels. So I'm going to save that, and then it should move down 200 pixels, and now it will stay there. How cool is that? Now let's do the ketchup one. So let's grab the ketchup graphic. Hopefully you can do this by yourself now, but I'll just walk you through it. Let's give it a background color of this kind of red that I picked out, 187, 43, 27. I'm going to give it a width of 190 pixels, a height of 60 pixels, and I'm going to do border radius. This time I'm going to do 0 from the top left, 30 pixels from the top right, 30 pixels from the bottom right, and 0 from the bottom left. And let's have a look at it now. So of course it will be here, but we're going to use position absolute to stick it to the top. Let's go top 0, and this time left 0, right? As we want it to be on the left. So this time, where do you think it will go? It should go here, right? And there we go. And now let's move it down. So this time I want it to be from the top, 750 pixels. So let's click save, and great. It is now stuck there. So wonderful. I'm really happy with this menu. It kind of shrinks, it's responsive, it looks good, and it just means that if we now go to a smaller browser too, these two things will stack over each other, so you can kind of read them on a smaller phone as well. Okay? Wonderful. Now there's a lot more to learn about responsive design that we haven't even touched on. I'm talking about breaking points. I'm talking about flexbox, which will make your lives a lot easier. It will essentially allow you to have much more control of what this looks like, for example, in a mobile state. So that is all coming up soon. We have come to the bit of the CSS course which is considered to be a little bit trickier than the rest. I am talking about the introduction of flexbox. Flexbox was introduced in CSS 3 as a neater and easier way to tackle layout on your web pages. And once you get the hang of it, that certainly is the case. Previously to this, and in previous versions of CSS, developers were constrained to using block layout for laying out documents, inline layout for laying out text, using tables as we did for the HTML part of this course, and position layouts as we just covered with the left, right, bottom, and top properties with the position property too. Now, all of these are great, but Flexbox is considered to be more powerful as it can essentially distribute space along rows and columns. This makes it wonderful for responsive design. Using Flexbox relies on using the Flex layout, which consists of a Flex container that holds Flex items. The Flex container will have a main axis that it distributes all the Flex items on. So in this example, the main axis is going from left to right. So all the Flex items are going from left to right. And we can apply other flexbox properties to make them have space between each flex item that will dynamically change if we change the container size. And the same goes for if the main axis goes from right to left, or even top to bottom, or bottom to top. Sounds exciting? Good. In this next section, we're going to talk more about the flex container and how we can assign it an axis. So in other words, a flex direction. So here we have our container. Okay, as we mentioned in the previous section, the container will hold flex items. Whenever you use a container, you need to essentially initiate flexbox by adding display flex. So this is important. All the following CSS rules will not work now unless you have display flex put on your flex container. Next, you're going to have to put in the flex items. For me here, it is 4 divs. Now, next we need to define the main axis. On this occasion, it is flex direction row, because as you can see, my divs are going in a row from lightest to darkest. We can also reverse the axis. To do this, I've used flex direction row reverse. We can also set the main axis to go down. So to do this, I've used flex direction column. And of course, we can reverse the column using flex direction column reverse. We can also do a few other cool things such as flex wrap, and that will essentially mean that our divs wrap over each other like a snake, going from left to right. And if there's no more space, they go to the bottom row and start from left to right again. Okay, but enough talk. Let's see this in code. So here is my code from previously. As you can see, I have made a flex container. So I've just made a div and given it the ID of flex container, which I've then picked out. I've picked it out. And I also have my 3 divs. Let's go ahead and put a 4th one in just to be consistent with the slides. So we've got 4 flex items in my flex container, and I've styled them up just to look like squares with a border. And I've also put in numbers so we can see the direction they are going in. So if we look in the browser, this looks like this. So they are by default in a row going from 1 to 4. So the main axis is going from left to right. Now, just as with the slides, if I want to change this, I can do flex direction row reverse. And that will reverse the direction of my divs. So now they're going from right to left. Let's try column. So I'm just going to assign column. And we will see they are now stacking in a column. And if I do column reverse, you will see they are reversed. Now, let's try flex wrap. So I'm going to do flex wrap. However, you will see that this makes no difference. This is because our container is not constrained to any size. However, if I give this a width of, say, 150 pixels, and maybe let's give it a border so we can see what's going on. So I'm going to say 2 pixel solid blank. You will see the divs stop here and make a new row on the second line. Okay, because they don't fit, a third one would not fit in this container. So bloop, it goes there and starts again. Wonderful. So I hope that makes sense. In the next section, let's look how to dynamically add spacing to these flex items. In this next section, we're going to look at how we can dynamically space the flex items that live inside the flexbox container by applying different properties to that container. First off, we're going to look at the justify content property. The justify content property is used to align the flex items on the main axis. What I mean by this is that it's used to align the flex items in the direction in which we set on the flex direction, or to the default direction that an element will take. So for example, here we have got the flex container and used display flex on it in order to initiate flexbox, and the flex container by default on a div will align items left to right, as you can see on the image. If we then take justify content, we can center those items on that axis. So just like we see here. We can also use flex start to place the items at the beginning, flex end to place them at the end, space between, space around, space evenly, start end, left and right, and so on. Here is an example of how to justify content with space evenly. So as you can see, all the flex items have a space around them that is even. So each of them will have the same spacing around each item. Next, we have space between. With space between, we can add spacing between the flex items so that the first and last item are squished up to the sides and then everything else is spaced out between evenly. We can also use the align item property. The align item property will align items on the cross axis. So for example, if we're going one direction, if we want to go the other direction, align items is what we need to use. So for example, here we have the flex container again. We have given display flex in order to initiate flexbox, and the natural direction that this flex container, which is on a div, will take is to place the items from left to right. Now, if we use align items on it, the items inside will be spaced in the middle vertically rather than horizontally. For this to work, we have to give the actual div a height, so that now we know that in the height of 200, the items will be spaced in the middle of that 200 pixel height. We can also use stretch, flex start, flex end, center, baseline, first baseline, last baseline, start end, and you guessed it, all the others. Here's an example of stretch. So as you will see, the items have been stretched out to the full height of the div. So now, enough talk, let's have a look at this in code. So let's start with our div with the ID of flex container that contains 4 divs inside of it. You will see here that I styled each flex item, so each div inside, to appear to look like this. So 4 squares, each numbered, so we can see the direction that they're going in. As you can see, we've already initialized flexbox on the container. Now, if I do justify content center, what do you think will happen to my divs? Well, they'll appear in the center because the axis is going from left to right. So they are appearing in the center because the div is taking up all that space from the left to the right. As you can see, my arrows moving here. If I do flex end, you will see them moving towards the end. Okay? Wonderful. Let's try space between. So space between. So as you will see, the first and last div are being squished to the very sides with everything else being spaced out evenly. And if I do space around, so let's just change this to space around, what do you think will happen? Well, each of the divs will be applied the same amount of spacing around each one. Now let's try align items. So let's go ahead and just get rid of the justify content and use align items. Now, if I go ahead and put align items center, what do you think will happen? Well, this is a trick question because if I refresh this, nothing will happen. Align items works on the cross axis, which means it's going to try get all these divs and align them from top to right in the center. However, because there's no height to the containing div, nothing is happening. So if I inspect this page and find the containing div, you will see as a default, it looks like this. So if we're trying to space stuff out evenly from the top to the bottom of it, it's not going to move anywhere because it's taking up the whole space. So I'm going to have to add a height to this. So I'm just going to go ahead and give this a height of 200 pixels. And wonderful. So now you will see this container has the height of 200 pixels. So my divs are trying to find the height and they find the height and they are literally in the middle of that 200 pixels at the moment. Let's try align items stretch. So now I'm going to switch this out to be stretch and get rid of this hard-coded height, refresh the page, and great. You will see that these divs are stretching from the top to the bottom thanks to the align item stretch property. As you saw, For this to happen, the flex items must not have a hard-coded height, as that will stop the stretch. Okay, now it's time for a little exercise to really solidify what we learned in the previous 2 sections about flexbox. In order to do this, I'm going to ask you to recreate 3 scenarios. One where the items are in the middle of your browser, so spaced in the middle from top to bottom, but then also from left to right, so they look like this. And if I move the browser around, they will stay in the middle. Next, I would like you to recreate this scenario, where the 4 divs are in this order and on top of each other, as well as also in the middle, horizontally and vertically. And finally, I would like you to recreate this scenario where you can see all the boxes are spaced out evenly, with the outermost and last really squished up at the ends. As previously, here's my code setup. So as you will see, I've got a div with the ID of flex container and 4 flex items in it. And each flex item has been styled to look the way it does, and the flex container contains them and has been initiated with display flex. Okay, so please pause here and have a go at doing this yourself. And once you have, unpause and we'll go through the answer together. Okay, so let's do it. Let's recreate the first scenario. So first off, I'm going to apply justify content center in order to space out the divs in the direction that they're heading, so from left to right. So if we have a look in the browser, they should look like this. And next we need to align on the cross axis. So if we're going from left to right, the cross axis is from top to bottom, and we can use align items to do this, but we also need to give this a height. As I said, I want this to be the height of the browser. I'm going to go ahead and pick out the height of the browser. So I'm going to say height 100 of the viewport height, and I'm going to do align items center. The viewport height is something we covered a few sections back, so I hope you remembered that one. So now if we look in here, ta-da, you will see that's centered in my browser, and if I move this around, you will see that will continue to be centered. Wonderful. Let's carry on. Now it's time for the second exercise. So let's just get rid of all of this and have a think about this. So this time I'm going to change the axis, and I'm going to change the axis with the flex direction, and I'm going to make it column reverse. So now if I look in my browser, okay, we've reversed it, and now we want to align it to be in the middle. So as this is the flex direction right now, and we're going to go on the cross axis, we need to use align items. So let's go ahead and use align items center. Ta-da! You will notice that I did not need to set a width. This is because, as mentioned in our previous slides, divs are block elements, and our wrapping container is a div, and it will take up the whole space of the container that it's in. On this occasion, the container is the body, so it's stretching from literally over on the left to over on the right to take up the entire width of the browser. Now we just want to center it vertically. So I'm going to use justify content center. And this time, of course, we need to assign a height. Okay, we need a height because, as we mentioned, the div. So if we inspect the page, we'll take up the space from left to right because it's a block element, but will not take up the space from top to bottom. So we need to say that we want this div to take up the space of the viewport height. So I need to assign it a viewport height. So that's what I did, and hit refresh, and wonderful. So that is now centered in the middle of my browser. And if I move this around, it will always be in the center. Great. You might be noticing that there is a little bit of a border around the flex container. That's because we ideally need to get rid of the margin and padding around the body. This is something we will cover later, but I'm just going to go ahead and do it now to show you. Margin 0, padding 0. And if we refresh that, there we go. That is now taking up the entire browser without any padding or margin from the body element. And now the final exercise. So I'm just going to get rid of all of this again. So this time I'm going to do justify content space between to make sure all the items are spaced out evenly, with the first item being all the way here and the last one being all the way there. And then I'm going to change the axis, so flex direction, row reverse, to flip them round. And now we need to manipulate this so it's on the cross axis and make it stick to the end. So I'm just going to do align items and then flex end. But of course we know that because this div, so if we inspect the page, ends here, we need to assign it a height. So I'm just going to go height 100 of the viewport height. And let's check that out. Wonderful. We have now completed our 3 exercises. I hope that was useful. Don't worry if you didn't get it first time. That's what these little snippets are for. You can go back and watch the whole clip of the video from the beginning. Once you are ready, let's carry on. Now, we have seen that we can apply CSS properties to the flex container in order for it to manipulate the flex items. So in other words, I have added CSS properties to this in order to affect the 4 items inside. However, we can also give each individual div some flexbox properties too, in order for it to affect each one differently. So for example, at the moment we have the container which has been initiated with flexbox thanks to display flex, and our divs will look like this. Now, I can use align items stretch, and this will do nothing at the moment. However, if I then pick out each one of these, so for example, let's give this the ID of square 1, and then let's give the others IDs too, so we can pick them out by their IDs. So square 2, square 3, square 4. And I'm just going to grab this ID. And in CSS, we know that we need to look for the ID by the hash. So now each of the items, each of the squares has this styling thanks to the class name. And we've also given an ID, so we can add some separate styling that is unique to each of these elements. So to square 1, I'm going to give flex grow, and I'm going to give it a value. This value is indicative of the amount of times faster it will grow than the other flex items. So for example, let's go ahead and put 3, and then I'm going to pick out square 2 and give it a flex grow of 2, pick out square 3 and give it a flex grow of 1, and then finally pick out square 4 and give it a flex grow of 4. So flex grow 4. And now if we look in the browser, ta-da! You will see all of these divs have been affected. So the first one has flex grow 3, this one has 2, this one has 1, and this one has 4. So it's larger in comparison to the others. Okay? So that's just one thing we can do in order to manipulate the actual items themselves using flexbox. We can also do flex shrink, which will specify how much a flex item will shrink relative to the rest. So for example, this time, let's just pick out one square. I'm going to pick out square 2, and I'm going to say I want it to shrink in comparison to all the others by 10. So now let's check this out. And if I move the browser, you will see that only the div with the ID of square 2 is shrinking. We can also align items individually. So on this occasion, I'm going to use display flex, not align items, and give the flex container a height so that we can see this happening a little bit better. So there we go. There's our flex container. I've given it a height of 500 pixels. I'm also going to give it a border this occasion so we can actually see it visually. So border 2 pixels solid black. And maybe let's just make this 100. So there is our container, there's our div that's containing our 4 divs. And if I now just want to align one of these in the center, so let's go for square ID number 3. So align it in the center on the cross axis. I would grab the square with the ID of square 3, and I'm going to use align self center and just hit refresh. So now we've picked out one flex item which has been centered on the cross axis, because once again our main axis is going from left to right, so we use align items to center something on the cross axis. Great! I hope you've learned a lot. Here is just a quick recap of what we have learned in this section. So we looked at how to grow elements X times faster than the others of flex items. We then also looked at how to shrink them in comparison to others, and we also learned how to pick one out and align it independent of the others too. Please have a go here at playing around with these by yourself before moving on. In this next section, we're going to look at styling buttons. There really is a lot when it comes to styling buttons, so I'm going to give you all the tools necessary in order to get going by yourself and really take your buttons to the next level. So first off, what you need to know is that any default styling given to elements can be overwritten. So for example, let's go back to our classwork. In the index.html, I've gone ahead and created a button. So I've just used the button tags to create a button element, and I've just gone ahead and put some text of click me in the middle. Now you will see that the style sheet is linked. However, there's nothing in here. So this styling, if you look in the browser, is just the default styling given to any button element. Okay? So what can we do with this? Well, we can choose to get rid of everything. So let's go ahead and pick out this element of button. So I'm just going to pick it out by its element name. And I'm just going to go and select border, none. This will of course get rid of the border. And then I can select have a background color of transparent if I wish to. Okay? So that is something we can do to override the button so it just looks like some text. And then of course we can change the background color, we can change the border. So for example, I could say border solid 3 pixels red and background color orange. That will give me a button that looks like this. However, as you will see, if we try click on it, nothing will happen. This is because we've overridden the default styling that comes with buttons. So once again, this is the original button. It has color changes happening on the hover of my browser and also changes if we click on the button too. So just be aware that if you start overriding buttons, you will also override some of the cool on hover and on click events happening. But that's fine, we can add them in. Another thing you can do if you just want to get rid of everything is use all unset. And that will get rid of the background color, the border, and also the text. Okay, so that really is an element that has been completely stripped of its default styling. Before we start adding the on hover, on click, and even on mouse over events for buttons, let's explore some styling options first. So, as mentioned, we can change the border. So I'm going to go ahead and put 2 pixels solid green. As you will see, it doesn't matter which order we put these in. Okay, so we can have solid 2 pixels or 2 pixels solid. And then I'm going to go ahead and say that I want the background color to be coral. The padding of the button. Well, I can apply padding in a really cool way. I can apply 10 pixels on all sides of the button, or I can use the shorthand for this to apply 12 pixels from the top, 20 pixels to the right, 12 pixels to the bottom, and 20 pixels to the left, or shorten this just to be that, and that will be the same. So once again, this is 12 pixels to the top and bottom and 20 pixels to the left and right. Let's also change the color of the text to be white and the font size to be 20 pixels. So now this is what our button looks like. Okay, so we've really changed it up. We can also apply a border radius to soften it up. So I'm just going to go ahead and apply a border radius of 5 pixels to the edges. Okay, great. This is looking great so far. However, what if I want to change the button so that it's empty in color when not interacted with it, and when we hover over it, it fills with green, and when we click on it, it turns red? I'm going to show you how to do that next. So to prepare for that, let's go ahead and change the color of this to be a gray, and just change the background color to be white. Okay, so that's going to start us off nicely for the next section. See you there. Okay, so in the last section, I showed you how to get rid of any default styling of a button and really switch it up to style it up how you wish with some cool properties. In this section, I'm going to show you how to change the button when we hover over it, as well as when we click on it, and finally when we disable it. So let's go do that next. As I said, when I hover over it, I want the button to turn green and the writing to turn white. So let's go ahead and do that now. To do this, I'm going to grab the button element and say that on hover, so that is how we would do it. That is the syntax of a selector to change the style of a button when you put your mouse over it. Okay, so I'm going to say on hover, I want the background color to change to green, but also the font to change to white. So if we save that, look back here, refresh the page, and now I hover over it. Amazing! So that button is already looking a lot cooler. We can also decide exactly how quickly that change happens. So with the transition duration property, I can say I want this to last for 1 second. So there we go. Okay, that's looking pretty cool. And I can also even use 0.5 seconds if I wish. Great. So that's on hover. And now what if we click on it? Well, I'm going to choose button active to do this. And I'm going to say that I want to change my button to be red. So all I'm going to do is just change it to red. And I'm also going to change the border of this to red so that it looks aligned with the look that we are going for. So solid red, 2 pixels solid red. So now refresh, if we hover over it turns green. And if we click on it, it turns red. Also with a transition, because that transition is on the button element. Okay, great. Another thing I just want to show you, so I'm just going to get the button again. So the default button at the moment looks like this. Okay, we can click on it, everything, that's the default styling. Now, if I want to grab the button and make it disabled, so I'm hard coding disabled, I'm putting the disabled attribute on the button, that will look like this. So we can't click the button anymore, it is disabled. This is the default styling for a disabled button. We can again override that. So to do that, I would just get the button and use disabled on it. And now we can change the background color to be yellow, for example, change the border, so border solid, 3 pixels, yellow, and we can also change the font and everything like that. So now you will see that styling has been applied to the disabled button. Wonderful! So I hope you've learned a lot today about buttons. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this next section, we're going to learn about scroll behavior. So if you think back to the HTML part of this course, I showed you how to scroll to certain elements of the page. However, did you know that we can also apply styling to that particular scroll? You didn't? Well, this is what this lesson is for. I'm going to show you how to make your scroll behavior smooth. So let's go back to our code editors. First off, I'm just going to create 2 sections. So there's one section here and another section here. And I'm just going to style it out so that we can see them both. So I'm just going to give them both a background color of red And I'm going to give them both a height so we can really see the scrolling difference. So let's go ahead and put 500 pixels. Okay, so that's my height. I'm going to give them both a width of, let's say, 500 pixels as well. And then also give them a margin so we can see them spaced out from each other. Okay, so this is what they should look like. Here's one section, and then here's another section. So you can see here, we're scrolling all the way down. So let's have a think about how we can scroll to each section. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to put an A tag here. And as the href, I'm going to put the ID of section 1 and give this the ID of, you guessed it, section 1. Because we are looking for an ID, so ID, an element with the ID to scroll to. So I'm just going to put scroll to section 1. And then I'm just going to copy this again and put scroll to section 2. So we're going to go to section 2. So let's go ahead and give this the ID of section 2. And if we want, maybe let's write section 1 in here as well. So it's really obvious which section we are in. Great. So let's refresh that. And if I go ahead and scroll to section 1, it will take me to section 1. And if I scroll to section 2, it will scroll to section 2. However, it's hard to really tell that we scrolled because it kind of just jumped to the position, right? We can see it's scrolled, but visually it just seemed to jump. So I can change this. I can essentially pick out the whole HTML document. Okay, so I've picked it all out and I'm going to do scroll behavior smooth. So now anything in the HTML element, so everything essentially at the moment, will have the smooth scroll behavior. So let's check it out. Refresh. Scroll to section 1. Ooh, and scroll to section 2. Beautiful. So that is looking wonderful. This is opposed to the auto property, which will have the jumpy behavior that we have as default. Great. Let's move on to the next lesson. In this project, we're going to build this cool photo carousel. So check it out. If we press on the buttons, it will show us different photos. So pretty stylish, a lot of CSS work here to have this beveled look on the buttons as well as the actual container itself. Very minimal. Let's do it. So let's go ahead and create our folder. I'm going to start off with CSS, as CSS is incorporated in this project, as well as HTML. And let's just call this photo carousel. So just like that. Okay, and now let's open it up in VS Code. So let's create a new window. Just like that. I'm just going to stretch it out a little bit for us, and let's open up that project. So I'm going to open it up, and on my desktop, I'm just going to find the photo carousel. Great. And now in here, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be an index.html file, and we're just going to put in our boilerplate. So once again, I am not writing this from scratch. I've simply taken this from an existing project. And let's just go ahead and call this photo carousel, just like so. Wonderful. And once again in here, I'm going to create a new directory called CSS where we're going to store all our CSS files. In this project, it will just be one CSS file. However, for good measure and for good practice, I've created that directory for you to get you used to working with big projects. I'm also going to create another directory, so on the same level as the index.html file, called images, where we're going to store our 3 images for the carousel. Great. So in here, we're going to create a file. I'm going to call it styles CSS, and that's where all our styles are going to live. I've given it the .css extension in order for our code editor to know to treat this as a CSS file. And now I just need to link it up to my HTML file. So I'm going to use the link tag for this, and I'm going to use rel style sheet, and we're also going to use the href in order to go into my CSS directory and get that style CSS file. So now that is linked up to my HTML file, and now let's actually see what this looks like in the browser. I'm going to copy the path to this, and I'm just going to paste it in like so, and there you go. You will see photo carousel is showing up here. Wonderful. And let's just inspect this page. So control click inspect. And great, we can see our elements here. So let's get going. Just going to minimize this for now. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is just create a div, and I'm going to give this the class of carousel. So carousel, in fact, we should probably call it a carousel container. That's essentially what it is. It's going to contain a bunch of stuff for our carousel. Now in here, I'm actually going to create another div, and this is going to hold all our photos. So I'm going to give it the class name of photo container. Okay, so just like so. And in here, I'm essentially going to put 3 images in. So here's one image. It's going to have a source and some alternative text, and it's a self-closing tag. So there is one. I'm actually also going to give it an ID of photo 1 so that we can pick it out later in our style sheet. So there's one image. This is going to be a second image and a third image. So let's change up those IDs as well. Great. And just make sure to keep that formatted nicely at all times to make our code more readable. So let's format that by indenting it, as it is the child element of the carousel container. Great. And now I'm going to create another div. This is going to hold our button. So I'm going to give the class name of button container. And in here, we're going to have buttons. Okay, so we can have buttons. However, as we are essentially going to want to link to the images, I'm actually going to use A tags for this. Okay, so a bit of an interesting twist, but it makes sense as I want to link this to an image. Okay, so that's how we can use the A tag, and I'm just going to give it the class of button because we are going to style it up like a button visually. So each of these is going to have the class of button, and I'm going to give them an href as well. So this is going to link to the photo ID 1. This one's going to link to photo 2, and this one's going to link to photo 3. Great. So there is our code for our carousel. You can even fit it all on here. There we go. That's what it looks like. And that's what it looks like when it's formatted and indented correctly. We can even format the file in VS Code by simply clicking Control and then formatting the document. And there we go. So that's formatted nicely for us. Let's also not forget to make these IDs. So we're going to use the hash as we're linking to IDs. Great. Now let's do some styling up. So let's just get our style sheet up and continue. Well, first off, I'm just going to go ahead and get the body, and I want to center the carousel container. Okay, so to do that, on the body itself, I'm going to use display flex. So you know what to do in order to essentially center things. I'm just going to give this a background color of red for now so we can see what is going on. And I'm also going to pick out the carousel container like so and give it a background color of white just so we can see what is going on again. And for now, I'm going to give it a height of 500 pixels and a width of 500 pixels. We won't be keeping this. I just want to show you a little bit of what is happening under the hood. So that's what it looks like now, and we're going to use display flex. So we've initialized flexbox, and I'm going to use justify content center in order to center this in the middle from left to right. And if I want to center it from top to bottom, well, you know what to do. We need to assign this a height. I'm going to say it's going to be 100 of the viewport height, so VH. And now we can use align items center. Without that height, we would not be able to center on this axis, so from top to bottom. And there we go. It is now centered. Now, at the moment, our body also has some margin as a default, which is why this little scroll is showing up. To get rid of that, I can also just go ahead and get rid of any default margin by going margin 0 and also panning 0 too. So just do that, and now it's truly centered in the middle of your browser. Wonderful. Next up, I'm also going to style the photo container that lives in the carousel container. So let's grab the photo container, and this will actually hold the individual photo. And I want all the photos to be a square of 500 pixels by 500 pixels, right? And I'm going to also use border radius to essentially soften it up. Okay, so that is our photo container. It lives inside of here. I'm also just going to give it a background color because I really want it to be obvious what is happening under the hood. So there we go. There is our carousel container, and there is our photo container for now. And let's also have the button container, right? So the button container, I'm going to give a background color of green, again, just so we can see what is going on. And then the button container contains all these things with the class of button. So let's grab each button and style it up. So this is going to be the fun part. We're going to make the little circles with box shadow, making them look really 3D. So let's do it. So each of these is going to have a width of 40 pixels and a height of 40 pixels. And then we're going to round it off to be a circle. So our border radius is going to be half of that, right? So I'm going to just do 20 pixels. And let's also give a background color. Let's use RGB. So 255, 255, 255 is indeed white. So if we look in here now, there is our button container. So we need to actually remove the styling from the carousel now. We don't need it because we have items in here. I'm also going to use a background image to assign a linear gradient of essentially white to this kind of off-white color that I have also picked out earlier. So 247. Okay, there we go. And now as these buttons live inside the button container, I'm just going to give this a height for now of 60 pixels. And a width of 500 pixels so we can see where it is. Okay, so there's our button container, and there are all our buttons. And to make them actually show up, I'm going to use display flex on the button container, which means they'll show up here, and I want to center them. I want to center them in the middle, so we use justify content center. And that is looking good for now. Okay, so now let's just get rid of this. I just added that so you can kind of see where the button container is. Great. And now let's space out these buttons from each other. So each button, I'm going to give a margin. And from the top, I want to give each one 20 pixels. From the right, I'm going to give it 10 pixels. From the bottom, I'm going to do 0. And from the left, I'm going to give it 10 pixels. So there we go. That's what they look like at the moment. Great. So we have the photo container, we have the button container, and they live in the carousel container. The carousel container is white. Perhaps let's give it some padding, right? So that it's not so squished up to the photo container and button container. So I'm just going to give it a padding of 20 pixels. Okay. So that is what it looks like at the moment. And I'm also going to round off the edges. So I'm going to use border radius 20 pixels again, so just like so. Okay, to round that off. Wonderful. And one last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a box shadow. So I'm going to use box shadow. I'm going to do 4 pixels x-axis, 4 pixels y-axis, and 16 pixels blur, as well as just pick out a whitish color, 225, 225, 225. It will look like this. Okay, and now if we change this color to even slightly darker white, so just like that, this will look like a slight shadow. So there we go. You can kind of see this minimal look already showing up. Let's also now get rid of the button container green color. So I'm just going to get rid of that. And I'm also going to add a box shadow to the button. So box shadow. This time it's going to be 0 x-axis, 1 pixel y-axis, 5 pixels blur. Then this gray of RGB 177, 176, 176. And then I'm also going to do an inset box shadow. So at the moment, if I adjusted this and save this file and refreshed, it would look like that. But I can make it look even more 3D by adding an inset box shadow. So I'm going to do inset 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 2 pixels. So x-axis, y-axis blur. And I'm just going to do the color white. Okay. So there we go. That's looking way more 3D right now. It was a slight difference, but I think it made a difference. I'm also just going to format this for now. So I'm going to format this document. Okay, and once again, we can put this on 2 lines if you think that will make it more readable for you. Great. So this is all looking wonderful. Now let's get to putting in the images. Once again, I have got these images from pexels.com. So please go ahead and find images you like and just make them be squares. So find ones that are square or edit them to be squares. Or you could just take the ones from the repository for this tutorial if that's easier for you and just drag them in like so. So I have an image that I call blue candies, an image that I called pink candies, and an image that I called rainbow candies. Check it out on the repository, download them and just whack them into your images directory like so, because these are already formatted to be squares. So that's why it might be more helpful too. So once you have done that, it's now time to actually reference them in here. So I'm going to go into my images directory and get the blue candies. Let's go ahead and put blue candies right here. And for the second one, I'm just going to go into the images directory and get the pink candies. So let's put pink candies right here. And once again, I'm going to go into the images directory and get the rainbow candies. And you guessed it. Let's go ahead and put rainbow candies right here. So at the moment, if we look in here, this won't look great. In fact, it kind of just looks like this. All the images are stacked on top of each other. If I zoom out, they look like this. So that is not great. Okay, so let's zoom back in. So let's make them fit right. So I'm just going to get up my CSS file again. And on the photo container, right, so the blue thing that's behind here, I'm going to use display flex. So I'm initializing flexbox and let's refresh. So now each image tries to fit in that square, but there's 3 of them. Okay, and they're all next to each other because display flex as a default will stack things from left to right. So that's what it looks like at the moment. And ideally, we want to hide anything that's outside of that square box. So I'm going to use something called overflow hidden, which will hide anything outside of the photo container, outside of this width and height, and outside of this border radius. So let's refresh. And great. So we have one image. However, how do we slide to the other images, which are technically behind here, but we've hidden them thanks to overflow hidden? Well, we've actually linked up these A tags, these anchor links to these elements, which means that if I click on here, it takes me to the element with the ID of photo 1. If I click on here, it takes me to the element with ID photo 2. And if I click on here, it takes me to the element with ID photo 3. So kind of cool. And if I want this behavior to be smooth, I simply do scroll behavior smooth. Okay? So pretty cool. That's actually kind of manipulating how we can essentially use anchor links to go to certain elements on our document. Okay, so thanks CSS, you've been a dream for helping us create this cool photo carousel. And let's just look at what's happening behind the hood. So there you will see all the images. So there's the first one, there's the second one, and here's the third one. We're on the third one right now. And once again, if we just scroll, ta-da, you will see each one of them coming in to view. And finally, don't forget to get rid of that background blue color as we don't need it anymore. Okay, in this section, we're going to take a form that we made in HTML and make it look not boring. Okay, so we're going to apply some CSS to it, and we're also going to apply what we learned about on hover, and we're going to add a new one this time, which is focus, that we're going to use on the input elements. Okay, so by the end, you'll have something that looks like this. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to it. Styling forms is super fun, but it also can be super fiddly. So we're going to do this in the next few sections, and then we're going to practice this in a real life project. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to working on those inputs next. First off, I'm just going to create a form. So just like so. And then in here, I'm going to put a label. The label is going to be for my first name. So let's go ahead and put first name. And then we're also going to have an input for this. This is going to be a text input. So here's the input element, which does not need a closing tab. And we said that this is going to have the type of text. Okay, as this is going to take text. And we're going to give this a name for best practice. This will be for picking it out with JavaScript, but it's good habit just to add this at the time being. Next, we need to give this an ID. So I'm just going to go ahead and choose first name again. And whatever ID we give this to, we need to match it to the label using the for attribute and making sure that this is the same as that. Okay, so that is important in order to match the label to the input. And we can also have a placeholder. So the placeholder can be something like Anya, so that people know to put their first name there. Great. Next, I'm going to have another label, and this is going to be for my email. So I'm going to put email like so, and then the input type is going to be for emails. So I'm going to put type email. The name of this is email. Let's give this the ID of email, which means that this also needs to be email. And we can also have a placeholder, why not, of Anya at test.com. Next, I'm just going to put an input type that is for the submit button. So we're going to give this the type of submit, and it will have a button styling. So as a refresher, by giving this input type submit is essentially turning it into a form button. And we can change what the button says by adding a value. So I'm just going to put sign up, just like so. Next, I'm going to show you how to work with radio buttons. So with radio buttons, I'm actually going to put them in a field set. The field set tag is used to group related elements in a form. Hence, I'm using the field set to put all of these radio inputs in one place. So let's go ahead and add a label and an input. So my label is going to say email me updates. And this input type is going to be a radio button. And what do we know about radio buttons? It's that only one radio button can be clicked. We can't select multiple radio buttons, unlike the checkbox type. So as default, we can have this one checked. And of course, we need to link this. So we use the for tag, and I'm going to say this is updates, which means that I need to give this the ID of updates. And let's also give this a name of updates as well. And now I'm going to also have an input for them to explicitly say that they don't want the updates. Okay, because this is checked as default. So this is going to be a type radio. It's going to have a label. Don't email me updates. And of course, we need to link this up. So no updates, this is going to say. So which means we need to give this the ID of no updates. And the name of this needs to be updates. So the same as the previous radio button. So we know to save the data of this as either this or either that. So now if we check this out in the browser, it looks like this. So it doesn't look great, but at least everything works. This input with the type submit is a button. And if we click on it, the page will refresh because the form is simulating a submission, even though we have no action on the form. And then we have a placeholder for the name and the email address. Great. So our HTML is there. Let's get to styling it up. In this next section, we're going to work on styling up the input elements of a form. So where we left off, we added all the HTML elements necessary in order for us to get going. This included an input with the type of text, an input with the type of email, 2 radio buttons that are linked so you can only select one, and the input type submit, which is styled like a button that will control the form and submit it when we click it if an action was provided, which it currently isn't. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's get to styling it up. So the first thing that I'm going to do is actually grab the body. First off, I've decided I want to center everything in my page. So this is a great occasion for us to practice using flexbox. I'm going to grab the body and I'm going to use display flex in order to initiate flexbox. Next, I need to center everything horizontally. So for this, we use justify content center, okay? Because at the moment, my element, so my form with display flex, its main axis is going from left to right. So I'm going to center everything from left to right using justify content. Next, I want to center everything on the cross axis, so from up to down. And for this, I use align item center. But of course, our body at the moment doesn't really have a height. We need to give it a height for us to center everything on the cross axis. And I want that height to be 100% of the viewport height of my browser. So I'm going to go height 100, viewport height. Great. So now if I grab the body element, I'm just going to give it a background color of light gray so we can see what is going on. And I'm just going to give it a width of 400 pixels and have a look in the browser. Ta-da! We have centered our form. So this is what it looks like currently. It doesn't look great. Let's go ahead and perhaps give it a padding of 20 pixels, just so everything inside isn't so squished up to the sides. So I'm going to go padding 20 pixels, and I'm also just going to round it off because I like rounding things off. So I'm going to give it a border radius of 5 pixels, and perhaps let's make this a little bit lighter. So just like so. Wonderful. So I'm already liking this a lot better. It's looking way less harsh. Now, I don't really like that all the inputs are appearing in line. I want them to appear stacked over each other. So let's do that next. Now, we can choose to either do this with display flex or using what we learned about inline and block elements. So it really is up to us. I personally like display flex, so I'm going to use display flex, and give everything in my form a direction. So flex direction column. Okay, so now, ta-da! Everything is stacked over each other like so. Next, let's change the fonts. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that the labels, I want the font size of the labels to only be 10 pixels, okay? And I want to change the font. So I'm going to say that I want the font family to be Trebuchet with Arial as a backup and then sans serif as a backup to that. So there we go. That's looking better. We can also at the same time change the font of the inputs if I just go ahead and put comma input. So now all the input elements will also have this font and also have that font size. Okay, so that's all I've done by putting a comma here. And great. So that's looking much better. Next, I've decided that I want the input elements to have a padding around the placeholder words because I think it's all a bit too squished up. So I'm going to say that any input with the type of text and any input with the type of email to have a padding of 3 pixels. This is so that it doesn't affect the inputs with the type of radio. Okay? So that is looking a lot better. Let's go ahead and change that to 5 actually. And perhaps let's also add it to the sign up input. So input type submit is also to have that padding. Great. Now I'm going to grab each label and actually give it a margin from the top and the bottom only. So let's go ahead and grab the label and use margin and what we know of the shorthand and give a 5 pixel margin to the top and bottom and 0 to the left and right. So great. This is looking wonderful. The last thing I'm going to do is just get rid of the default styling of the sign up button and then also get rid of the box around the field set. So I'm going to do so here, field set border none and input type submit background color crimson. Okay, and I'm just going to put border 2 pixels crimson solid and change the color of it to be white on the inside. However, I'm just going to change these all to be RGB just to make everything a little bit more consistent. Okay, so I'm simply just using the options that I have, which is literally hovering over here and selecting the background color. That is something you can do just so everything is RGB in this file. So great. So this is looking so much better. In this next section, we're going to use what we learned about the hover selector as well as a new one, which is the focus selector on inputs. So let's do it. So let's grab the input type submit and use hover in order to change the background color. And then I'm just going to select a darker color. So perhaps we don't need a border. In fact, let's get rid of that because I was going to have something funky with the border happen, but instead I'm just going to round this off a bit. So border radius 5 pixels, just like so. And that will be applied here too. Great. So at the moment, everything looks like this. And I'm just going to get rid of the border completely. So border, none. Wonderful. So this is looking good. Another thing I can have is on focus. So for example, on the input with type text and the input with type email. On focus of this one and on focus of this one, I can change the background color to be a light crimson. So maybe just this color right here. So now if I click on this, that will become in focus and we know which input we are on. And then I can really neaten it up by getting rid of the outline. So let's go ahead, actually let's take this padding and put it in here for the input type submit and just use these two as the two inputs we want to style without the focus. And I'm just going to do outline none, border 1 pixel solid gray. And once again, let's make that a little bit more custom. And let's not forget to add the padding 5 pixels back in here. As well as maybe let's give it a border radius of 5 pixels too. So there we go. We've just got rid of the weird outline and everything is looking much nicer. So there we go. I hope you can agree this is looking much better than what we started with. I hope you've learnt a lot. So just to recap, what we did was picked out the form and made it a grey block with rounded edges, picked out the labels to give the margin from the top and bottom. Then we decided that the labels and the inputs should have this font family and font size. We next picked out the input of type text and type email and got rid of the outline and made our own outline, okay, as well as gave it some padding so it's not so scrunched up and rounded off the edges. So got rid of the outline, made our own outline. Next, when we focused in on those two inputs, we changed the background color to be this light pink. We got rid of the border of the field set holding our radio buttons, and on the input type submit, so essentially the button, we made it red, we made the color of the text in it white, we rounded off, we again got rid of the border that it had, we didn't add a new one, we just got rid of it, and we added 5 pixels to the edges. And when we hover over the input, we make the button darker in color. So we override this color and we add a darker color instead. So in the last section, we learned how to make a form and it was pretty fun. Luckily for us though, our form didn't really have much else going on outside of it. So it didn't matter that we were just picking out elements such as labels, inputs, and so on, because we only had one form, okay? If for whatever reason we had more than one form, we might want to apply different styling to it. It wouldn't really make sense for us to add classes and everything like that to these different inputs. What we could do is, for example, give this form the ID of sign up form, okay? Which would mean that I would just need to pick out this ID, and now in here, instead of picking out the form, I would pick it out by the ID of sign up form. But Anya, we still have all of this, which could be affected by the other form that we make, right? Well, by grabbing this and putting it in front of the label, I'm saying that any label element that lives inside the element with the ID of sign up form is to have this styling. And only the label that lives inside the element with the ID sign up form is meant to have this styling, okay? So no other labels. We can do so for here as well. So in the sign up form, any label should have the font size 10 pixels and the font family Trebuchet MS. So let's go ahead and do it for all of these, just to say that this styling is only meant to be applied on these elements if they live inside the element with the ID of sign up form. Okay? Not forgetting to also put it on the second items too. So once again, you need to specify that the input type email is only one that exists on the sign up form. Okay, so do that there as well. So that is nesting CSS. Great. So just to show you this has worked, I'm going to make another input here. So this is just an input, and I'm going to give this the type of text. Okay, so just like the one we have here. So let's test that no styling is going to be applied to it. That is being applied in the form with the ID of sign up form. I'm just going to give this a placeholder of Bob, and let's check it out. Great. You will see that this has the blue line. If we click on it, the red isn't being applied as it is here. It's just the default styling of an input. Wonderful. So that has worked. Great. So I hope you've learned a lot about forms because our project is coming up next. Okay, now it's time to practice everything we have learned by building this cool project. So we're going to build the visuals of a sign-up modal. Of course, it won't work. For that, we need JavaScript, which is coming up. But I mean, it looks pretty cool, right? And it's always going to be centered, so it's always going to be in the middle, and it's going to have a cool image in the back too. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to building this, practicing flexbox, as well as everything we've learned about forms and much more. So first off, I'm of course just going to create a directory. So I'm going to call this CSS HTML sign up form. Okay, so just go ahead and do the same and you know what to do. Next, we're just going to open up a new window in VS Code. So please go ahead and do that. And now I'm just going to open it up. So I'm going to open up the project, the directory we just made on our desktop. It's called CSS HTML sign up form. So just go ahead and find that and open it up. And great. So now we can create our files. We're going to create an index HTML file with some boilerplate code. So once again, this is some boilerplate code that I got from a previous project. And I'm just going to format this document, and it's added those self-closing tags. You don't need them, but you know, if you want to have them, that is totally up to you. Okay, great. And now let's go ahead and create a directory that's going to hold all our CSS. We are only going to have one CSS file in this project, but it's preparing you for working with larger projects where there's multiple CSS files and you need to store them in one place. And you're also going to have an images directory, okay, because we're going to have some images. And these images, again, please feel free to take them from the repository that is with this course, with all your projects, and just drag them in like so into the images directory. We have the App Store download button, we have the Google Play download button, and we have the purple theme background that we're going to be using for our background. I got this image from pexels.com, which is a free image sharing website that you are free to use for personal projects. Okay, so those are our images. And finally, let's go ahead and create our styles CSS file, making sure to add .css so that our code editor knows to treat this as a CSS file. And finally, let's link it up. So just down here, I'm going to use the link tag, just like so. And I'm going to say rel style sheet is what we need to put. And we're just going to attach our style sheet. So we're in the root of our project. We need to go into the CSS file. So let's go into there, and then we get the style CSS file. So there we go. We've just hooked it up. And what should we call this? Let's just call it sign up modal. Wonderful. So now if we look at this in the browser, I'm just going to copy the path to this. I'm going to paste it in like so. There we go. And let's inspect this page so it's ready for us to have a look at what is going on under the hood. Okay, great. Now the first thing we need to do is decide what is going to make up the structure of our sign up form. Well, I'm going to have a div that's going to hold our modal information. So I'm going to just give this the class of auth modal, just so it's really clear. And in my auth modal, well, I'm going to actually have a div that is meant to represent closing our auth modal. So let's also give this the class of close icon. I've not made a button. I think a div is fine in this situation. And I've also gone ahead and used this symbol right here for the close icon. If you want to find it, you can go to Unicode table /en/24E7, and there you can find it too. Okay, you just go ahead and copy it, and there you go. Great. So our auth modal at the moment has a div with a class of close icon. It's also going to have an h2 element that's going to say sign up. And then we're also going to have a p tag that's going to give us a little bit of sub information about this. And I'm just going to essentially paste this piece of text that says, by signing up, you are agreeing to our terms and conditions. Learn about our privacy policy before clicking submit. So that is something you would probably see on a sign up form. Next, we're actually going to have the form itself. So here is our form. And now what is our form going to have? Well, it's going to have a bunch of inputs, right? And how many inputs? We're going to have 3 inputs that are going to take some version of text or password. And then we're also going to have a checkbox input and an input that will allow us to submit the form theoretically. Okay, so lots of inputs, and then finally an HR element that's going to just provide us with a nice line so that we can put some extra information down here. Down here, I'm going to say download the app, and then we're going to have some links. So the first link is going to be to the Google Play Store, and the second link is going to be to the Apple Store. So 2 links, each of them is actually going to hold an image, okay, that we have already kind of put into here, so that is easy for us. And some alternative text for this one is just going to say Google Play icon. And this one is going to be, again, we're going to have the source of this. And the alternative text for this one is going to say Apple Store icon. Okay, so great. I believe that is it. The first one, so if you click on the first link, it's going to take us, well, it's going to take us to the Google Play Store. So I actually know this URL. We can, of course, just hook it up, play.google.com/store. And this one, if we click on the second link, it's going to go to https://www.apple.com/store. So I did not make these up. These actually are existing URLs. So here is our Google Play Store. Okay, and here is our Apple Store. So just like so. So we've done that. So we have the 2 links. However, I actually want to put them in their own container as we want them to appear left and right and not stacked over each other or with some weird kind of styling that we can't control. So I made a div and I've just put them in there. So now they've got a wrapper div or a parent div. And I'm just going to give this the class of link container, as that is what it contains. It contains links. Okay, great. Now, before moving on, I'm just going to define what types these are. So the type of the first input is just going to be text. As default, it's text anyway, so we could have left it blank. Okay, all of these will by default have the type of text. And then our second one, this is going to have password. So just like that. This one is also going to have the type of password. This one's going to have the type of checkbox, and this one is going to have the type of submit. So by now we know what these inputs should look like. Let's have a look if we are right. And great, we have just a standard input. This one takes passwords. Okay, so actually will show up with these dots, same as this one. We have a checkbox and we have a submit button too. Now, I know we're not going to use this as we are not really even going to be hooking this up, but I think, again, just for good practice, this will all come into light when you start hooking things up like forms in JavaScript. We're going to put the name of the input. So the name of this is going to be user name. The name of this, let's just put password, the name of this. I'm actually going to put password check as the name of this input, and the name of this, we could put checkbox or we could put T and C's. Okay, again, not needed for when we're just styling it up, but this information will be needed for when we start hooking up forms in JavaScript. Now, what is needed is an ID. So if we want to pick this out for some reason and we want to style it out differently, we can give it an ID. So I'm just going to go ahead and give all of these IDs in case we need to use them. You never know. So I'm just going to go give them each an ID. Let's give this one the ID of password check. Okay, great. And again, this one, the ID, I'll just keep it as T and C for now. And finally, we can also add a placeholder. So this is quite cool. We can put some placeholder text, such as username, like so. And we don't need any placeholder text for the password really, but if you wanted to, you can. So placeholder, password, and then placeholder, confirm password. So this is what will look like now. Okay, great. So now we've finished the structure of our document. Let's get to styling it up. So in here, first off, let's start off by importing a Google font. So before I imported Google Fonts by linking it up in the header, this time I'm going to show you how to do it a different way, and that is importing it thanks to the import URL. Okay, so once again, let's go over to Google Fonts, and I'm just going to search for the font called Redux Pro. Okay, so just search for it, find it, and again, we're going to pick out some weights. The weights I'm going to pick out are 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, and 700, so all of these. And then we get this pretty little URL that shows up along with the code that we need in order to import this into our CSS. So let's go ahead and do that now. And there we go. There is the full URL. There is the URL. Don't forget to put that little semicolon at the end. And now if I want to apply this font to the whole document, I just use this star, and that means everything in the document is going to have the font family, and the font family we need is Redux Pro. So let's get Redux Pro. I would suggest just copy pasting it from the Google Fonts API in order to not make any spelling mistakes, and a sans serif is going to be my backup. So now if we look in here, you will see that font has been applied to everything in here. Okay, great. Now, as always, we want to just start off with a clean slate on the body. So I'm going to start off with padding being 0 and margin being 0, so we don't get any funky behavior around the body element, and everything is lined up quite nicely to the sides of the browser. Next up, I'm actually going to use background image in order to add the image from our images directory. So I'm going to use URL for this again, just like so. So this time, as we are in here at the moment, we need to go out of this directory. So let's go out of this directory, and I'm going to go into the images. So let's go into the images and get the purple theme background. Okay, so there we go. And if we look in here, that has been applied. Of course, it's very big, so we know what to do. I'm going to use background size cover and save that. Okay, so now it looks like this. However, it is repeating, and we haven't really told it what we want it to cover and constrain to. As this is a landscape image, I'd quite like it if, you know, the height of the image was always 100% height of the viewport height. So I can just add height 100 viewport height, and now the whole body in which the image lives will always be 100% of the viewport height. Okay, so great. Of course, if the image was, you know, a portrait, that you'd probably want to do something else like viewport width, but this is looking good. It's exactly what I was expecting from this. Let's carry on. Now, one other thing I'm going to do is just text align everything to be center. okay, in the entire body. So everything will be centered right now. And let's actually pick out the auth modal itself and start styling that up. So I'm going to pick it out and I'm just going to give it a background color of white for now. So let's do RGB 255, 255, 255 and hit save. And that's what it should look like. Of course, we've got a long way to go, so maybe let's give it a width and a height and round it off before centering it in the body element. So let's make this a width of 360 pixels. And then let's also give it a border radius of 10 pixels to round it off. And the height I'm going to keep dynamic based on the amount of things we have in here. So there we go. That's what it looks like now. And now let's center it in the body. So how do we do this? Well, on the body, we're going to use justify content center to center the auth modal from left to right. And to do that, we need to initiate flexbox by writing display flex. So now I could do justify content center and the auth modal will appear in the center from left to right. And now if we want it to appear in the center from top to bottom, well, we use align items center and we need a height, which we already do, so that should work. And great, that is now centered in the middle of our browser, no matter how big our browser will be. And I'm just going to pad out everything. So I'm going to give everything a padding that's inside of the auth modal. So the auth modal itself is going to have 40 pixels padding, which means that everything's going to have a lot more space around it. Okay, and finally, I'm just going to give our auth modal a box shadow. So box shadow, once again, let's just pick out our color. It's going to be a transparent color. I'm going to actually pick black and then give it 0.05 opacity. And I'm going to go 0 pixels x-axis, 6 pixels y-axis, 24 pixels blur, and 0 pixels spacing. And then I'm going to overlay another box shadow on top of this. This time it's RGBA, black again, but slightly higher value in opacity, 0 pixels x-axis, 0 y, 0 blur, and 1 pixel spread. Okay, so this is what a box shadow will look like. It's extremely faint, but you know, if you got rid of the image, you will be able to see that a little bit more. Okay, so just like that, there we go. But of course, we actually want that in there. Okay, so that is our auth modal all styled up. Now let's get to styling up the actual form and the inputs. So to style up the actual form, I'm actually going to get the form, but only get the form if it lives inside an element with a class of auth modal. So we're going to get the element with a class of auth modal, dot is for class, and say that any form that lives inside of it is going to have everything stacked on top of each other. And we can do that with flexbox. So let's initialize flexbox with display flex. And I'm just going to do flex direction column. Okay, so now everything in my form should be stacked on top of each other like this. Wonderful. Now let's just give each input some padding and margin and change the font size. So again, I'm going to say that any input that lives inside an element with a class of auth modal, you could have done in form as well, but this is fine, is going to have a padding of 8 pixels, a margin of 8 pixels, a font size of 17 pixels, and I think that should be fine. So this is what each of the inputs should look like at the moment. Okay, so much cooler. And finally, let's style up the input with a type of submit. So in fact, let's go ahead and pick this out. I'm going to give this the class of form button, as that is technically what it is. And now I'm going to say that anything with the class of form button that lives inside an element with a class of auth modal Well, I want the text color to be white. So let's go ahead and put RGB 255, 255, 255. I want to make sure that the text is uppercase. So let's do text transform uppercase. I want to make sure the font size, I'm actually going to make it a bit smaller this time. And I'm going to give it some padding. So inside the button of 12 pixels from the top and bottom and 30 pixels from the left and right. So that is a shortcut way of writing this essentially. Okay, if you remember, top, right, bottom, left. Okay, that's the shortcut. Let's round off the edges with some border radius. I'm going to give it a border radius, quite a large one, as I want to make sure it looks kind of like an oval. And let's space it out from everything else by 6 pixels. Okay, so let's have a look at what this looks like. Amazing. So that's what it looks like at the moment. Let's also get rid of the border. So I'm going to get rid of the border. I'm going to override the border. I'm going to put none so that it looks like this. And finally, let's give it a background. I'm actually going to give it a linear gradient background. So let's find linear gradient and I'm going to make it go to 45 degrees and let's pick out a color. I'm going to go purple to pink. So I'm going to do RGB 1854824 and then RGB 25564 Okay, so now my button's gonna look like this. And let's add an on hover to it. So let's grab all this and go hover. And I'm gonna make the font color go kind of a dark color, okay, because we really want to see a difference if we click on it. And let's also change the border, right? So I'm going to actually make the border be the same color as the font and make it solid 2 pixels. So now it's going to go from having no border to this border. So perhaps because we don't really want it changing in size, let's also add this border to here. So instead of being none, let's make it white, solid 2 pixels. So that reflects the border here, just in a different color. So now if we hover over it, there's no change in size. Great. Next up, I just want to say that anything, so I'm going to put this up here as it's quite universal, any H2 element is going to have the text transform of uppercase. Okay, I want it to be capital, and I'm also going to make it italic. So I'm going to do font style italic. So now that should apply to both here and here, and I think it just looks so much better. I'm also going to change the default size of the P element. So any P element used in the entire document is going to have the font size of 15 pixels. So save that and have a look, and I think that looks much better. So this is looking good. The last thing I want to do is just make this float to the right, add a label and some text for the checkbox, and style these icons up a little bit more. Okay, so let's work on the checkbox first. So here is my input with the type of checkbox. I'm actually going to use a label like so, and I'm going to put this whole thing in the label, okay? And this label is for the input with the ID of T and C. So I'm going to do for, and then whatever we call the ID, which is this. Okay, so that's how we link the label to the input. And if we want some text in here now, I can do I agree to the terms and conditions. Okay, so again, that's actually part of the label. So inside of the label, we've got this input and we have this text. I also think we should probably format this a little bit more so it's a bit more readable and you can see where this label starts and ends. Okay, so while we are here, I'm actually just going to format the whole thing. So I'm going to do format document and wonderful. Okay, so now this should look like this. It's looking really good. Now, let's also link up the images, right? So once again, we know that we're in the HTML file, which is in the root, which means we just need to go into the images, and I'm going to get the Google Play Downloads button, and then I'm going to go into the images and get the App Store download image for that as well. So at the moment, of course, they won't look great. I think they're too big and I don't want them stacked on top of each other. So let's use our link container to do some styling. Okay, so I'm just going to grab the link container. You can also make sure that you only want to style it if it lives inside of the auth modal, just in case you have any other link container classes you might have or plan on writing. I just like being super strict. And now I'm just going to use display flex to initialize flexbox. And we can get these two showing up like that. Let's make them a bit smaller too. So let's say that any images that live inside the link container, that live inside of the auth modal, are just going to be 170 pixels in width. And let's give them a margin to space them out from each other of 5 pixels. So at the moment, they will look like this. And just to make sure that these are 100%, in the center and spaced out evenly, I can use justify content space between. So space between will mean that there's equal spacing in between here rather than all around. Okay, if you remember that from our flexbox class. And wonderful. And now let's just make this little button float to the right. So I can literally grab the close icon and just put float right and click save, and that should float to the right. Great. So this is looking so good. If I click on it, it will try refresh the page and try, submit a form. But of course, we know that this isn't hooked up to anything. So don't go try doing that. If you want to, I do have a hack around this using an API, and it lets you actually send forms using just CSS and HTML. It's on my channel. You can't miss it. So please go check that out if you really wish. It's totally up to you. Okay, now one last thing I want to do, and that is just show you that you can actually change the styling of these of when we focus on them. So at the moment, it's just this default styling. So what we can also do, okay, this is just some extra for you, okay? We can grab the input and we can actually search for it. And if it has the type of text, we can apply a styling to it. Okay, we can do it for if we focus on it. So just like that, or we could just do it in general too. So anything, any input that has the type of text, let's say that it's going to have a border of none, and then an outline that is 1 pixel solid, and then we're going to pick this gray color, so 153, 149, 149. So that is my outline. And if we focus on it, I'm going to have a border of none and a outline. So let's just grab this outline again. I'm just going to change the color this time and make it a pink. So I'm going to change these values to be 255, 64, 153. So I'm going to show you what this looks like. At the moment, it looks like this. And if we hover over it, it goes pink. It won't do so for the password. It won't do for this one because we didn't pick out the type of password. But if we really want, we can just put a comma and say this applies to anything with a type of password too. So do it for that, and then also do it for that, making sure to put focus here. Okay, so now that will be applied to these 3 input types. Great. I'm really happy with how this looks. Okay, maybe let's just soften them up a tiny little bit and give them a border radius of 4 pixels. So just like so. Now that we have covered Flexbox, I want to take a moment to talk to you about responsive web design. And for this, I'm going to take you on a brief history lesson back to the days of the first web pages. So travel back in time with me to the very, very far date of, well, maybe not actually so far,
1991. Back when the first web pages were being built, the devices that you viewed the pages on were all pretty standard. A web designer would just have to have the one canvas to work on, being relatively sure that everyone will view what they built in the same way. Fast forward to today, and we have a huge amount of viewing devices to view web pages on. So think your laptop, your tablet, and your mobile phone. And even those have a huge amount of variation in dimensions as well. Just think of an iPhone 5 versus the iPhone 11 screen, for example. Due to this, responsive web design has become an art. Making sure that one web page looks good for all those devices can be truly difficult. Not only from a design point of view, but from a web building point of view too. Now, HTML is actually responsive. If you notice, the text of this paragraph is resizing to the browser. So that's it, right? Easy, job done. Well, no. With developments in responsive design, we can now get elements to not only resize, but completely disappear and be replaced with new ones. So, for example, here we have a web page with this cool navbar that shows the logo and the menu which is readable in the navbar elements. If I shrink this website to tablet view, some things are disappearing and some things are changing. And finally, in mobile view, we get a hamburger menu and a drop-down of all our menu options. This is responsive web design at its finest. Back in the old days when mobiles were first becoming a thing, the only option to get these different views would be to literally build out different websites with different URLs for mobile viewing and desktop viewing, which would also mean double the work for developers, as they essentially would have to keep two websites up to date. So, what are the technologies that are associated with responsive design? Well, we already looked at flexbox, which is a modern layout technology. We also have flexible grids, meaning that we can assign percentages as widths, for example, rather than exact pixel values. We also have the CSS grid layout, which is not something we will look at in this course, but it will allow you to distribute space across grid tracks. And finally, we have media queries, which will allow you to decide what CSS properties are assigned to which element at which breakpoints of the screen. Let's look at media queries in the next section in more detail. In this next section, we're going to take a deeper look at media queries in CSS and how they can help us make our websites more responsive. Media queries allow us to apply certain CSS properties to elements at certain viewport widths. So, for example, here I am saying that if the viewport is at least 360 pixels wide or larger, then we want to find the element with the class name of hamburger menu and hide it. This means that the hamburger menu will not be seen on devices larger in width than that of an iPhone 11, for example. These are known as breakpoints. It is common today to design mobile first, as most browsing is done via our phones. However, you can also use the max width breakpoint if you wish. Let's have a look at this in code now. Okay, so in this example, I'm going to show you how you can apply media queries in order to display one thing for a mobile and another thing for a browser. So let's do it. We're going to do a simple exercise here, and whatever you learn, we're going to apply to our portfolio at the end in order to create a navbar like we saw in the example in the previous video. So what I'm going to do is simply show you how to hide an element if we're viewing something in mobile and display another one. So all I'm going to do is make an h1 tag that says I am mobile view. And let's pick this out perhaps with the ID of mobile tag. And then let's do the same one. I am a browser view. Okay, and let's pick this out by browser tag. Okay, so there we go. And now let's go to our style sheet and we're going to use what we learned about media queries. So we're going to use @media only screen. This is the syntax. And then we're going to decide if we want max width or min width. I like to work mobile first, which means that as a default, I'm going to hide this element. So I'm going to pick it out by the ID of browser tag. So ID, I need a hash, and I'm just going to do display none. Okay, so as default, the browser tag will be hidden. So let's save these files and I'm going to show you what this looks like in the browser. Okay, as a default, the H1 tag that says I'm a browser view is hidden as a default. And now I'm going to say that as soon as the screen hits 650 pixels or above, so I'm going to do min width 650 pixels. Well, then I want to get the browser tag and I'm just going to go display block. Okay, so now let's check it out. And there we go. We see it as we are in the browser view. And if I go anything under 650 pixels, it disappears. Wonderful. Okay, so that's what we've done. And we can also now grab the element with the ID mobile tag. So find it by the ID. And as default, this is going to have display block. And here, I'm just going to give it display none. So as soon as we're above that 650 pixel width mark, it should disappear. And wonderful. So now we know when we're in mobile view, and now we know when we're in the browser view too. Great. So I hope that makes sense. Of course, you can use other things that you can change colors. You can literally do whatever you want to these elements at the different breakpoints. This is just a basic example to get you started. Now, we have already come across the word viewport a few times. We use it to get the width and height of the visible area of a web page. However, we can actually manipulate these sizes. We can do so by scaling down or up the viewport with the meta tag, for example, or just changing the size completely. But why might we want to do this? Well, to give you an example, let's go back to the old days. If you built a website with static elements and then you wanted to make the whole thing actually viewable and readable on a mobile, you could just scale it up by 2, for example. A typical mobile optimized site will have a meta tag like this. Here I am stating that I want the width of my viewport to be the device width that I am viewing it on, and the initial scale is the zoom level. To illustrate what having a meta tag looks like versus not having one, I'm going to mimic a mobile view in our browsers. So let's go. Okay, so as you can see here, I've put an image tag with the source to an image on Wikipedia of the Lofoten Islands in Norway. So that if we look in the browser, it looks like this. Okay, so we can see what this web page will look like on a mobile if we inspect the page and then simply click on here. Okay, so there you go. Then you can pick which options you like. You can even change the dimensions, or you can pick the iPhone that you want to view this on. So let's go ahead and put iPhone 12 Pro and it will simulate it for you. Okay, so there we go. So this is what my web page will look like on a mobile. As you will see, the image is kind of shrinking down, okay? It's fitting the whole web page on the width of the mobile phone, which doesn't really look great for us. We really have to strain our eyes to see what is in that image. So now if I go back here and just put in that meta tag with the initial scale of 1 and changing the width to be the device width, so the mobile's width instead of the browser width, ta-da! You will see that is much better. We can see the image a lot clearer. Next up, I will look at the transform property. I will look at this as it's a great one to scale, skew, and in general transform elements. It's also great to use with animations, which we will be looking at straight after this. This is because it's an animatable CSS property. Okay, to show you the transform property, I've gone ahead and created a div, and I've given it a width and a height as well as a background color in order to make it look like a square. Okay, so now first off, what I can do is use transform and then scale, and then we can either put 0.5 or we could put 2. It really is up to us. And this will scale the div to be exactly the scale that we gave it. So if I pass through 0.5, the div has shrunk by 0.5. Great. We can also use rotate. If we pass through the amount in degrees into rotate, so for example, if I put 40 degrees, the shape will rotate exactly by 40 degrees. We can also put negative values if we wish. Another thing I can do is use skew, and I could skew it all together or on the x-axis and the y-axis. So for example, if I just do skew and then pass through 40 degrees, the whole shape will skew 40 degrees. But we can also skew on the y-axis and the x-axis. Same actually goes for the scale too. So if I scale just on the y-axis, for example, and we scale by 2, you will see that the shape has been stretched essentially as we've given it the scale of 2 on the y-axis, so from the top to bottom, and left the x-axis the same. Okay, so now that we have that down, let's get to animating this. So for example, that it stretches from being a square to this long rectangle over time. Let's do it. Some CSS properties are animatable, such as the transform property. This means that they can be used in animations and transitions. But how do we use them? Well, let's have a look at this in code thanks to keyframes. So back on our code editors, as you will see, I have the div right here. And at the moment, all I've done is assign it a width and a height as well as a background color to make it look like a square. Now, before we do anything, I'm just going to center it. So I'm going to grab the body and use display flex and then justify content center, align items center. So I center it horizontally and vertically, but I also then need to give it a height. So I'm just going to do 100 of the viewport height. So now it's in the center. Wonderful. Now, I said that I want to scale my square so it's 2 times as long as it is wide, and I want that to happen over time. So I'm going to do so by adding at keyframes, and then I'm going to say scale Y. So I'm choosing to call my animation scale Y, and then I'm going to do at the start, so at 0% of my animation, I'm going to have scale Y just be 1. So transform scale Y to be 1. And when my animation's finished, so at 100%, I'm going to transform scale Y to be 2. So we've just defined our animation. And now I'm going to use the animation property to animate this animation. So I'm going to grab the animation and I want to say that I want it to animate for 5 seconds. Okay, so there we go, and refresh, and ta-da! So that will animate over 5 seconds and then stop. I can also make it infinite just by adding infinite, just like so, and then that will carry on forever. So as you will see here, ta-da, that will keep repeating. And wonderful. Another cool thing we can do is say that at 50%, the scale Y is 2, and then at 100%, it goes back to being 1. This means that the animation will be more fluid and it will appear to shrink and grow. Great. So wonderful. I hope that made sense. Please have a play around with this if it didn't. So once again, we defined an animation. We defined what happens at the start of the animation, the end of the animation, and exactly 50% during the animation. And then we used it on the animation property. We defined how long we want it to last. And we also said we want this to be infinite. Great. So that's just one example of how to do it. I hope you enjoyed. Okay, so let's open up our portfolios from where we left off. So once again, I'm just going to open up my VS Code. So start a new window. So bring up my window just like so, and then find my portfolio on my desktop, which is where I saved it. So I'm just going to click open, and on my desktop, find my portfolio just right there. Okay, great. Now in this project, hopefully this is quite exciting because I'm going to be putting in the tiniest bit of JavaScript. It's very small and I will be leaving it till the very end as a nice segue into the JavaScript module, but this does mean I need to set up my project for it. So I'm just going to create a JavaScript file to do so. Don't worry, I'll be taking you through this process in a lot more detail when we start JavaScript. But for now, just copy me in creating a JavaScript directory. So go ahead and do that. And in here, I'm just going to create a JavaScript file. I'm going to call it app and give it the JS extension to let our code editor know to treat this as a JavaScript file. And done. Now, just like with the style sheet, I'm going to link it up to my HTML file. This time, however, using a script tag that takes a source attribute. And in here, I'm just going to go into my JS directory and get that app.js file. Done. Easy, right? Let's move on and go back to this later in the JavaScript part of this course. So at the moment, if we open this up, so get our index.html, copy the path, get up our browser, and paste in the link like so, this is what you should see. Okay, and I can also inspect this page by right-clicking on the page and just get up our tools to help us in development. Okay, so if I click on here, it will go to the About Me section, which has a picture of me and then just a table that we built before. And if I go back to the home page, we just get this empty page right here. As a refresher, if we click on the Go to About Me, it will go to the About Me page, which lives in the Pages directory. So we're literally going to the About Me HTML file, which at the moment has 2 links, an image, and a table that we made previously. Okay? And then if we click on here, we can go back to the home page. So that's what we're going to be working with. Again, here is our index.html page. That is essentially our home page. And then in here in pages, we also have an About Me page that looks like this, as well as a Contact Me page. Okay, so we can only go to the Contact Me page from the About Me page at the moment. So if I click on the Go to Contact Me page, it goes to the contact page that lives in the Pages directory. Okay, great. So that is the structure of our project at the moment. We have one CSS file, we have one JavaScript file, and we have one image in here. So first off, let's build out our home page. So the index.html page, so this one right here, and let's start off with the navbar. So let's do it. So I'm just going to minimize this for now, and let's actually build up our navbar just here. And I'm going to use the nav element for this as it exists for our disposal. We're going to give our page some semantic meaning by adding that right here. Now, the navbar itself, well, I actually want this to contain a few things because I essentially want it to look like this. By the end of this section, we will have a website that looks like this. So we'll have some social icons here that will take us to the correct social media, a little bit of text, a whole section of where we stored our most favorite projects, as well as a section where we explain why we do what we do, as well as a footer right here. You will also have an About Me page in which we display the same image, but just with a little bit of more information about us, as well as the same table that we started with, however, completed with links to projects in your GitHub that we will fill out by the end of this course. And finally, we're also going to have a contact page that will allow people to contact you based on the information you give. So for example, here I have put all my socials as well as my email address right here, all hyperlinked. Okay? So great. And the last thing we're going to do is just make the navbar responsive so that it changes when we get to about here. So tablet view, as you will see, the logo name disappears and we are left with home and about. And if we go even smaller, it will change to a hamburger menu with options for us. Okay, wonderful. So that is looking good. And finally, we will also make it look good on mobile by adding the correct metadata to our project. So what we're going to have in our navbar, well, there's going to be a few things in order to make our navbar responsive, as we saw previously. So first off, to start, I'm just going to create a div, one here, and that's going to contain all our information for our nav when it's in desktop and tablet state. And then another div so that we can display the hamburger list items. Okay, so perhaps let's actually give this the class name of nav container. Okay, and that's where we're going to store all our nav items. And then I'm also going to have this other div and I'm going to style it up differently. And then let's just call it hamburger list container, as that is essentially what it's going to hold. It's going to hold all relevant elements to do with our hamburger list container. Great. Now, what do we need to put in here? In here, I'm going to have another div, and this is going to store all our menu items. So I'm going to give this the class of menu container and another div. And this one's going to store all our tech that we saw. So all our tech logos that we are associating ourselves with. So let's give this the class of tech container, just like so. Now, the easiest thing to do now would just be to put in the 4 images, right, that we want in our tech container. So an HTML logo, a CSS logo, a JavaScript logo, and a React logo. So they're all going to be images like so. They're all going to have a source attribute and they're all going to have some alternative text. So that is essentially what I need. And I want 4 of these. So there we go. Now, I'm just going to drop in the images I need. So there goes my CSS logo. I'm also going to drop in the HTML logo, as well as a JavaScript logo and a React logo. So those 4 logos. Again, please feel free to take these from the final repository if you want. And now we just need to link them up. So once again, as we are in the root of the project, I'm going to have to go into the images directory. So let's go ahead and go into the images directory and get the HTML logo. And then I'm simply going to put HTML logo as the alternative text. Let's do the same for the CSS logo. I'm going to go into the images directory, get the CSS logo this time, and let's call this CSS logo. And you guessed it, into the images. This time we're going to get the JS logo. Great that that's showing up because we just have to click it. And let's just call this JS logo. And finally, go into the images directory and get the React logo. And let's call this React logo, just like so. So there we go. We've put in all 4 of our images into the div with the class tech container. So what does this look like at the moment? Well, it doesn't look great because they are all very big. Let's style them up to make them little next. So I'm just going to get up my style sheet. So style CSS, minimize that. And this time what I'm going to do is actually say that any image, so let's grab that lives inside the div with the class of tech container. So let's put that in front of it. So class dot for class of tech container. And we can go a step further and say that lives in the nav element is all going to be 30 pixels in height. Okay, so let's see if that has worked. And it has. Okay, we've applied a height of 30 pixels to each of those images. Let's carry on. Now, let's work on putting stuff in the menu container. So let's open that up. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is actually put in our logo. So once again, I'm going to use the image element. I'm going to use source and the alt attribute for some alternative text. This one's just going to say logo, as it's the general logo of our website. And once again, I'm just going to drag it into the images directory. So again, I have pre-made this one. Please take it from my repository. And now I'm going to go into the images and get the Navbar logo. Okay, so there we go. And if we look in here, there is my Navbar logo. Great. What I'm also going to put in here is a button that's going to take our hamburger menu and an H3 element that's just going to say Anya Kubo. Okay, so just like that. And our hamburger button, well, I've actually just taken this from here. It's a symbol that is going to essentially be treated like text. So please visit this URL like so. And we're just going to copy this first one. And then I'm just going to paste it in. And we can also give it a class in case we want to pick it out later, which we will. So I'm just going to give it hamburger. Okay, so there we go. So now if we look in here, there we go. We have the hamburger button. We have the H3 element. Of course, none of this is really looking like the navbar we want, but that's because we haven't added much styling yet. And under the H3 element, I'm also going to put all my links, right? So let's make another div that's going to hold all our links. And they're all essentially going to be link elements. So I've used the A tag for this, which takes the href attribute, as well as let's give each one a class in case we need to style it up. So I'm going to give this one the style of nav link, and it's going to take me to the work section on my page. Okay, and then let's have another one. The class is going to be the same, as we're going to style it exactly the same as the one above. This is going to take us to the about page. So we can actually just take this, and I'm going to delete that because we don't need it anymore. Our link is going to happen in the navbar. So I'm just going to go into the pages directory and get the about me HTML page. And let's just do one more. Again, it's going to have the class of navlink. This is going to be for contacting me. So I'm going to put contact. And this time I'm going to go to pages contact.html. So once again, pages contact.html. Okay, great. So we'll leave this for actually linking this up so that it scrolls to the correct section, but we haven't made that section yet. So let's leave it for now. I'm also going to give this div the class of navlinks so we can pick it out in case we need to. Great. So nearly done with putting all the elements into the navbar. Let's just figure out what we're going to put in the hamburger list container. Well, we're actually just going to put all these links again. So I'm going to literally copy all of this and paste it in here like so. They're all going to have the same styling of a nav link. So let's carry on. Let's actually get to styling this up now. So for this, I'm actually just going to put my style sheet over here just so we can have a little bit more visibility about what is nested where and what class names to use. So first off, the actual navbar itself, so the nav element that's holding everything together, I'm just going to give it a background color. Let's use this blue that I picked out earlier, 557295, hit save, and there we go. And let's get rid of the default margin around the actual body element itself. So this one right here, I'm going to copy this one, just paste it in, and I'm just going to put margin 0, padding 0. Okay, and we can actually give our whole body a background color too. So let's perhaps do that right now. It's going to be a kind of different blue that I have picked out, 4353. Okay, so there we go. And I'm just going to say that the font family that we're going to use for this project is going to be Lato. And as a backup, we're going to have Times, and then finally serif as the last backup. Make sure to spell that correctly. So RGB, and let's have a look. And there we go. That is looking so much better. One other thing I can do is when we do finally scroll to the work element that we are going to do here, I can say that in the whole of the HTML page, I can add scroll behavior and make it smooth, so it's not as abrupt. So I've just gone ahead and done that. Now, let's work on the nav container first. So this div with the class of nav container. So I can say that anything that lives inside the nav that has a class of nav container, just to be super specific and keep our code a little bit more readable and neater, I'm going to use a display flex, initialize flexbox, and I'm going to make sure that everything in the nav container, which means the menu container and the tech container, are going to be spaced out evenly using justify content space between. So let's have a look at that. And great. So now that and everything in here, so let's have a look. There's our nav container, and inside it has the menu container and the tech container, and they're spaced out evenly. Okay, so no matter how wide I make the browser, the spacing is going to be evenly distributed in the middle. Great. Next, I'm going to just style up this H3 element. So let's grab that and only apply this styling to H3 elements that live inside the nav element. So once again, I'm going to put that in front of the H3 element to make that happen. And what I'm going to do is make the font color white. So white is RGB 255, 255, 255. And I'm also going to change the letter spacing. So we can do that too and make it 2 pixels. So at the moment, it looks like this, and then it looks like that. So you will see the letters are a bit more spaced out. I'm also going to give it some margin, 0 from the top, 30 pixels to the right, 0 to the bottom, and 0 to the left, just so that there is a margin right here to the right from where we start stacking all these things together. So perhaps next we should work on the actual logo itself. So let's once again grab the element with the class of logo. So let's give this a class of logo so that we can pick it out. And to get this, well, once again, we use dot for class, and I'm just going to apply this styling to an element with a class logo if it lives inside the nav element. Okay, and what I'm going to do is just make its height 30 pixels. So if we do that, you will see that looks a lot better. And if I want to space it out on the right, well, we could use this, yeah? So we could do this, and let's make it 10 this time. Okay, and that's given it a margin of 10 pixels. Or we could have literally done margin right 10 pixels. That choice is totally up to you. I just want to keep everything slightly consistent, so I'm going to choose it to do it this way. And it just means if we want to change this up, we can simply change these letters rather than adding margin top, margin left, margin bottom, and so on. Okay, great. The next thing I want to do is just make sure that everything in here, rather than being stacked on top of each other, is actually aligned from left to right. So to do that, let's actually grab the menu container, as that is where they all live. They all live in the menu container, so everything in here. And I'm just going to use nav again to make that more readable, and also to make sure that the styling is applied to just elements with a class of menu container if they live in the nav bar. And I'm just going to use display flex, so initialize flexbox, for that to happen. Now, if I also want to center everything from top to bottom, I would use align items center. Okay, so now you will see that all those items are aligned from top to bottom. Okay, so on the Y axis this time. Next, let's actually style up each of the nav links. So I'm going to grab this class, which is actually applied to a bunch of different elements, 6 elements to be precise. So I'm going to say that anything with the class of navlink that lives inside the navbar is going to have the color. So let's change the color of the actual links themselves. I'm going to make this kind of off-white color, just like so. I'm going to get rid of any default text decoration. So I'm going to go none. And as you will see, that will get rid of all the lines and everything like that. Let's give each element a padding. So padding 8 pixels from the top and bottom and 12 pixels from the left and right. So there we go. They're all a little bit more spaced out now. And I want to actually add something for if we hover over a nav link, as long as it's in the nav bar. So we can do that with hover, just like so. And I'm just going to change the background color. So the background color I'm going to apply is a kind of darker blue that I have picked out. So this one right here. Okay, so now if we hover over, you will see that color is changing. However, I also want to round it off a little bit, so we can do that on here so that actually is applied to the element itself. So I'm going to go border radius 6 pixels, just like so. And that just means if we hover over it, it looks a bit more like a pill shape. Now let's get to working on styling this button. So what I'm going to do is grab it by its class. So once again, dot for class, because we are looking for an element by the class name of hamburger, and any element that lives inside the navbar and has this class name. Well, for now, what I'm going to do is give it a background color of transparent, border none, and let's change the font color to be white. So RGB 255, 255, 255. Okay. So this is what it's going to look like at the moment. Maybe let's change the font size to be a bit bigger. I'm going to go with 20 pixels just for that extra bit of size. Great. Now, I want to, by default, hide this element right here. So essentially everything in the hamburger list container. So to do this, I'm actually going to write another class. This class, I'm going to make it general. So I'm going to say anything with the class of hidden. Doesn't have to be in the nav bar. I'm going to say display none. Okay. And I'm going to make this important. So it overrides everything. Okay. We don't want any funky behavior. We want this to be important and override anything else if this class of hidden is added. So if I now manually add the class of hidden to here, so here is my class name. I'm just going to make a space and add hidden. So now 2 classes are applied. This class and this class is applied. And look in here, you will see that has been hidden because we have added the class of hidden, which will apply display none. Okay, so that is something we have done manually for now. We will be toggling this class later on in order to show the hamburger bar and not show the hamburger bar. But for now, let's carry on. One thing I also want to do is give the menu container a padding all the way around. Let's give it 20 pixels. So let's find that right now, menu container. I'm just going to do padding 20 pixels, just so it looks a little bit more spaced out on all the sides, and do the same for the tech container as well. So in fact, what we can do is just add tech container here too. Okay, and then these 2 classes will be applied, which is fine. It won't change anything in here, but the padding will be applied. So great. This is what our navbar looks like at the moment. Now let's use our knowledge of the media query in order to change what it looks like in tablet view and finally in mobile view. So let's do it. So what I am going to do is say that when media has a max width of 1000 pixels, let's say, I think that would be a good breakpoint for us. I want to hide this H3 element. So what this means is that it shouldn't be visible, it shouldn't be visible, it shouldn't be visible, but as soon as we hit the 1000 mark, so 1000 pixels max width, it should be visible, okay? So up to 1000 pixels, I'm going to get that H3 element that lives inside the navbar and just add display none to it. Okay, so that's all I've done. Let's see if that works. So there we go. Can't see it, can't see it, can't see it, can't see it. And then we hit 1000 and it's visible. Not visible, visible. Not visible, visible. Now, another thing I want to do is say that the hamburger menu should only be visible up to, let's say, 600 pixels, and then it shouldn't be visible anymore. So just like we did above, I'm going to add a new media query and do media max width 600 pixels. This is because we're working desktop first, which is why I'm using max width, but a lot of developers like to work mobile first, in which these media queries would have to be written in a different way. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I have done it this way just because, you know, we're a beginner class and we've been doing everything on desktop so far. We haven't really been focusing on mobile development, and that influenced my decision. Okay, so max width 600, but anything under 600, well, I want to get the hamburger element, and actually, let's just grab all this, right? Because at the moment it's visible, but we only want it to be visible up to 600 pixels. So there we go. Okay, that's what I have done. But now this means that we need a default styling for the navbar, right? So outside of the media query, so let's just go ahead and put that back here. I'm just going to put display none. Okay, so by default, when we're at a desktop view, we don't see the hamburger. However, as soon as we get to minus 600, we want to see it, which means we also need to give here display block, okay, to override the display none. Okay, so great. Can't see it, can't see it, can see it. Can't see it, can see it, can't see it, can see it. If that doesn't make sense, please make sure to just go over that section again, because I can see why it's confusing. But if you just take it row by row, each line of code by each line, until you feel comfortable with it, it should make more sense. Okay, and now another thing we want to essentially apply to anything up to a pixel size of 600 is that we actually want to hide the nav links. So all of these nav links right here, I want them to be hidden, 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 visible. Okay, so to do that, I'm just going to grab the nav links, making sure they live in the menu container, right? Because we also have nav links that live inside the hamburger list container. No, we only want to apply this to the nav links inside the menu container, which is why we've picked out the class of menu container here. And I'm going to do display none. You got it. So let's save that. And ta-da! So they disappear. As soon as we get to under 600 pixels, that styling is applied. So display none, display none, display none, display none, display none, and visible. Great. Let's carry on. So this is looking as it should at all times. So desktop, tablet, mobile. Next, let's style up what these nav links look like when we want to show them. So in other words, when we want to remove the hidden class of the hamburger list container. So this one right here. So at the moment, I'm just going to remove this manually and click save. And that is what they should look like. I don't want this. I essentially want them to stack over each other, right? So let's style them up. So I'm just going to get this hamburger list container. So what I can do is essentially grab this hamburger list container. And if it lives inside of the nav bar, I can get each nav link and use display block on it in order to apply that block styling. So there we go. Okay, visible And then let's hide it again. Hidden. And click save. And that is now hidden. Great. So there is our navbar. It's looking good. Let's leave the JavaScript section till last to toggle that hamburger bar. And let's work on the actual home page next. Okay, in this section, we're going to style up these sections that make up our home page, which includes this section, the social icons, as well as the next two sections. So let's work on the first section first. So all I'm going to do is create a section, just like so. And let's give this the class of main section, just like that, to differentiate out from the other two sections that we're going to have. So another section and a third section. We are also going to have a footer, so I might as well put that in there. There we go. Now, before we get to doing anything, let's actually create a custom element. It's going to be a div, and I'm going to give it the class of socials, because this is going to store all our social icons. So there we go, socials. And in here, I'm actually going to use the A element because I want to create links to 3 different social avenues. So the A element takes an href, as we know. And this time I'm going to have that A element wrap an image. Okay, so this image is going to be to either Twitter, YouTube, or GitHub. So each one is going to have a source and some alternative text. So there we go. Okay, great. So now let's have 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. And the first one, well, this is actually going to take me to Twitter. So let's go ahead and put that in. I'm going to put Twitter image. This one is going to be to YouTube. So YouTube image. And this one is going to be to GitHub. So GitHub image. Just like so. Okay. Wonderful. And now I'm just going to put the link to Twitter, my personal Twitter channel. If we click on this link, which contains an image, and do the same for YouTube. So I'm literally just using my social channels right here. And then I'm going to do the same for GitHub. Of course, feel free to replace these with whatever you wish. These are just the socials that I chose to display. And finally, we're going to have images for all these 3. So once again, please feel free to take mine if you wish, or if you want to add your own, then please go ahead and do that too. I'm just going to drag in the GitHub logo. I'm also going to drag in the Twitter icon, and I'm also going to drag in the YouTube icon. So there you are. Those are the icons that I have found for you. Now, let's link them up. So as we know now, we need to go into the images directory. So just like that, and we're going to get the Twitter icon. We can go into the images directory from here, as the index.html is in the root of our project. So we just need to go into the images directory and get that image. If this was in a different place, the part of this would be different. Okay. And now we're going to go into the images directory and get our YouTube icon. And once again, go into the images directory and this time get our GitHub icon. So if we save this and look in here, it will look like this because no styling has been applied, right? So let's pick out the socials element and do some styling. So I'm just going to get up my style sheet once more, and I'm just going to drag it to the side so we can look at both things at one time. Great. So here is our div with the class of socials. So I'm going to grab it like so, and I'm going to give this a background color. The background color is going to be a pink that I picked out previously. So there we go. That is the color that I have previously picked out. And at the moment, it just contains all of these, which is why it looks like that. I'm going to have to constrain it. So what I'm going to do is say that it should have a width of 60 pixels. And in fact, now I can say that any image that lives inside the element with the class of social, well, let's just give it a width of 100% so that it fits in here. Okay, so there we go. That is much more workable. Next, I'm actually going to give this socials element some padding. So I want to give it a padding of 10 pixels from the top and bottom and 0 pixels from the left and right, just so that it pads out from the top and bottom like so. We could actually make these a little bit smaller even, so perhaps I can give them a width of 50 pixels and just add padding to the sides to make up that 60 pixels, and now it will look more like this. Now, if I want to position this to be stuck here, well, you know what to do. We're going to have to use position fixed, okay? And if we do position fixed and set the top to be 0, where will it go? Well, it should go here, right? So there we go. But we don't want it there. We actually want it to be stuck right here. So let's also go ahead and give right 0. And now where do you expect it to be? Well, it should be stuck in this corner. So there we go. It's stuck there at all times. And let's actually move it to be 35% of the viewport height. So there we go. That is now stuck. And the last thing I'm going to do is just round off these edges right here. So to do that, let's use border radius. However, I want it to be 20 pixels from the top left, 0 from the top right, 0 from the bottom right, and 20 pixels from the bottom left. And there we go. That now looks a little bit more rounded off. Okay, so I really like how it's looking. You can make it smaller or larger. That is totally up to you. You can change the color so it fits your personal palette more. However, I'm just gonna carry on. Let's just check that it works. And if I click on here, it does take me to Twitter, and it does takes me to YouTube, and it does, and then finally takes me to GitHub. However, that URL was not correct, so that was good that we checked. Kubo Ania. It should be. Great. So let's check that one more time, hit refresh, and yep, that's the correct URL it should be going to. Now, I also want this to disappear as soon as we get to here. So up to 600 pixels, I want the socials to display none. So once again, what I'm going to do is use @media. Notice how I'm not writing everything in one media. This is a personal preference, so we can keep things together that I feel should be together. So for example, all the socials related things are going to be together. This makes it easier for if we need to move certain things around. Okay, so socials, I'm going to put display none. So display none, display none, display none. And after 600 pixels, we see the socials, or in other words, the element with the class of socials. Great. Now let's move on to the main section. So what would we like in our main section? Well, in the main section, I'm going to have an image, and this image is going to be of me. So let's go ahead and find a headshot that is nice and stick it in here. We do have a headshot already, but I don't really like this one. I'm going to actually replace it. So please feel free to keep whatever headshot you have. I'm just going to go ahead and replace it with a different headshot image. So this one right here. And I'm going to delete this one so we don't confuse it elsewhere too. So I'm going to move that to trash. Great. So we have our image. I'm going to give this the class of headshot so that we can pick it out. And the source of this, well, we're going to go into the images directory and get that headshot. And of course, we need to give it some alternative text. So Ania headshot is what I'm going to put there. So we have our image. I'm just going to get rid of that for now. Another thing I'm going to put in here is a div, because this is going to hold all our information, or in other words, our introduction text. So let's put introduction, and I'm going to put an H1 element in here that says, hi, I'm Ania. Okay, so just that. And then let's have a P tag in which I'm going to put, I am a software developer and course creator on YouTube. Okay, and I'm actually going to have another p tag. This is going to have a little bit more text. I quit the rat race to focus on teaching software development to people from all walks of life. And one more p tag. I'm going to have check out my work and courses below. Okay, great. So at the moment it looks like this, but of course we're going to style it up. So let's go ahead and do that now before we add styling to the final thing, which is going to be a div that I'm going to style to essentially look like a little triangle and bounce. It's going to be an I element that we're going to style to look like an arrow. So I'm going to give it the class name of arrow, and then we're going to make it bounce. And I'm going to do it by adding a wrapper div with a class of bounce, which we will go into more detail in later. Okay, so first off, let's get up our CSS file. So here it is. And great. So I'm just going to scroll down all the way to the bottom. So this time, let's go ahead and grab the headshot. So I'm just going to grab the element with the class of headshot, and I'm going to make sure that its width is 335 pixels. I'm going to make it a circle, which is why I'm going to give it a border radius of 50%. Now I have specifically chosen an image that is a square, so please go ahead and do that too. It will make your life a lot easier for this when styling it up. Okay, so at the moment our image will look like this. Great. Now I just want to give it some padding, and I want to give it padding 40 pixels all the way around. Okay, and I also want to give it a margin just from the left though, so margin left, and I'm going to make it 10 of whatever the view width is. Okay, so there we go. It's now 10 of whatever our browser width is. Great. Now let's actually move this element to be next to it, right? And to do that, we need to pick out their parents container, which is the section. Well, let's grab it by its class name, so main section. So what I'm going to do is just grab the main section and use display flex to initialize flexbox. So let's have a look. And that has put them next to each other. And the next thing that I want to do is actually center them on the y-axis. So we need to use align items center for this, but we also need to give it a height. So I think we should give it 100 of the viewport height. So main section height 100 VH, which means we can now use align items center. Okay, and great. So you will see that is now 100 of the browser. Okay, that's why we are now scrolling, because we didn't account the nav into this. I quite like it. Okay, so there's our nav bar, and there is our main section. It's 100% of the viewport height. Wonderful. Now we can actually also add some default styling to something if it's just a section. So let's grab the section element and just change the color of the text in it to be an off-white color that I picked out earlier. Okay, so that will now be applied to each section like so. And I also actually want to say that if we use any H1 elements in the whole project, the font size will be 70 pixels. Okay, and I'm just going to get rid of any margin, default margin as well. And I'm also going to say that if we use any P elements in general in this project, that I want their font size to be 18 pixels. Okay, so there we go. That is looking so much better. Great. One last thing I'm going to do is just add some styling to this introduction section. So let's go ahead and say that if something has the class of introduction, then we're going to give it a width of 40 view width, a padding of 30 pixels, and I'm actually going to give it a border left 4 pixels solid white. So this is the white color that I'm going to use. So now it's going to look like that. We probably don't want it to look like this when we get to past 1000 pixels, right? So let's go ahead and use a media query for these things. So I'm going to use @media screen and max width 1000 pixels. I'm going to grab the main section and just make everything wrap on top of each other. So I'm going to use display flex, and this time I'm going to do flex wrap. So they wrap on top of each other just like so, but I'm also going to center them. So for this, I'm going to use justify content center. So save that and refresh. And great. So that's what it looks like now. And if we hit 1000 pixels, they stack over each other. One other thing I want to do is remove this border. So that happens on the introduction. So let's grab that introduction. And I'm just going to change the width this time to be 90 of the viewport width. I'm going to get rid of the border left. So I'm going to do border left none. And I'm just going to make the text align to the center. So now it should look like this. Let's also get rid of the margin we applied to this image. So once again, let's grab the headshot, put it in the media query. And as the margin left, I'm just going to put 0. Okay, so that should now be centered. Wonderful. That is looking so much better. Now let's work on the bouncing arrow next. Okay, so to create an arrow, first off, I'm going to pick out the element, so this whole element by the class of arrow. So let's pick that out. I'm just going to do it on a fresh line here. And I'm going to create an arrow. And to do this, I'm just going to use border solid and create a white border. So just like that. I'm going to change the border width, however. So border width, I'm going to make 0, 8 pixels, 8 pixels, 0. So at the moment, it will just look like that. So not like much. Next off, I'm just going to give it some padding of 15 pixels. So I've padded out the shape now. I'm going to use display inline block so that the whole thing is a block and not being stretched out. And next, I'm just going to rotate it. So I'm going to use transform rotate 45 degrees and save. And that will now be rotated. So that is my arrow. I've picked out this element and I styled it as an arrow. Next, I'm going to apply some animation to the bounce. So let's pick out the bounce this time. I'm just going to pick it out. And all I'm going to do is add an animation, which I'm going to define. Let's define it as, we can call it bounce as well if we wish. And I'm going to make it last for 2 seconds infinitely. So to write my animation, well, I'm going to use keyframes. And then the identifier is going to be bounce because that is what we call the animation up here. And at 0% and at 20% and at 50%, then at 80% and at 100%, I'm going to use transform translate y to be at 0, and then at 40%, I'm going to use transform translate y to be minus 30 pixels, so it's gone down, and then at 60%, I'm going to do transform translate y 15 pixels. Okay, so there we go. That is what it looks like now. However, I'm just going to pad it out so it's not so stuck to the top. So on the actual bounce wrapper element, I'm going to use padding 50 pixels from the top, 0 from the right, 0 from the bottom, and 50 pixels to the right. Okay, so now it's there. And great, we've made a little bouncing animation. So it's at 0 a few times and then bounces up to -30 and then bounces to -15 and then kind of stops. Great. Let's carry on with the next section. So now I'm going to work on this next section right here. This one I'm going to call the work section. So let's style it up a bit differently and give it the class name of work section. I'm also going to give it the ID of work, as I actually want to scroll down to this section to its ID if I essentially click on this link right here. So I'm going to scroll to the ID of work. Okay, so that's all I've done, and I'm also going to add that here. So if we save this file and refresh, and then we click on work, we will scroll to this section right here, which doesn't have anything in it, so it's quite hard to tell. Let's put some stuff inside the section. So let's open it up. Now in here, it's going to contain a bunch of work cards. So let's go ahead and create a div that's going to contain the work cards themselves. So I'm doing this to space it out from the actual section itself and just treat it a little bit differently for when it comes to when we make it into a smaller size, like a tablet or a mobile. So I'm going to give this the class of work card container. And then in here, well, I'm just going to create the work cards. So I'm going to create a div. Let's give this the class of work card, just like so. And then I'm going to have an H6 title in here and then a link. So this link is going to take me potentially to the actual final project itself. But for that, we need to make a GitHub repository, and we won't be doing that till the very end. So I'm just going to leave it blank for now. Now in here, we're just going to pick out our favorite projects that we want to showcase out of all 22 that we're going to make. So I'm just going to pick a few. Of course, yours will not be the same at all. You will pick out your favorites and probably the most impressive. Okay, but I'm just going to go ahead and put table tennis leaderboard here as an example, because I want a mixture of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React projects. So that is going to be my first project. And as the paragraph, well, I'm simply just going to put in a paragraph about this exercise. Okay, so there we go. And I'm just going to put an HTML right here because this is an HTML project, which means I'm actually going to create another class that I'm going to add to this div. So this div now has two classes. One is work card and one is HTML. You will see they are separated by a space. And let's work on styling this up. So first off, I think let's pick out the work section. So I'm just going to grab that, and in here, I'm going to grab the work section. And in the work section, well, I'm just going to make it a different background color. I'm going to give it RGB 59, 62, 77. So just like that. And I'm also going to give it a padding of 80 pixels from the top and bottom and 50 pixels from the side. Now, so that is my work section. Okay, and if we look in here, it will look like this. Now we also have the work card container. Now the work card container will be in the work section. Okay, so in here, I want to actually hold all my work cards and I want them to wrap over each other. So I'm going to use display flex, and then I'm going to use flex wrap, so they wrap over each other. And I'm also going to center them in the middle using justify content center. Okay, great. And finally, I'm just going to pick out my work card. So I'm going to grab the work card and I'm going to give it a width of 25%, a background color of RGB 293138. Let's space them out from each other. So each work card from each work card by 10 pixels all around. And let's give it a padding of 0 from the top and 50 pixels on all of the sides. And I'm going to show you why. So at the moment, this is what my card looks like. I only have one in here. And if I inspect the page, you will see that indeed the padding of the work card doesn't have anything at the top. Okay, this is because if the card also has HTML as a class, so .html, I want to change the border top to be solid, 8 pixels, and then this orangey color that I have picked out previously. So there we go. So at the moment, it will look like that. Okay, great. I'm also going to add a border top for something if it has a CSS class. So I'm going to do border top, but this time I'm going to change the color and I'm going to change it to be 88, 130, 203, and do the same for if it's got a JS tag, and I'm going to change this color to be a kind of green, so 3, 114, 114 like so. And also let's do React because we're going to have a React project in here, and this one's going to be a kind of yellowishy color, so I'm just going to pick this one out like so using this tool right here. Okay, so now let's get to adding more of these work cards. So here is one work card. There we go. I'm just going to take all of this. I'm going to add another work card and another one and another one and another one. So let's see how many this is. So here's our first one. This one, let's go ahead and maybe use, let's keep HTML and let's pick our CSS. Okay, so I've changed that, and this will be our profile badge. And this is going to say an exercise in HTML and CSS in order to create a profile. Let's put badge for myself. Okay, so there's another project. Another project we have is the burger menu. Please do switch these out. The more you get better at your projects, because we're going to have much more impressive projects to add here that you would probably want to showcase. So this one is going to say HTML and CSS, but I've kept the CSS styling as CSS is the more advanced technology we used. So here again, I'm just going to change up what this says. I'm going to put some different text for the paragraph element. And here, let's have a JavaScript project. This time, I'm going to put falling hearts because that is one that we will be making. And that's going to include HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And then once again, I'm just going to put in some text about the project. Okay. And let's just do one more before we see what this looks like. Let's make this a JavaScript project. I'm going to put CSS and JS here too. This is going to be our unit converter, which we will be making. So I'm just going to put some text for it here. So if we save this at the moment, this will look like so. So pretty cool, right? Let's also actually put all of these titles in H3 elements, as I think they would look quite a lot better. So I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to make them a little bit bigger so we can see. Okay, so there's one. Just wrap this one in an H3 element. Same for the burger menu. So just take that in. Same for the falling hearts. Once again, just take that in. And same for the unit converter. So I'm just going to cut that out, put that in. Okay, great. And we can also style the H3 elements. Let's say that in any section, so let's find these sections again. So in any section, if an H3 tag exists in it, I want to make the font size 30 pixels. And while we're at it, I'm going to remove any default margin. So just like so. And let's also remove the styling. So I'm going to put text decoration none on any A tags that live in a section. So section A tag, text decoration none. Okay, so that is just as a default. Let's also make the font color the same if it's an A tag as the normal text in a section. So this is looking really fun. Let's just add CSS to the profile badge section as we missed that out here. Cool. Now let's add some more work cards. So I'm just going to add 4 more. So I'm going to copy this 1, 2, 3, 4, and then let's fill this out. So we have our unit converter. The next project, let's put Pomodoro timer, as that is another JavaScript one that we're going to make. Pomodoro timer. That is one of the more exciting ones that I will definitely showcase. I'm excited to show you how to make that one. The next one we're going to have is well, maybe let's put another HTML one here, Wikipedia clone. Okay, so this is going to be just HTML. Let's give it the HTML class. And then here, I'm just going to put some text as well. So there we go. Next up, let's probably include a CSS one just for some variation. So let's get rid of that. And let's choose the photo carousel. I'm just switching them up for now. In yours, you probably wouldn't really want to have, you'd probably want to have like one HTML one maximum and the rest, the more advanced projects that you do. And lastly, I'm going to put travel app, and this is going to be with React. So let's put the React class on there, and then I'm just going to take this out and put in some text. Okay, let's have a look at that now. And wonderful. So there we have it. There we have all our projects showing up. Okay, and we want to say that if we get to 1000 pixels in width, then I actually don't want it to be 2 anymore. I want the width of this work card to be 100%. So I can do that easily. So I can actually grab the work card. So we're going to use @media query again, media screen and max width 1000 pixels. I'm going to say that I want the work card width to be 100% instead. Okay, so I want it to look like this. So there we go, and then just 1. I also want to actually remove the padding from the left side of this so it's more centered. So the left side of the bounce, you will see there's some extra padding to the left. So I'm also actually going to take the bounce and change the padding. So it's just 50 pixels at the top and 0 on all the sides. Okay, so that is now more centered. Wonderful. This is looking so good. Let's move on to the About Me section next. So this is going to be my About Me section. I'm actually going to give it the class of About section. And in it, I'm going to have a few things. I'm going to have a div that's going to hold my quote. So I'm actually going to give it the class name of quote container. And then I'm going to have the about container. Now this about container is going to be different from the about page. The about page is going to have much more information about us. This is more of a teaser, okay? So we've got the quote container and the about container. So what are we going to have in the quote container? Well, we're going to have the quote, right? So in here, I'm actually going to make an H3 element. And this is going to be for the actual quote itself, which I'm going to style differently. So I'm going to give it the class name of quote. So we can pick it out later. And my quote is simply going to be, thanks so much for your help. I finally got my first software developer job thanks to you. So that is my quote, and underneath I'm going to have a little p tag because it's going to show the made up name. Okay, I made this quote up, by the way. I haven't released my course, of course, so there are no official quotes. This is a made up quote. Okay, so that's what's going to be in my quote container, and if we look in here, let's hit refresh, there it is at the moment. We're going to have one element here, that's the quote container, and one element here, and that's the about container. So let's put some stuff in the about container. In here, I'm just going to use an h2 element, and I'm going to put why I do what I do. Now under here, I'm just going to use the break element to space it out from the paragraph tag that I'm going to have. I'm just going to put some lorem ipsum. If you haven't heard of lorem ipsum before, it's just some placeholder text commonly used to demonstrate the visual form of a document without really relying on the meaning of it. Okay, so that's what I've done. We could even have 2 just to really bulk it up, and you can replace it with whatever you wish. So there we go. We're going to have 2 just like so, and then a shorter one here. So once again, I'm going to put a break and use the paragraph elements just to add some final piece of placeholder text. Okay, and there we go. I'm just now going to put a break again. This time our p tag will mean something. I'm going to put contact me for more info, and I'm also going to put a arrow here so we can reuse what we made previously, right? We can use the div with a class of bounce, and then in here I'm going to use the I element, and I'm going to style it up as an arrow by using the class of arrow. Okay, so at the moment it will look just like this. Great, and now let's style it up. So this time what I'm going to do is pick out the whole about me section. Okay, so just down here I'm going to pick all of it out, and I'm going to use a display flex in order to essentially get both of them to align next to each other. So just like so. And now I'm going to center both of them. So I'm going to use justify content center, as well as center them on the y-axis too. So that means I need to give this about section a height. And I'm actually just going to give it a min height this time. And it's going to be 100 of the viewport height. Okay, so just like with the main section, we've given it a height, which is essentially the browser height. Next, I'm going to pick out the quote container this time. So let's pick that out. And the quote container, I'm going to say is going to be 40% width. And let's pad it out with 40 pixels all over its sides. Okay, and now let's pick out the about container. So I'm going to pick that out just like so. And I'm going to give it a smaller width than the quote container. And the padding, I'm just going to pad it 80 pixels from the top and bottom and 0 pixels from the side. Now the quote itself, so the h3 element with the class of quote, so let's pick that out. I'm going to make it really big. I'm going to give it a font size of 40 pixels if it's got the class of quote, and I'm going to make it italic. So font style is going to be italic. Okay, and finally, I'm just going to make the P element in the quote container. So only the P element, if it lives inside an element with a class of quote container, is going to be affected by this. And I'm going to make it float. Right. Okay, so save that. And now, ta-da! That is what everything looks like. Finally, let's style out the footer. So here is our footer at the moment. We're not going to put much in the footer at all. In fact, we're just going to put a link. So let's use our A element again. I'm going to give it the href of mail to. So we've used mail to before. It's going to essentially bring up our default mailer on our computer. And we're going to mail to codewithania.com. Okay, so that is what's going to happen. And I want it to say, contact me on Ania at codewithania.com. So that's all I'm going to have in my footer. Let's style it up. So I'm just going to grab the footer I'm going to give it a background color of RGB 114. I'm going to use display flex, initialize flexbox, and I'm going to make sure that anything inside it is towards the end. So I'm going to use flex end. I'm going to pad out the footer by giving it a padding of 50 pixels all around. And now I'm going to pick out the A tag that lives inside of the footer. So just pick that out like so. And I'm just going to make sure that text decoration is none if an A element lives inside the footer. And I'm going to override the color just to be this white kind of color, just like so. So there we have it. And if I click on this, it will bring up my default mailer. Great. So this is all looking wonderful. I'm really happy with this so far. Now, one last thing, I just need to actually use media query to make sure that in the About Me section, if we go into a mobile form, so just like that, that these two elements actually stack on top of each other. So we know how to do this now. I'm going to essentially use @media screen and max width 1000 pixels. Once again, you'll notice I've just kept the about sections close together so it is easier to find. And I'm just going to use display flex, and this time I'm going to set the flex direction as column. So that's all I've done. That's what it should look like now. And let's get rid of some of the padding too on the About Me container and the quote container. So in fact, I'm just going to move that to be below here. And I'm going to grab the About container. And in fact, this styling is going to also apply to the quote container. So we can grab both of those like so. And I'm going to give them both a padding of 100 pixels from the top and 0 from the sides, as well as a width of 80%. Okay, so now they will both look like this. And that looks so much better on mobile now. Great. One last thing I'm going to do is just make sure, so let's just inspect this page again, that when we look at it on mobile, so that's what it looks like at the moment. It's not really optimized for mobile, but it can be. All I'm going to do is set the device width and scale. So we can do that on the HTML file in the header. Okay, make sure it's in the header and stick in this meta tag. So now it will look like this. Okay, much better. It's kind of more suited for mobile view and looks very good indeed. Great. I think we should carry on. Okay, so we've done everything there is to do on the home page. Let's work on the About Me page next, which currently looks like this. So we want it looking more like an actual About Me page, and we want to see every single project that we have done so far, as well as more information about us. So let's do it. So let's go back here and let's have a look at what we have to start with. Well, we're going to be working on the About Me page, and we're actually going to utilize a lot of the styles in the style sheet. And we're also going to be taking this whole entire navbar. So just grab this whole navbar, copy it, and in the About Me page, I'm going to get rid of these two links, and I'm going to paste in the navbar so that it looks like this. Okay, so if you save that and have a look in here, we get the navbar. However, a lot of things aren't working properly. This is because the About Me page is in the pages directory. So it's no longer in the root of the project, which means all these paths are incorrect. So if we are in here, we have to go out of the pages directory. So let's go out, ... is going out. And once we're out of here, then we can go into the images directory. So that would be the correct path to get the navbar. So let's do that for all the images that we can see in here. So there is one. Let's go out of this directory and into the images directory, out of this directory and into the images directory, and do the same for all of these. Okay, so wonderful. That's not the only thing that will not work, however. The other thing that will not work is the links. So for example, if I want to go back to the home page, all of these are wrong, right? So let's also change them up. So we no longer have an element with the ID of work. So let's get rid of that from here and from the hamburger list. And we are on the About Me page. So instead, let's perhaps go to the home page as an option. So let's put home and let's put home here too. Okay, but of course, to get to the home page, well, we're right here at the moment. So let's get rid of that. We need to go out of this directory, and now we can go to the index.html page. And for this one, this will also, let's just get rid of that. Well, it's actually in the same place that we are at the moment. So I would simply grab the contact HTML page. Okay, so let's do the same for here. Let's go to the home page by going out of this directory and just getting the index.html file. And here, well, we can just put the contact HTML page. Great. So let's see if that works. If I click on home, it does take me to the home page. And if I click on about, it takes me to the about page. Wonderful. Let's just zoom out of this so it's the same size. Okay, so the navbar looks the same. However, I think we're writing too much styling in our style sheet. It's all getting confusing. So what I'm going to do is create a new style sheet. So go ahead and create a new one. And I'm just going to call it global CSS. And it's going to hold all our global styling, which means I essentially want to put anything to do with the navbar and the body and the HTML. So this is why having nav here is super handy. We know everything that goes in the nav bar. We're also going to take the hidden query and this media query as well as this media query. So take all of that. I'm just going to take all of it so that socials is the top CSS selector we see in here. And I'm just going to stick it in global. Okay, so anything to do with the HTML, the body, and the navbar should now be in global CSS. But of course, that means that styling won't be applied to the About Me page because we need to link up that page. So I can do so by using a link element. Okay, and of course, I'm going to have rel style sheet once more. And this time I'm going to link to the global CSS. So I'm going to go into the CSS directory and get the global CSS. So once again, that styling is applied. And actually, I'm going to get rid of this style sheet and I'm going to rename this style sheet. So I'm going to rename this to be home page CSS. Okay, which means that now on the index.html file, I need to link up the home page CSS. Okay, so if we go to the home page, and of course, we also need to import the global CSS because that's where the styling for the navbar as well as everything else lives. So let's put style sheet and href CSS global CSS. So now, ta-da, everything looks good. Let's go back to the About Me page and carry on. Okay, so now that we have done that, I'm just going to get rid of the index.html page. Let's get rid of the global CSS page. Let's get rid of the homepage CSS page. And let's actually create another CSS page, one that is specific for the About Me page. And I'm just going to go ahead and call this About Me CSS. And now let's import it. You got it. So link. We're going to use rel style sheet href, and I'm going to go into the CSS directory and get the About Me CSS page. This should say style sheet. Now in here, we're just going to put all the styling that we're going to use for everything else apart from the navbar and the footer. So a footer is another thing that we should actually put in the About Me page. So let's get it from the index HTML page. I'm just going to get it from the very bottom right here. So just grab that and stick it in at the very bottom, which means we also need to put another style in the global CSS, which is anything to do with the footer. So the footer lives here. So that's all the footer CSS we need. And let's stick it in the global CSS file. So there we go. Some other things that should live in the global CSS file, let's go back in here, are the general things. So I think that the section styling could live in there, as well as the H1 styling and the P element styling. So let's grab all of these things and once again, put them in the global CSS file. So that was the P tag, the H1 element, the H3 element that lives in the section, the A tag styling on the sections, and the sections itself. Don't forget to save those files. Okay, great. So now I believe that should be it. This all looks very specific to the home page and can be left in there. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of the global CSS and I'm going to carry on. So at the moment we have this footer, we have this table. However, I don't like this table. Let's go ahead and carry on adding more stuff and styling it up. So let's do it. Okay, so let's build out our table first, where we started off. So we have our table header in our table with the table row that holds all our table header rows. Next, we have the first row. So here's our first table row that has a place where we link to project 1, the title of project 1, and a quick description of project 1. We have the same for project 2. And now let's fill out project 3. Project 3 is a profile badge, okay? And the quick description for this that I have is just a simple one that you can take as well, or you can make up your own. A web page built in CSS and HTML that shows our details as well as links to our socials and links us to an email. Okay, so we're going to have a lot of these to do. I'm going to go through this quite quickly because it is a bit boring and repetitive, but please take your time doing it to make sure that you have all your table rows done correctly. So this is going to be project 4. This is going to be a burger menu. Okay, because that is a project that we built using HTML and CSS. So let's go ahead and put in a little sentence about that too. So there we go. That is project 4. Once again, I'm just going to grab the whole table row element, so TR, and this time we're going to put project 5. Project 5 is a photo carousel. And it was a photo carousel that we built in CSS and HTML. So I'm just going to put that in like so. So we can make room for our project 6. Once again, I'm leaving all these link tags empty because we're going to have to link this to our actual GitHub project when we put our projects up on GitHub. But we won't be doing that to the very end. Project 6 is going to be a sign up modal. So that is the sign modal that we built using HTML and CSS. Okay. Perhaps have that as a capital right here. Project 7 is actually this project, the project that we are building now. So I'm going to put portfolio website, and I'm just going to put this very website that you are currently on. It was built in HTML, CSS, and a bit of JavaScript too. If there are any errors that I make in spelling, I will clear this up towards the end, so don't worry. Okay, and project 8. So now I'm giving you a quick insight into the projects that we will be building. This is going to be a drop down menu. And this is going to say that it's a responsive drop down menu that looks great on desktop, tablet, and mobile. Okay, this project was built using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So there we go. That's going to be project 8. Of course, you will know this from the video description, but it's quite fun to go through them all again. Project 9 is going to be a rating widget. So let's just put rating widget. And the description for this is going to be a simple and friendly rating widget built in JavaScript that changes face from sad to happy based on the rating you choose to give. Okay, so that's another table row. We're going to have project 10 next, and project 10 is going to be about a temperature converter. So that's what it's going to be. And we're going to put a JavaScript temperature converter that allows you to switch from various units and select one from a drop-down in order to convert values. Okay, so that's what it's going to be about. Let's do project 11 next. Project 11 is all about moving Bob. This visually probably isn't as exciting as the others, but you really get a lesson in learning how to move stuff around based on keyboard events. So it's a really valuable one to know. We're essentially going to be moving a Bob, a character Bob, based on whatever arrow we press on our keyboard. So that is a super useful lesson to do. Project 12 is going to be all about a color generator. So this is fun. We're going to randomly generate colors. And it's going to look like a professional website that you would see on the internet that allows you to do so. Next row, okay, project 13. Project 13 is going to be a countdown timer. And this countdown timer will show us the time we have left and give us a surprise when the time runs out. So that is going to be a fun one. I can't wait to reveal the surprise. Next up, we have project 14. Project 14 is going to be quite a long one. It's going to be a task or dragger that's going to let us practice drag and drop events. And we're going to essentially drag and drop elements into different columns, okay, based on those drag and drop events. Next up, we have project 15. Project 15 is going to use everything we learned from the task dragger to build a Kanban board, which is essentially something like a board that allows you to manage tasks, kind of similar to what you see with a Trello board if you're familiar with Trello boards, for example. Next up, we have project 16. Project 16 is going to be falling hearts, and it's going to really allow us to practice everything we know about classes. So classes in JavaScript, which is a topic that you will learn about shortly. For project 17. Project 17 is going to be a Pomodoro timer. Okay, this is a fun one because we are going to essentially build a classic Pomodoro timer that will let us add tasks and delete tasks. And then we can start our timer to start the task, pause it as well. We can pause the timer. And once that task runs out of time, it will automatically be deleted from our application. So this is great. This should definitely go on your featured projects once you are finished with it and it works. Okay, now project 18. This is going to be a random beer generator, which is going to allow us to use an API for the first time. So let's go ahead and put random beer generator. And I'm just going to stick that in like so. Next, we have project 19. This is going to be a credit card form built in React. So this is going to be a fun one as the credit card will also switch. It's going to allow us to practice form, but it'll also change the card visuals based on if the numbers on it are for an Amex card, a MasterCard, or a Visa card. So plenty to look forward to there. For project 20, well, this is going to be a weather app. This is going to be quite a complicated weather app that will allow us to essentially use a RESTful API and will get us weather for the week, as well as allow us to convert from Celsius, Fahrenheit, and Kelvin as temperature units. So kind of utilizing what we learned previously from the temperature converter. Next, we're going to have project 21, and that's going to let us help practice our authentication. Okay, so that's going to be project 21, and we're going to use it. In fact, we'll use everything that we have learned in this whole entire course to build out our travel app. Again, one definitely for your featured projects on your home page. It will allow users to sign up, to add their own travel experience, edit their experiences, delete experiences, as well as see all other people's experiences. Okay, so you're going to log out, you're going to log in. This application will also use React for the front end, Node.js for the back end, and a DataStax database. So a lot to learn with this one. This is the kind of grand finale of the course, and it's really going to be a great one to lead with for your interviews and everything else like that. But please, of course, don't skip to it, because it literally utilizes everything we have learned so far in order for you to build this confidently. Okay, so those are our 22 projects. They don't look very nice at the moment because we have to style them up. So let's do it. So on the About Me CSS, well, I'm going to essentially pick out this table, right? So this table right here, we can just pick it out by the table element. That is absolutely fine. So perhaps let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to make sure that the max width of this is 800 pixels. And I'm just going to space it out from the top with margin top 50 pixels. The next thing I'm going to actually do is put all of this in a section. So we've already given some styling to the section. I'm just going to grab that image and this whole entire table. So everything essentially, apart from the navbar and the footer, and put it in the section. So just like so. I'm also going to give this section the class of projects, just so I can give it some extra styling on top of this section styling. So perhaps let's do that up here. I'm going to pick out the projects class projects, and I'm going to give it some padding of 80 pixels from the top and bottom and 40 pixels from the left and right. Okay, so at the moment it will look like this. The white text has been applied from the section styling from our global CSS file. Don't forget that. So this is what it will look like at the moment. Let's center this table. So another thing that I'm going to do on the projects is use display flex, and I'm going to do flex direction column, and I'm going to align everything in the center. So that's what it should look like now. Let's carry on styling the table. So the table, another thing I want to do is say that any table data element is going to have a padding of 15 pixels because I want to just space them all out from each other. So now they look like this. Now I'm going to pick out this project column, right? Because I'm going to give it some custom styling. So actually what I'm going to do is on here, I'm going to pick out each table header. I'm going to give this the ID of project. I'm going to give this the ID of title, and I think that should be it. Let's just grab the project. So in the table, if something has the ID of project, I'm going to give it a min width of 110 pixels. Okay, so that's what I have done. I'm going to do the same for the title too. So if something lives in the table and has the ID of title, I'm going to essentially give it a min width of 200 pixels and save it. Okay, so that it looks like that. Great. And however, when it goes to, being on mobile form, I don't want to keep that min width. So I'm going to say that at media max width 600 pixels, I'm going to get the element with the ID of project and just set its min width, and I'm going to override it to be 0 and do the same for this element right here, min width 0, just so that on mobile you can kind of read everything a bit better, but as soon as we go to here we do have a min width that's being applied. Great. Now I actually want to override the styling in here. So I'm going to say that any A tag that lives in the section is going to have, it's going to have text decoration none, but I want to change the color of it to be RGB 233 227110. So kind of a yellowish color. In fact, I don't know if we need text decoration. I feel that's going to be applied from before. So we're overriding that white color that comes from the global CSS file. Wonderful. So that is our table. I'm happy with that. Let's finally work on the image of ourselves as well as the description of ourselves as well. So in here, we already have an image. However, we have got rid of this image, right? So we're going to find the other image that we have, which is Anya headshot. So let's go ahead and put Anya headshot, just like so. And now that should put in that huge headshot. However, we don't want it that big, right? We want to actually change it a little bit. So let's add some class to it. I'm going to add the class of Anya or headshot on the about page, as it's going to be different from the styling on the main page. So I'm going to grab that, and then in here I'm just going to pick it out like so. I'm going to give it the width of 335 pixels, border radius 50%, and a padding of 40 pixels. So kind of the same, apart from no margin this time. And I'm also going to say that at media screen, and when its max width is 1000 pixels, I'm going to grab the headshot on the about page and change the padding to be 40 pixels from the top, 40 pixels from the right, 0 at the bottom, and 40 pixels on the left. Okay? So there we go. And if we make it smaller, that is what it looks like. Wonderful. And now to add the text. So right under here where we put the image, I'm just going to use the H3 element and put Anya Kubo. And then I'm just going to put some text. So I pre-prepared this text before. It's just going to say, hi, I'm a software developer who is passionate about building projects that help out the world. I think software developer should be in capitals. I'm going to have another P element. Again, I have picked this out already. In my spare time, I like to contribute to the non-profit free Codecamp, as well as put out videos on my own YouTube channel. So let's put that in as well. We can, of course, space it out so it's a little bit more readable, like this for us right now. Okay, so that is what I am doing. Don't forget the space there. And finally, one more P tag. Here is a list of some projects I have done from easiest to hardest in chronological order. So that styling should be applied from the global CSS page, and that is looking wonderful. One other thing we can do is just add a different styling to the color of this section, so the about section or the project section. So let's go ahead and do that. In fact, what I'm going to do is take this out of the project section because it's not really project. So I've taken out the image and I've taken out all that text, and I'm going to create another section and just put all that in there, just like so. And now I'm going to give this the class of about me and save it. And now if I look in here, that will be applied. This does mean I now need to also style the about me section. So let's pick it out. I'm going to give this the background color of RGB 596277. So just like that. I'm going to make sure the text is centered, so text align center. And I'm also going to give it a padding of 80 pixels all around. Okay, so that is what it should look like at the moment. Wonderful. I am happy with this and I'm happy with it for what it looks like on smaller browsers too. Let's just center this image. So what I'm actually going to do is just override this to be 40 pixels at the top, 0 from the sides, and then 40 pixels on the bottom and 0 on the sides. I think that should probably be better. Great. Let's see what that looks like in mobile. And wonderful. The last thing we need to do is just simply make sure that the scale is correct. So just like we did on the index.html file, let's get this meta tag, copy it, and put it up above here as well. Okay. This means we also need to add some styling to the About Me section. I think we should get rid of the padding on it for when we are on a screen that is smaller. So I'm just going to actually put the padding at 10 pixels or around. Okay, so there we go. That has now solved our problem for mobile form. Now let's move on to the final page, which is the contact page. So this one right here. Okay, so once again, let's get our contact page, and we're going to have to essentially take some things from all the pages that we have been working with. I'm going to take them from the About Me HTML page, as it will make our lives easier, as it lives in the same place as the contact page. So when we're linking up files, not much should change. So once again, I'm going to take this meta tag and put it in here so that the scale is good for mobiles. I'm also going to link up the global style sheet instead of the style sheet that doesn't exist anymore. So make sure that path is correct if you have your style sheet somewhere else. And now I'm just going to take the whole navbar, so everything in the navbar, and just put it in here like so. So I'm actually going to get rid of that and then put in the navbar. So there we go. That is my whole navbar. However, this time I'm going to change some things around because we don't want to go to the contact page anymore. We should probably link to the about page. So let's swap that to be About Me, exactly the same way as you spelt this file right here. Okay, and as it's in the same place as our contact file, you don't need to go in and out of any folders. You just simply put the file name. So let's do that for here too. I'm just going to put About, just like so, and change this to be About Me. And let's make this a capital too. Great. So we have the navbar, and the next thing I want to put in is the footer. So let's grab the whole footer and put that at the bottom of our contact.html file. So now our contact.html file looks like this. All the styling has been applied. Let's check everything's linked up correctly. So if I go to About, it goes to the About Me page. If I go to Contact, it goes here. And if I go to Home, it goes to the Home page. And if I go to Contact, it goes to the Contact page. Next, I want to put in a section. So I'm going to put a section here, and this is going to hold all our contact information. So let's also give this the class of contact section. And in here, I'm going to put an H3 element, and the styling should be applied from the global CSS file. Many thanks for visiting my portfolio. And then we're going to have a P tag that says, if you would like to get in touch for more information, please contact me on, and then I'm going to use an A tag, and I'm going to link to my email. Okay, so I'm going to put, again, I'm just going to take this href and put it in like so, and then I'm just going to actually put my email address right there. Okay, so this should look like that at the moment. And next up, I'm going to put an unordered list, and I'm going to put in all of my other contact information, which is mainly my social media. You don't have to do this, but I'm going to, as I have many ways to get in contact with. So I have Twitter, and then I'm just going to use an A tag, and I'm just going to put my Twitter handle. So Ania Kubo. And in fact, as the href, well, I'm just going to actually get my index HTML file and take them from here, as it is a lot easier. So here in the contact section, I'm going to copy that and paste it in like so. Let's make another one. So that's for Twitter. Next, I'm going to put Instagram. So Instagram, and let's get the Instagram reference. And this time I'm just going to change this to be Instagram and then Anya Kubo and change my handle. So I've got Twitter, I've got Instagram. Next, let's do YouTube. So I'm just going to put YouTube like so. And then let's get my YouTube reference. So there we go. And finally, I'm going to put my GitHub. So GitHub. And then I'm just going to get my GitHub URL, stick it in here like so, and change my handle. Wouldn't it be great if I got all the same handles for everything? But I couldn't. Whoops, just make sure to have that P tag end after the A tag, before that unordered list. Okay, and that's it for the contact section. Let's create our own custom CSS file for this page. So I'm just going to call this contact CSS. And now let's go ahead and import it. So I'm just going to essentially use the link tag, just like so. And I'm going to use rel style sheet. And I'm going to use href, and I'm going to go out of this directory. I'm going to go into the CSS directory and get the contact CSS, which means we can now add some custom styling for this page outside of the global CSS. So in here, I'm just going to pick out the contact section. So essentially the section that holds all our contact details together. And I'm just going to use text align center on it, as well as padding. This is going to be quite a high padding of 250 pixels for the default styling of being in the browser. And next, I'm going to say that any list item, okay, that lives in, well, actually, we could just apply this to the unordered list itself that lives inside the element with the class of contact section. I'm just going to get rid of the dots to the left. So I'm going to put list style type none. Okay, so that should make everything look like this. The other thing I would quite like to do is for this file, just say that any A tag that lives in this section is going to have a color that is yellow. So it's actually the same color we used for the other file. So perhaps we should be recycling this. Okay, so there we go. And now all our links will be yellow. So that is looking so much better. And if I click on this, it will give me the default browser. And if I click on these, it should take me to the correct URL. So that one was correct. Instagram, also correct. YouTube, also correct. And GitHub, also correct. Great. So this is looking good. And just when it goes on mobile, I'm going to change that padding. So I'm going to do at media screen, and well, let's do it for tablet 2, max width. I'm going to put 1000 pixels. And I'm going to grab that contact section and just make the padding still 250 pixels from the top and bottom, but only 100 pixels from the side. And let's grab the whole thing again and do max width 600 pixels this time. And the contact section is only going to have 50 pixels padding on the side this time. So that's what it will look like small. And then that's what it will look like as it gets bigger. So much better. And finally, let's just see what this looks like in mobile. So just click on here and great. I'm pretty happy with that. The only thing that could be centered more is each of the list items. So let's get rid of the margin on the unordered list. So unordered list, margin 0, padding 0 as well. And wonderful. That is now looking centered to me. Now, the final thing to do is just link up the hamburger button so that it works. So this will be your first look at JavaScript. I'm going to throw you in the deep end. Don't worry, you won't understand any of it at all. And then we're going to jump into JavaScript. But please do treat it as an actual lesson as well. Okay, before we move on, I just want to prepare our projects a little bit more for when we view them on mobile form. So once again, here is our mobile form. At the moment, if you look here, you will see the image is too big for an iPhone 12, for example. This is because we will need to change the padding on it. At the moment, it's 40 pixels all around, and it's causing our page to be able to scroll from left and right. So it has this extra little thing right here. We don't want that to happen. We don't want any scrolling from left to right, which means we're going to have to get rid of the padding from all around, so just like that. And that does get rid of the scrolling from left to right. However, we should add padding to the top and bottom. So let's do it. Let's find our headshot in our CSS file. So that lives on the homepage CSS. And then here is my headshot. I'm just going to overwrite the padding to be 40 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 from the left and right. Okay, so if we save that and refresh, that has now been applied. And once again, we can't scroll from left to right. So this is looking good. Another thing I want to do is get rid of the height of the main section so that it just automatically stretches to however big it should be based on the text. So let's do that here. I'm just going to get the height and make it auto. To override the height, we gave the main section here. So just save that as well. Just save that height auto. Wonderful. And I think this should be it. I'm happy with the rest of all of this. Okay, finally your first glimpse into JavaScript. This will make zero sense, but I really want to throw you in the deep end so you're like, whoa, this is JavaScript. This is so cool. What does it all mean? And then we will start from the beginning, the very beginning, the fundamentals, until you understand everything that we're about to write. So first things first, let's get our app.js file up. This is where all our JavaScript will go. Once again, you're not going to know what any of this means. This is meant to be like a wow moment, okay? Where you're like, I can't wait to learn all of this soon. So the first thing we're going to have to do is actually link up this app.js file to all of our files. And we're going to do this with a script tag that goes at the very bottom of our index.html file. So as you will see here, we have used the script tag and we've essentially gone into the JavaScript file and linked up our app.js file. So making sure that is at the end after all the HTML elements have been read, they've all been loaded and all the styling has been applied. We're going to do the same for the contact HTML page. So at the very bottom, okay, right before the body tag, I'm going to use source. And this time we're going to have to go out of this directory, right? And then into the JavaScript directory and get the app.js file. And same for the about me page. So at the very bottom, I'm going to use the script tag and I'm going to use source to go out of this directory into the JavaScript directory and get that app.js file. So now we've done it. We've linked up the same file to all of these files. Great. Now in here, what I'm going to do is on every page, so every page here will have an element with the class of hamburger that if we make the page under 600 pixels will show up. So there it is. There is our button with the class of hamburger. There will be one on each document. So one on the contact page, one on the index HTML page, and one on the about page. So what I'm going to do is pick that out in JavaScript. And to do this, I would essentially look at the whole document using the document interface, use a method called query selector to look for anything with the class. So dot for class, that's similar to something we learned in CSS, of hamburger. Making sure to spell it exactly the same as it is done right here. Class of hamburger, that's the element we're looking for. We want to essentially get this whole button element. And that's what this is doing. Next, I'm going to save this as something so we can work with it in our file. So I'm going to call this hamburger button, as essentially it is a button element. And now the other thing I'm going to pick out is this whole div with the class of hamburger list container. It also has the class of hidden, and we're going to want to toggle that. So let's grab this whole class, okay, because that's what we're looking for. So once again, I'm going to use the document interface to get the query selector method and look for anything with the class of hamburger list container. And I'm going to save this as hamburger, it's making me hungry, list. Okay, great. And now I'm going to say that if I click on the hamburger button, so I'm going to use add event listener to listen out for any time I click on it. So whenever it's visible, I will be able to click on it. And I am going to call a function to get the hamburger list, class list, and toggle the class of hidden. Okay. So now if I click on this, at the moment there is a class of hidden on the hamburger list container. We can't see it. And if I click on it, that class toggles, it goes away. And we can see the hamburger list. Okay, so hidden, not hidden. Hidden, you'll see it disappearing here, not hidden. So pretty cool. Let's check that works on all the pages. Okay, the contact page, the about page, and it does. How cool is that? The only thing we should also do is make sure that that class gets taken away as soon as we hit over 600 pixels. I'm going to get that whole hamburger list container and just make sure that as a default, you can't see it. So there we go. And I'm going to go display none, which also means that as soon as we get to under 600 pixels, right? So everything up to 600 pixels, I'm going to display block to counteract the display none that we added before. Okay. So now, even if we leave this open and start moving this around, it will disappear. Great. And there we have it. We have finished our portfolio. We have had a look at JavaScript. We now have a working portfolio. The last thing we need to do is just add the GitHub links in order for this to work and then finally deploy it. Okay? So hopefully this makes sense. Make sure to really focus on the spelling of things as well as if stuff is camel case or not. Okay, that is a really important thing in coding, and I'll see you in the next section for when we start learning all about JavaScript.
So, we really have covered a lot in the CSS section, haven't we? Just think back to our very first few lessons on how to create a square. We now know we can style fonts and divs, position them exactly where we want on our screens, add different styling for hovering over elements, for example, as well as animate things and make our websites responsive. I mean, wow, that really is a lot. And what is even cooler is that we only cover the most popular CSS properties. Think back to this long list we covered at the beginning. Before moving on to the JavaScript course, I would suggest having a look at a few more of these properties if you really enjoyed learning about CSS. Some other things you could look at are learning about the CSS grid option for responsive layout. As mentioned in this course, we chose to focus on flexbox instead. Or you can learn about BEM. BEM is a front-end naming method for organizing and naming CSS classes. It stands for Block, Element, and Modifier methodology. It is a more advanced way of organizing things in your CSS files that is adopted by a lot of companies today. And finally, you can go to town on the animations. There is so much fun to be had with animations in CSS. Why don't you try build your own moving head or planet rotations, for example? Okay, so up to you. You can focus a little bit more on CSS. If you're ready, we can go to my favorite part of the course, which is learning JavaScript. So let's do it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my favorite part of the course, the JavaScript part.
By now, you should have completed the first section of this course where we learnt about hypertext markup language, or HTML, and how it is the standard markup language for documents designed to be displayed in a web browser. You should have also completed the CSS part of this course in which we learnt how to take that markup language and make it pretty. In this section, you will learn how to actually make stuff happen. JavaScript essentially allows you to do things such as make the click of a button bring up a pop-up, or add new elements to a page such as to-do items, or even create games. Now, I am not going to sugarcoat it. JavaScript can be hard. It could take you a few goes until you grasp a concept, and that's okay. Once you get it and something clicks, it'll just be like riding a bike. When that click moment happens is totally dependent on each person and what speaks to them. I always say to treat learning JavaScript like learning a new language for the first time. I guess it's very fitting in that case that JavaScript is described as a programming language that is one of the core technologies of the World Wide Web alongside HTML and CSS. As of 2022, 98% of what you see on websites worldwide use JavaScript. Now, Anya, why is it your favorite? Well, that's a great question. I personally love JavaScript as once you get the hang of it, it's a very satisfying language to work with. You feel every day is a Sudoku puzzle. At the beginning, you'll feel a thrill of getting something working, but over time, you will also get a thrill of thinking of ways to make the code neater and more succinct and readable for others. This is what is known as clean code. And not only that, once we get the basics of the fundamentals of JavaScript, there are so many libraries and frameworks and environments you can work with. In this course, we'll be looking at React.js for professional web and app development and the JavaScript runtime environment Node.js for building out backends. But there is also Three.js for creating 3D game-like environments, Pixie.js for 2D visualizations, and much more. Now, what exactly is JavaScript? JavaScript is an object-oriented scripting language, and more importantly, it is not Java. It is very common for people to get the two confused when first starting out in the coding world. Now, what makes it object-oriented? JavaScript contains a library of objects. This includes objects such as the date object, the math object, the array object, and others. Here is a full list of all the JavaScript objects you will find to date. As you can see, there's a lot. Each object comes with a bunch of cool things we can add to it to get different results. Or in other words, different methods and properties that tend to be unique to that object. These objects, along with a fixed list of other things such as operators, control flows, and statements, allow us to mix and match them in order to perform the tasks or manipulations we need. So, for example, here we have the date object. As it is, it will return today's date like this. If we add the method of year, it will bring back the current year. And then if we use an arithmetic operator and minus the integer 23 that we declared as a variable up here as the age, we can change the year to be the year of birth of whatever the age of the person we are dealing with. See? Object, method, operator, and variable declaration. And as we can see here, JavaScript runs from top to bottom. This means that you have to be careful what order you put these things in. Okay, so that was a lot, and good. We will be looking into these things in a lot more detail throughout this course. This was just a little taster. Let's get to the meatier stuff next. In this section, we are going to discuss what client-side is versus the server-side. In the computing world, both of these have many different names. Client-side can also be referred to as simply the client or perhaps the front end, whereas the server-side equally could be referred to as the server or the back end. A common misconception is that the client-side developers simply make websites look pretty, so all they really need to know is HTML and CSS. In fact, a client-side developer does way more than that. Their job is to bring in data from the server side or an external source, manipulate that data so that it fits the requirements they need, build interactive components that might or might not display the data, and build out fully functioning mechanisms. So think of when you're on a shopping site and you search for some items or filter some out and then put them in your basket and then do the checkout. Yep, that's all done by a client-side developer. This whole website would run on a client's device, hence the name client-side. An example of this can be a user's browser. If we inspect the page, we will be able to see the code written by a client-side developer. Some popular client-side languages are HTML, CSS, and, of course, JavaScript. So, what about server-side developers? What do they do? Well, that data that could be brought in by the client-side developers, it most likely comes from a server somewhere, but it's probably not in the format we would like. This is where the server-side developer comes in. It's their job to get that data either from one source or multiple sources and manipulate it as it comes in and out in a way that works for us. They design, build, and maintain the code that does so. Some popular server-side languages are Python, Java, Golang, but also JavaScript with the help of such things as Node.js and Express. So, as we've now seen, JavaScript can be used on both client-side and server-side development, making it the perfect full-stack language. Client-side JavaScript supplies the objects we talked about, or even external ones to control something like a browser and its document object model, or DOM, a term we will go into soon that essentially means a representation of the structure of our HTML document, without getting too technical about it now. And server-side JavaScript supplies objects, its own or external, that are needed for running JavaScript on a server. So for example, the objects could help bring in the data as we talked about previously. We will be starting with learning about client-side JavaScript first. So, now that we've understood a little bit about JavaScript, let's get to setting up our files in our portfolio project. So just make sure that you are in your My Portfolio project. As you can see here, we have My Portfolio, the directory. In it, we have the CSS directory with the style CSS file, the images directory with the headshot file, the pages directory with the 2 pages we made, and the index HTML file, which is at the root of our project. So, how are we going to do this? Well, looking back at our file setup plan, here is what we have built so far in the colors, and we're going to build another directory that's going to hold our JavaScript files. So, what I'm going to do is back in the project, in the root of my directory, so in the root of my project, I'm going to make a new folder or directory called JS for JavaScript. And in it, I'm going to add a file called app.js, in which we're going to do all our JavaScript for this project. So, now that we have that, we again, just like we did with our CSS file, have to link it up. So, back in the index.html file, there's a few ways we can do this. We can create 2 script tags like so. So an opening tag and a closing tag, which is at the bottom in between our 2 body tags. So once all the HTML gets read, then we would read the JavaScript that would affect it. Okay? So that is one thing we can do. We can put our JavaScript in here, or we can link it to the external file. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to get rid of this. And in the first tag, I'm going to use the source attribute, and I'm going to go into the JavaScript directory and get the app.js file. Okay, and just save this file, and there we go. So now, after the HTML has been read, so after all of this has been read, then we would apply the JavaScript that would potentially affect anything up here. So that is important. Make sure it's at the end in between the 2 body tags. and then it would read our JavaScript that we put in this file. Got it? Good. Okay, so that is our file setup. Let's get to writing some actual JavaScript coming up next. Now, the first thing that I'm going to show you about JavaScript is how to comment it out and how to use the console.log. Commenting out is something that we've already looked at in the HTML and CSS part of this course. Just like with the HTML and CSS, there's a different way to comment out JavaScript in JavaScript files. So, how do we do this? Well, this is the syntax. We use 2 forward slashes to allow us to comment out code in JavaScript files. So in this example here, I have commented out the text, changed this to Tina using the 2 forward slashes at the beginning so that this does not get picked up when our code is being read. Once again, just like with HTML and with CSS, we can comment out text or we can comment out pieces of code itself. Basically anything we don't want picked up. And why do we do this? Well, sometimes if something is picked up such as text, it will throw errors and our web page will not be able to be read by the browser. The next thing I'm going to show you is the console log. This is something that we have not come across before, and it is a great tool for allowing us to see what is going on under the hood in JavaScript, as well as allow us to debug. This is the syntax for using the console log. So we just write the words console log in lower letters, and then we use parentheses and pass through exactly what we want to see. Don't worry if none of this makes sense now. I'm going to show you an example of this coming up next. Okay, so just like we did our portfolio back in our classwork folder, where we have the classwork folder here, as well as a CSS folder or directory with the style CSS file and the index HTML file in our root, we're going to create another directory in our root called JS, and I'm going to create a file called app.js inside the JS folder. Okay, so that's our JavaScript file, and we now know that we need to use the script tag at the bottom of the body element. So at the bottom of these 2 tags, in between these 2 tags, and I'm going to link this up using the source attribute. I'm going to go into the JS folder and I'm going to get the app.js file. Great. And now in the app.js file, well, we can use the console log. So let's get up the console log. Okay, so that is the syntax for console log in order to essentially debug things. So if I, for example, I could just put the string hello and save this file. So use Command S on a Mac. And now if I open up my index HTML file in the browser, so I'm going to copy the path and then I'm just going to paste it in to my browser like so and inspect the page. Now I'm going to press the console here. So the console log essentially prints out to the console. And we will see hello here on the first line of the app.js file. So this is pretty handy too, as it tells us exactly where the console log is outputting in our project. In this case, it's on the first line of the app.js file. And if we look in here, it is indeed on the first line of the app.js file. We can also use it in order to get the output of something. So for example, if I get 12 plus 3 and say we didn't know what this is, say this was really complicated, I can save this file using Command S, go back to the browser, hit refresh, and it will give us 15, okay? That work has been done for us by the console log. Amazing. We can actually also use the console log in here as well. So for example, I can actually literally do it in the console too. I would just go console log, and this time let's do 10 minus 3 and hit enter. we will get a 7 because 10 minus 3 is 7. And this time it is not using our project, it's just doing it in the browser. So we get VM1641. Okay? So that is just another way if you want to do some quick console logging in your console in the browser. Wonderful. Please pause here at having a go at passing things through into the console log, saving the file, refreshing the browser, and seeing how to get the console log up in order to see the output. Once you have mastered that, of course, we can also comment code out. We do so simply by putting 2 forward slashes at the beginning of the line, which will comment out that whole entire line, making this line readable and reachable so that it's picked up by our browsers. So now that we've commented out this, we should not see 15 in the browser anymore. We should see hello. So let's save this file and refresh. You will no longer see the console log on line 1. We are only seeing the console log output on line 2 in our app.js file. Great. Wonderful. Let's move on. Okay, finally, enough of the prep stuff. Let's get to some code. In this next section, I'm going to talk to you about the most basic of all the JavaScript building blocks by introducing variables. Variables essentially allow you to store value as one single identifier. So remember maths? When you had all the if y equals 1 and if x equals 2, then what is y plus x? Well, in that situation, the y and x were variables. In code, we can also store the numbers 1 and 2 as variables. Sure, why not? But what is cooler is that we can store way more. We can store strings such as this sentence, Booleans such as true or false, or even more complicated things such as arrays, objects, or picked out elements from our HTML. This is cool for so many reasons. Let's say I have 2 friends. So I have initialized a variable. All I needed to do was name it and use the equal sign to assign a value to it. So the 2 integer gets assigned to friends. With naming variables, it is good to use camel case. Camel case simply means that you start the first word with a small letter, and if there's a second word and a third word and so on, that word starts with a capital, and you squish them all together. Let's console log this out. So I just need to console log friends, and it will return the value we assigned to the variable. Now, we can decide if this is a variable that needs var, let, or const. Back when JavaScript was first created, there was only var for variable. However, as the language developed, the introduction of let and const came in too. For the time being, I'm going to put var, but we will replace it in the next section with its newer offspring and go into detail on which you should use and when. Now, say I suddenly got more friends. So what I would do is get friends. I would not have to declare it anymore. It's already been declared here. And then I would say that friends equals whatever friends I already have. So that would be 2. And let's say I gained 1 more. Okay? So what do you think will happen when we console log out friends now? Have a think about it. We start off with friends being 2. Then we get friends, which is the value 2, and we add 1, which makes it 3. And we reassign it to the variable of friends. So if we check what friends is now, the value is 3. That makes sense because 2 plus 1 equals 3, and that's what we're reassigning. So we're overriding the value of friends to be 3. We can do this again. So once again, let's get our friends. So at the moment, at this point, it's 3. And say I suddenly gained 4 more friends. Now I'd have to reassign it to the variable of friends. So at this moment in time, how many friends do you think I have? Well, if at this point friends was 3, then 3 plus 4 is 7, and then we're once again reassigning it to friends. So if we console log friends here, the value will be 7. Got it? Let's do that again, but in steps. So if I actually console log out friends here, and I'm just going to put first console log, and then I'm going to do it here. So this will be the second console log, and then the final one here, which is the third console log. You'll be able to see each step that happens, okay? So this is similar to something you might want to use when figuring stuff out behind the hood of what is happening in JavaScript or debugging. So if I refresh this now, you will see that here our friends variable was indeed 2, and at the second point it was indeed 3, and at the final point where we added 4 more friends, we ended up with our variable of friends being 7. Okay? Cool. So hopefully that makes sense. As a beginner, I would suggest using the console log as often as possible with each step that you do. Don't forget, as JavaScript is read from top to bottom, where you place the console log will be very important. For example, if you want to find out the value of the variable friends and you console log it up here, well, as JavaScript is read from top to bottom, friends does not yet exist. So if we look in the console log, this will be undefined. Okay? Wonderful. And of course, we don't have to just assign numbers to variables. We can assign anything. We can assign strings such as Anna, Freddie, and Matt. So just like so. However, when it gets to adding numbers and strings, we will get something like this. So Anna, Freddie, Matt, Anna, Freddie, Matt 1, and Anna, Freddie, and Matt 14. We will go into why this happens when we cover data types later on. In these next sections, I'm going to talk to you about the difference between var, let, and const. But to do that, we are going to need to understand scope. So, as we know, var stands for variable and can take values such as numbers, strings, objects, and so on. Great! But since the introduction of ES6, so a version of JavaScript, var has become a little bit redundant and is being replaced with its offspring, let and const. But why is it becoming redundant? And what do these two new kids on the scene have to offer? To understand this, let's look at the differences between the three. Now, as we know, we're going to look at something called scope. Scope essentially means where these variables can be used. They can be globally scoped, meaning that we can access them anywhere in our code, reading from top to bottom. Function scoped, meaning that they can only be accessed inside a function, reading from top to bottom. And block scoped, meaning that when a variable is declared inside an if statement, for example, or a switch condition, or a while loop, then again, its access is limited to that, reading from top to bottom. Let's go through this with some visual aids. So, imagine we have some code in our code editor, and we're reading it from top to bottom. Well, all of the code in here, as long as it's not in a function or block scoped, is global. Okay, so this is what we mean when we refer to as globally scoped. All three variables, so var, let, and const, are globally scoped. Now, you might have a function in your code. Okay, so just here, imagine you have a function. All three variables, so var, let, and const, can also be contained to the scope of just this function, meaning they will not affect the code outside of it. And finally, we can have code that comes in a block, meaning that if we declare variables in here, they will be contained to this block of code. This only applies to let and const, however, and not var. Now, you might be thinking function scope and block scope, aren't they the same thing? Both just take a piece of code and contain the variable to it. Well, according to var, they are. Not so much the let declaration. Let's look at the differences between var and let first. We are now going to go into detail about the differences between var, which we will not be using, and let, which we will be using in this course. This part is a bit more advanced, so don't worry too much about remembering it. If you prefer, you can just focus your takeaway from this video on that we will be using let instead of var from now on. You can always come back to this section at the end of the course when you feel more comfortable with your learnings. So, as we know, variable declarations can have different scope. var can be globally scoped and function scoped, meaning we can access variable declarations anywhere in our code, reading from top to bottom. And we can also contain them to be read just inside the function, also reading from top to bottom. But it is not block scoped, which can be problematic. So let's have a look at this in code. So here we have some code. I'm just going to get the variable of puppies and declare that to be 1. So 1, we have 1 puppy. And if I console log this out, well, there's no surprise what puppies will come back with. I'm just going to show you anyway. So I'm just going to open this up in the Scratchpad. So just get my index.html, copy the path, and put it in my browser. So the console log is printing out 1 puppy. That is the correct behavior that we expected. This variable that has been declared has global scope. So puppies is currently globally scoped, and as we know, var can be globally scoped, so this works as expected. Now, if I keep puppies up here, but then write a function, so function add puppies, and then I go ahead and redeclare puppies, and this time I assign it the value 2, what do we think will happen? Don't worry too much about the syntax for a function right now. This is a function, we will look into them later. Just focus on the 2 variables we have declared. So puppies up here, which is declared globally, and puppies right here, which is declared in the function. So if I save this file and refresh the page, the value is still 1, okay? This is because this variable is function scope, so it's contained to the function. So if I console log puppies here, I'm just going to put inside the function, and then puppies, making sure to close that string, and then I'm just going to put outside the function. And then call the function, you will see that inside the function, puppies is 2 because we declared puppies as 2 inside the function. It is function scoped, and outside the function, we are getting 1, okay? Because this is contained to itself. Wonderful. Now, what is problematic about var, as we said, is that it is not block scoped, which let is. What I mean by this is if I change this, so I'm just going to get rid of this and put it in a block. So now it's in a block, inside the block and outside the block. What do you think will happen? Well, let's have a look. Just going to go in here. Inside the block, puppies is 2, and outside the block, puppies is 2. Okay? What's happened? Well, the variable here has been overwritten by this variable, okay, which is why puppies is printing out 2 here and here. This is because var is not block scoped. It's ignoring the block, and it's also, by the way, redeclaring the variable, which is not something we can do in let. So let's have a look at the difference. I'm just going to change this to let and this to let. And because let is block scoped, what do we think will happen now inside the block? What do we think this will print out? And what do we think it will print out outside of the block using the let variable? Amazing. So inside the block, we are getting the value of 2 puppies, and outside the block, we're getting the variable printing out 1. Okay, once again, this is because let is block scoped. Everything's contained to here. Great. Same will be for a function. So I'm just going to add the function back in, add puppies. So just like that, and call the function inside the function, outside the function, and have a look. Wonderful. So that again is function scope. Let is function scoped. Inside the function, we are getting the value of 2. Great. And the last thing I want to show you is that let cannot be redeclared. So if we get rid of the function again, and we just have let puppies 1, let puppies 2, we're getting errors. This is because we cannot redeclare with let, however we can with var. So we've redeclared it, and if we console.log puppies here, we would get the result of 2. So I know that was a lot with a lot of things we haven't quite seen yet, such as functions. So just to recap, let's have a look at this table and just save this table and go over it again and again each time we use variables. So as we know, let is just better because it can be globally scoped, function scoped, and block scoped, unlike var, which is only globally scoped and function scoped, and this can be problematic. Let can also be updated, but not redeclared like var. Wonderful. Now that we understand the difference between these two, let's move on to look at const. Okay, so now that we understand the difference between var and let, let's look at const. Just like let, const can be globally, function scoped, or block scoped. It can also not be redeclared. Okay, so just like let, we cannot redeclare it. So, what's the difference about const? Well, it can also not be reassigned, hence the name const from constant. So if we declare it up here, I'm just going to put const puppies equals Rex and Plushie and Bob are my puppies. Okay, just as a string like that. And then I try redeclare it. So const puppies equals Dino and Bowser are my puppies. You will see the red squiggly lines because we've tried to redeclare const. We've tried to redeclare it, but it's already been declared here with the const. We can actually also not reassign it. So if I just wanted to get puppies, so get puppies here, and then decided that, oh, okay, I want to change it. So I've got puppies and I've tried to assign this the string of puppies. Let's console.log this out. Puppies. What do you think will return? Well, we get an error because we're trying to assign to a constant variable. Okay, this is not allowed. We can't reassign a value. If it was let, however, we would, and this value would change to this one. So that's what we should see in the browser. And the same for if we used var. Okay, that will again be allowed and the value will be reassigned. Great. So once again, this will throw an error. Wonderful. Now, it is, however, important to know that if we declare the const, so I'm just going to get rid of this for now, as an array, okay, or an object, so that's an array. Once again, this is an array, the 2 square brackets, and this is an object, and you can put stuff in here. what we put into the array or object can be updated with JavaScript methods. Okay, this is again a little bit more advanced than where we are now, so just keep this in the back of your mind for when we get to covering arrays and objects. So, I know we haven't covered objects and arrays, as I just said, but here is a const of puppies. So I've opened up the square brackets. So we've declared that this is an array to the const of puppies. And now we can put some strings in here. So I'm going to put Rex in again. And I'm also going to put Plushie and Bob. Let's make these capitals as these are names. So in actual fact, this is a much more realistic way that you would see puppy names stored when working with JavaScript. So once again, if then I decided to add a name to this array and I grabbed puppies and I decided I want to update this, I'm just going to copy this and I'm saying that, oh, I actually want to add peaches. And we look at the console, we'll get an error, because we're trying to assign this new value to here. However, if I instead got this array, which looks like this, and used push, a JavaScript method, and pushed in the string of peaches, and then I console.log puppies, that will change the array. But again, this is very advanced. Don't worry about it for now. We will come to this when the time is right. Okay, so once again, that was a lot. Let's recap the differences between var, let, and now const. So var can be globally scoped and function scoped. It can also be reassigned a value and redeclared. Let can be globally scoped, function scoped, and block scoped. It can also be reassigned a value but not redeclared. And const can be globally scoped, function scoped, and block scoped, and it can also not be reassigned a value and not redeclared. Once again, save this and refer back to this one page whenever we're working with variables. In this next section, we're going to start talking about data types, as well as explore the data set that comes with JavaScript. Now, before we get going, it's important to know that each language has a different set of data types associated to it. Sometimes you have to specify which data type you are working with, and sometimes you don't. In JavaScript, you don't. This is why JavaScript is referred to as a loosely typed and dynamic language. Variables in JavaScript are not directly associated with any particular value type, which means any variable can be assigned and reassigned values of all types. So, in our previous example, you saw we assigned the variable x a number value, a string value, and a Boolean value, amongst other things. If you were to console.log the value of x in this instance and use the type of operator, save the file, you will see the result will come back with a type of Boolean. The full list of types in JavaScript is as follows. You have the primitive values, which include the Boolean type, null type, undefined type, number type, big int type, string type, symbol type, and then you also have the objects. Let's start off by looking at the primitive values and looking at the Boolean type first. The Boolean type can have two values really, and those are true or false. So on this occasion, the variable x can be true or it can be false. It can't be anything in between, otherwise it's not a Boolean type. A great occasion for where you might want to use this is in an if statement, if a statement is true. So here we've assigned the value of true to the variable game started, and we can use it as a shorthand. So just pass through game started. And if that is true, if that returns the value of true, which is a Boolean, then we would go to the next line, which has the console.log, which would print out the game has started. This is of course just one example. There are so many more. Next, we have the string type. So we've seen the string type before. It usually represents some textual data. This data can be whatever really you wish, as long as it's in between the two quotation marks and exists on your keyboard. We can also take strings and add them together to make new strings. So on this occasion, we are assigning the variable of first name the string value of Anya, and we're assigning the variable last name the string value of Kubo. We can actually also add strings together. So what I can do is get the first name variable, which has stored the value of Anya, and then use plus to add a string with an empty space to space this out, and then use the plus to add the last name too, and then assign the full thing to full name, so that when we console log the variable full name, it will return Anya Kubo as one string with a space in between. We of course also have the number type, which we've seen already as well. When using the number type, it is important not to make your code editor think it's a string. So the correct example here would be the let my apples example, where we just use the number 42, and not the second example, in which this will be treated as some text. Okay? So if we try to add these two together, just like we did before with the strings, the result will not be as expected. Before moving on to look at the other data types, let's look at these in a little bit more detail before moving on. So we've already looked at the Boolean type, which can take true or false as values. And if we console log it with type of in front of the variable, you will see what kind of type we are dealing with. We can also, of course, use the string data type. So let's go ahead and use first name. And I'm just going to do Anya. And then I'm going to do last name as well. And then I'm going to assign it the string. So we're going to use these quotation marks. You can use single quotation marks. You can use double. The choice will be up to you as long as you keep both consistent. Okay, so there we go. We've got our two strings. Now, if I once again use console.log and then type of, and then let's do first name, save this file and look in the browser, it will indeed tell us that this is a string data type, and same for the last name. Now, previously, we did use a variable to store this value, but we don't have to. We can also simply get the variable first name, which has the stored value of Anya, and the variable last name, which has the stored value of Kubo. Now, if I do this, what do you think will return? Have a think about it. Well, if I go in here and just refresh, you will see the two strings lumped together to create one string. Okay, so that's what has happened, which is quite cool that we can also go ahead and just type in our own strings like so. So this is just a string with an empty space like so. So if we save that, Anya Kubo comes back. In our example, however, we did save this to a variable, so I'm going to do so again here just to make things a little bit more neater and more readable. So that's all I've done. So now I can just get the full name and console log that. Wonderful. And what do you think is the type of this new variable? Well, let's check it out. Let's use type of, save this, and it is a string, okay? Because we've got a string, we got another string, and we added together, so it's just a string. Now let's look at our third example. So in our third example, we had some apples. So I'm just going to go ahead and put let my apples and put in the value of 42. And then I'm going to get Tony's apples. So Tony's apples. And I've assigned it the value of 2. However, this is a string. We're beginners. We don't know the difference. This is actually a string and should be treated as text because this will throw errors. So now, if I wanted to get my apples and add Tony's apples, what do you think the result will be? Have a think about it. It's a difficult one. Let's check it out. So let's console log results and have a look. We get the value 422. This is because if a number, so something like this, is added to a string, as default, it will be treated as a string. So it's just like we got the text value of 42 and added it to 2, similarly to how we added the first name and the last name. So that's what's happened. And if I do type of on the result, what result do you think will come back? That's right, a string. Because as I said, if a number is added to a string, as default, it will be treated and converted to a string. Okay, so to get the answer that we were kind of expecting, so we want to add my apples to Tony's apples, I would have to make sure that this is an integer. So now we can expect the result to be my apples, which is 42 plus 2, which is 44. So if I console.log result, it should come back as the number 44, which is does, it's in purple. And then if I do type of, it will be the type of number. Great. I hope that makes sense. Please have a play around with this by yourself before moving on. Okay, so we've covered 3 primitive value types, which are the Boolean type, string type, and number type. However, there's a few more. I'm not going to go into them in too much detail. However, I am going to give you a brief overview into each type so that you know what each type is about. So first off, we have the undefined type. The undefined type you might come across if something you are doing has gone wrong and something comes back as undefined, or you can actually do it intentionally. Why might you do this? Well, say you're working on a project and you know you're going to need a variable, but you don't quite know yet what kind of value you want to assign to that variable. You can just leave it as let x. Okay? So in our example, we have essentially used the undefined type in 2 ways. One where we are strictly saying that it's undefined, or one where we're just leaving x as let x with nothing assigned to it, in which case it is by default undefined and has the undefined type. Next up, we have the null type, which is not to be confused with the undefined type. The null type is essentially used where we want to represent an intentional absence of a value. It is also one of JavaScript's primitive values and also can be treated as a falsy value, which we will go into later in the course. Okay, so undefined means we don't quite know yet. It's an empty variable, it's undefined. And null means we are saying we don't want there to be anything here. There's null, there's an absence. Next, we're back to numbers, this time with the big int type. To be honest, I haven't really used this much in my career as a JavaScript developer, but it's a good one to know. The big int type represents numbers which are too large to be represented by the number type that we looked at in the previous section. So anything larger than 2 to the power of 53 minus 1. Next, we have the symbol type. This is again one that I have rarely used as a JavaScript developer, however it is good to know of its existence. Symbols allow us to create completely unique identifiers by essentially attaching some extra information to things. We will not be using them, however, in this course. And finally, we have the object type. On the left is an object that I have made myself. I have essentially opened up the curly braces, so that symbolizes an object, and I've added some keys and values inside of it, and I've assigned it to the variable person. So that is an object type that I made myself. However, we know that JavaScript comes with its own inbuilt objects, so the date object is one of those. How do we know this? Because we know that JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language, which we learned at the start. So here we have a visualization of this that I made. We have JavaScript, which is an object-oriented programming language, and then it has its own inbuilt objects. So we have the date object, for example, the array object, the math object, and much, much more. And each of those objects also has its own set of JavaScript methods and properties. So the date, for example, has the method of toIsoString, which would change a date into an IsoString format, or the method of getFullYear, which would get the exact year of the date today. In fact, here's a full list of all the JavaScript inbuilt objects that we have to date. So as you can see, there's a lot. And as we now know, each one comes with its own set of methods and properties. This stuff is all super exciting, and we're going to be diving into this in much more detail in the upcoming sections. But first, let's look at arithmetic operators. In this next section, we're going to go back in time to a time that you hopefully find familiar and learn about arithmetic operators. So in other words, this. We will be learning how to use the plus symbol in order to add two numbers together, the subtraction operator, which will subtract numbers from each other, the division operator, which will divide values, and the remainder or modulus operator, which will essentially take a number such as 6, divided by the second number such as 3, and return whatever remainder there is. On this occasion, the remainder will be 0. And then we also have the multiplication operator, as well as the power of operator, which is the two stars together, which will calculate the base to the exponent power. So in this example, 6 to the power of 3 gives us 216. But enough chat, let's go through this in code. So for example, as we know, we can add two numbers together. So to do this, I would use the addition operator, and I can add 5 to 2. Okay, and then we just have to save this to something. So I'm just going to save this to the result, just like so. And if we console log out the result, what do you think we will get? We will get the number type of 7. Okay, we could of course also just do this like so, and that will return the value 7. But as we want it to be a bit more readable, we've got the return of this and saved it to a variable, and that's what we console logged out. Okay, what about if I use the subtraction operator? What do you think the result will be? Well, the result will be 3, as we have taken 5 and minus 2 from it. How about the division operator? We will get 2.5, as 5 divided by 2 gives us indeed 2.5. Now, one that you might not be familiar with is the modulus operator. So this one will look for the remainder. So we're going to get 5 and divided by 2, and 2 fits in 5 exactly 2 times. And then we get 1 as a remainder. So I'm going to expect the result to be 1 on this occasion. And indeed it is. Okay? How about if I did 10 modulus 3? What would the result be? Well, as 3 fits in 10 3 times, it will also leave 1 remainder. So once again, I expect there to be a 1 as the result. Okay? So the output of this gets assigned to this variable, and that's what we're console logging out. I can also multiply. So 10 multiplied by 3 should give us 30. And indeed it does. And I can also do to the power of. So if I do 2 to the power of 3, that's the syntax for doing so. And I look in here, 2 to the power of 3 is indeed 8. So that is the result that we are seeing. Okay, wonderful. So that was a really basic lesson in maths. I hope you learned something new with the modulus operator as well as the syntax for using the basic arithmetic operators. In this section, we're going to graduate and look at comparison operators. Comparison operators work in that they compare values against each other and return a Boolean. So as we know, Booleans can either be true or false. So in the first line of our example, we are using numbers, and I am checking to see if 6 is smaller than the number 3. As it is not, this statement would return back false as a value. On the next line, we are checking if 6 is larger than 3. And as it is, this statement would return as true. Below that, we are also checking if 6 is smaller than or equal to 6. And if that is true, it gives us the return of true for this statement. And finally, we can also check if 6 is larger than or equal to 6. So as on this occasion 6 equals 6, then this is again true, this statement is true, and the Boolean of true will be returned. Let's have a look at this with some code. So for example, let's say we want to check if this value on the left is smaller than 200. Well, we know that this is true. 8 is indeed smaller than 200. We read this from left to right. And if I console log this, what do you expect will return? This statement should return as true. As we said, by using these comparison operators, the return will be a Boolean. So as we can see, the Boolean of true is being returned. We can, of course, assign this to something. So let's use const this time of results. And I'm just going to keep console logging the results. So now let's check if 8 is larger than 200. So we know that this is false, so we should expect false to return back to us. We can also do more complicated things. So for example, say we don't really know what this is going to return. I'm just going to put 20 modulus 7 and check if the result of this is going to be larger than the result of 39 divided by 6. So now, on this occasion, this isn't so easy to read, but however, we can still see if this on the left is going to be larger than this on the right, and then just look in the browser, and it is false. So this means that the statement on the right is indeed larger than the statement on the left. So this whole statement, because all of it is assigned to the const result, is false. Got it? Good. And of course, we can use stuff like is larger than or equal to 39, in which case this will be true because 39 does equal 39, or smaller than as well. Wonderful. So now that we have this, let's move on. In this section, we're going to look at assignment operators. Assignment operators assign a value to its left operand based on the value of its right operand. The simplest example of this that we've seen is the equal sign, in which we take the value on the right and assign it to the value on the left. So on the first line, the value of 6, the number 6, is being assigned to oranges, which is a variable that we have named. However, there's way more. So let's have a look at all of them. First off, we're going to get oranges, and we can get the variable oranges and make it equal 5. So we're then reassigning the variable of value. So now oranges will equal 5 if I console log it out. Or instead of using oranges equal 5 and literally just assigning the value of 5 to the variable oranges, we can add 5 more oranges to the current value of oranges. So say we start off with 6 oranges and we use plus equals, we're essentially adding 5 to the original value of oranges, which will give us 11. Same for the negative. So if we use the negative equals, it means that we're getting these 6 oranges. So we've assigned the value of 6 to oranges and taking 5 away from that value, giving us 1. Same for using multiply equals. By doing this, we are getting the original 6 oranges and multiplying them by 5, giving us 30 oranges. We can do so with the divide equals as well, the modulus equals, and then we have 2 cool new ones, which are the increment operator and decrement operator. The increment operator essentially will just add 1 to whatever value we have. So if we start off with 6 oranges and we use plus plus on the variable when we use it next, it will increment the oranges by 1. And same for the decrement operator. Now, this might be quite hard to read, so let's go ahead and look at this in code. So let's start off with declaring the variable. I've declared the variable oranges and I've assigned the value 6 to it. So 6 goes bloop and it gets assigned to oranges. So at the moment, if we console.log oranges, we get 6. Now, if I'm just going to keep that up here. If I then go ahead and grab oranges, so this variable right here, which has the value of 6, and then I just go ahead and say, no, actually, I want it to be 5. So 5 is now going to be my value for oranges. And I console oranges on line 5. So maybe let's go ahead and put first instance. And then just going to put second instance. You will see we start off with 6 oranges and then I reassign the value to be 5, okay, using the equals operator. Now, what if I want to actually just get the current value of 6 oranges and add 5 to it? So I don't want to reassign it, I want to add 5. Well, I would grab this variable, which currently has the assigned value of 6, and I could use plus equals 5. Okay, so now by doing this, I get 11 oranges being printed out on instance 2. Okay, this is essentially the same as me writing oranges plus 5. And as we know, everything to the right of the operand, so everything to the right of the equal sign, has to be assigned to the left of it. So I have 5, I add 6, because at this moment in time, oranges equals 6, and then 6 plus 5 equals 11. So we're assigning the new value to the oranges and we're console logging it out. Got it? Cool. So of course, we can also use minus equals to minus the oranges, and that will give us a total of 1 orange by the end. And we can use multiply. So 6 oranges multiplied by 5 will give us 30. We can also do divide, which will give us 1.2 oranges by the end. And we can also do modulus, which will give us 1 remainder of orange. Okay, great. So once again, doing this is just the same as me grabbing the current value of oranges, which is 6, and using modulus 5 on it, and then reassigning the new value to the same variable. Cool. Now, the other thing I showed you is the increment operator. So a cool thing I can do is just grab oranges, so whatever oranges is now, which currently has the value of 6, and use plus plus to just increment it by 1. So that now, what do you think will be printed out on the second instance? The value of 7, because we've used the increment operator with these 2 pluses. And again, I can use the decrement operator, and then we should get 5. Got it? Great. Let's continue. Okay, so next up, we're going to look at the equality operators. Now, this might seem confusing at first, but the equal sign is not an equality operator, okay? It's an assignment operator. We use equals to give something value. To check if 2 values are equal, we use the double equal sign, okay? So on the first line here, if we use 6 equals 3, it checks if the number 6 is equal to the number 3 and gives us false, as the number 6 does not equal the number 3. However, we can also check if something is not equal using the exclamation point or the bang. So, as we know 6 does not equal 3, this statement will return as true, because bang or exclamation equals is the equivalent of saying not equal, and 6 is not equal to 3. We can also check if something is strictly equal if we use 3 equal signs. So on the third line down, if we use the number 6 and then do triple equals, so strict equals, it will also take into account the type, okay? And as a number type does not equal the string type, we get a false for this statement. And the same for the bang 2 equals. That is a strict not equal. So once again, this will take into account the types that we are dealing with. Let's check this out in code. So let's write a statement. This time I am going to say that 3 equals 3. And if we console log this out, so this time I'm just going to pass this through. What do you expect the result will be? Well, it should be a true, as the number 3 does equal the number 3. So that is true. Okay? And if I do the number 3 equals the string 3, well, that will also be true, because we are not taking types into account. So JavaScript doesn't care that this is a number and this is a string. However, if we did strictly equals, so use 3 equals signs, then JavaScript will care. It'll be like, hey, this is a number. We either need 2 numbers or we need 2 strings. Make up your mind. So if we check this out, it will indeed be a false. So we can either change it to be 2 numbers or 2 strings. It's up to you. And then that statement will be true. Great. And then, of course, we can also have not equals. So let's go ahead and this time do dog does not equal cat, right? So this is strict and this is less strict and won't take into account the types. So does dog not equal cat? Well, this statement is true. So we should see true in our console. Okay. And then let's do something with types. So I'm going to say that 4 does not equal 4. In this occasion, this will be false, as you know, this isn't strict. But if we do strictly does not equal, then this will come back as true, as 4 does indeed not equal the string 4. Number 4 does not equal the string 4. So let's check it out. This should be true, and it is, because number 4 does not equal the string 4. Got it? Great. Okay, so that was a lot. So I think let's finish this off with a quick exercise. So here we go. What do you think will return back on the first statement if we get the statement and console log it out? So we've got the number 34 does not strictly equal the string 34. What do you think? Well, let's have a look. So if we console log that out, we get true, because the number 34 does not strictly equal the string 34. We're dealing with a number and a string. Okay, so hopefully you got that one right. Next, the number 5 strictly equals the string 5. What do you think this statement will return? Let's once again console log this out. Well, this will return a false, because once again, the number 5 has the type of number and this is the type of string. So they don't equal, they are not strictly equal. If this was an equal like that, then that would return true, but it's not. Next, we have the string coconut equals the string coconut. What do we think? Well, this will return. This will return true, because we're not being strict, but even if we were, this would be true as well, because we're dealing with a string of coconut and a string of coconut. Great. What about this one? This will also return as true, because we have the number 56 and the number 56, so we're taking into account their data types and also their values are the same. So we should get 56. And finally, 0 does not equal the number 4. So we know that this is true. 0 does not equal the number 4. And we don't have to take into account types. So that's great. That makes our life easier. So we know that this is going to be true. Wonderful. Let's carry on. Okay, so I just want to take a quick break from learning about all these different types of JavaScript operators. I think there's just been quite a lot, and talk about why you might even need them. And I'm going to do this by teaching you the if statement. So let's do it. In JavaScript, this is the syntax for an if statement. So if something is true, let's execute the code in between the curly braces. So we've got the if, then we have a statement in between the parenthesis and then the curly braces that we're going to put the code in that we want to execute if that statement is true. So at the moment, I've just whacked in the Boolean of true, but we can replace it with stuff that we have been learning. So we can replace it with the comparison operator in a statement because we know that this statement will return a Boolean. And this one in particular will return the Boolean of true because 6 does indeed equal 6. And if 6 equals 6, then we console log out this if statement has been executed. Great. We can of course use any statement that will return a Boolean response. So on this occasion, because we know that 6 is indeed larger than or equal to 6, this statement will also return the Boolean of true and a console log will be executed. Got it? So this is the syntax. I'm going to show you it in code. So once again, let's get up the syntax and this is it. So this needs to take a statement that will have a Boolean response. So what can we use? Well, we can use the comparison operators that we just learnt, and we can also use the equality operators. So it really is up to us which one of the two we want to use here. I'm just going to go ahead and say that if today equals Friday, we're going to console log out, yay, it's Friday, which means that if we give this a value, so I'm just going to assign the variable of today, the value of Monday, this if statement will not work because this will be false, right? Because the string of Monday does not equal the string of Friday, so we don't execute the code in between these curly braces. So if we check that out, nothing's happening. However, if it's suddenly Friday, so today is suddenly Friday, so Friday gets assigned to today. So if today, which has the value of Friday, equals Friday, then we console log, yay, it's Friday. And we see it here. Once again, as a reminder, this will not work. Why? Because this is an assignment operator. See, we use it here to assign the string value of Friday to the variable of today. So this is equals, this essentially means equals in JavaScript. Okay? Great. We can use any statement in here, as I said. So for example, we can just simply pass through true, the Boolean true, and that will work also. So we still see that in the console log. Sometimes people write this, so let Friday equals true, and then they would pass through the variable Friday and say that if Friday equals true, then console log out, yay, it's Friday. And of course that will work. But as the value of this is stored as true, we don't need to check if it equals true. We can just do if it's Friday and Friday is true, then console log, yay, it's Friday. So once again, we're assigning the Boolean value of true to the variable Friday. And if the value of this, so whatever we put in these parentheses is true, so in this case, it has the value of the Boolean true, then we console log, yay, it's Friday. And great. So that is the if statement. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope why all of these operators that we have been learning suddenly make sense. Please have a go at writing your own if statements here, and once you're ready with that, let's carry on. So, the last few lessons have really been focused around Booleans. Well, hold on to your hats, because not only do we have Booleans of true and false, there's also something called truthy and falsy that exist. And no, they're not these fluffy cartoon characters that I made up. They're way more complicated than these little guys. So let's have a look. So as we know, we have the Boolean value of true that will execute an if statement if we put it in between the two parentheses. However, there are also other ways to execute if statements, and we can do so with truthy values. So, for example, if I pass through the number 25 is considered to be a truthy value, same as negative 25, and in fact, same as all these other things. So JavaScript objects, arrays, strings, even if the string is a 0 or the string of the Boolean false. At the end of the day, it's still a string. In fact, everything is a truthy value unless it's one of these. So a falsy value. So perhaps it's easier if you just remember the falsy values, and if something is not this, then it's considered truthy and can execute an if statement. So the falsy values that you need to remember are the Boolean false, undefined, null, nan, which stands for not a number, an empty string. So this is the only occasion where a string can be falsy if it's empty, the number 0, the number negative 0, and 0n. Okay, so once again, these are the falsy values. Remember them, and if something is not one of these, then it's considered truthy and will run an if statement. And that's really on truthy and falsy values. Don't forget, it's just the falsy ones that you really need to remember. For example, let's say I have the variable money and I have 10 coins in my bank account. Okay, so 10 coins in my bank account, which means that if, here's my if statement, I have the if, I have the parentheses to take a Boolean, and then I have the curly braces that will execute the code. And I just want to console log out. Let's go party. If, of course, we have the money. So if I just pass through money like so if money essentially exists and the value of money, which at the moment has the value of 10, so we go on whoop, this has the value of 10. So this right here is 10. This is a truthy value, right? Because it's not on our list of falsy values, which means that if I look in the console log, let's go party gets printed. Why this is super cool is that money can be whatever. We can have this much money, we can have this much money, it doesn't matter. These are all truthy values. So no matter how much we have a bank account, we can always go party, okay? So this is quite a cool example of why truthy values are awesome and useful. However, if we suddenly spend all our money partying and our money's down to 0, okay, this belongs on the falsy list, right? It was on there, which means this is a falsy value and this will not print out. And indeed, it does not. We get nothing in our console log. Same as if they suddenly shut down our bank account because, we didn't have anything in there. So let's go ahead and say null. They've shut it down, so money is null. Null is a falsy value, that's right. So again, nothing will get console logged. Okay? Great. Hopefully that makes sense. Once again, remember the falsy values. Okay, so we've had some fun. We've learned some operators. We then use them in scenarios that might make sense. Now let's go back and learn some more operators. So I'm going to talk to you about the logical operators next. Now, once again, these are going to deal with Booleans. And this time we're taking more than one Boolean or truthy and falsy value and checking if the whole statement is true or false or truthy or falsy. Okay? So a lot coming together here. Let's do it. The first logical operator is the AND operator, which is the two AND signs. It essentially checks if all the values that we are chaining together are true. And if they are not, it will return back as false. Next, we're going to look at the logical OR operator, which is the two vertical lines. This will check if at least one of the statements is true or truthy. And finally, we're going to look at the nullish coalescing operator, which will check if one item is truthy, and if not, it will go to the next item, and so on and so on. All three of these allow us to check multiple statements when they are together. So, enough talk, let's see this in action. So, say I want to write some code that will allow us to check if someone's got the job. So, for example, the score on a test would have had to be over 90 out of 100. Okay, so that's one thing that we're going to check for. The next thing we're going to check for is if their CV checked out. So CV checks out. And the last one is if they passed the interview. Okay, so let's go ahead and create some variables for this. I'm going to say let score equal 98. Let CV pass equal true, and let interview pass equal true. So say someone's come along and this is what they got. Well, I can now write a variable saying let got the job. So I'm choosing to call it that. And if score is larger than 90, and so we are using the logical AND operator here, and CV pass is true, and interview pass is true, then they got the job, and this should be true. Another way of writing this to make this more readable for you as a beginner could be to say that this equals true, and let interview pass also equal true. But as we know, we don't really need to do this. This is kind of redundant as the value for this is true anyway. So we can just do this like so. Okay, so there's my piece of code to find out if someone's got the job. So if I console.log got the job, this comes back as true. This is because whoever this person is, their score was 98, their CV checked out, and they passed the interview. This means that this statement is true, and this statement is true, and this statement is true. So overall, this is true. If, however, another candidate comes along, so we're going to have to refill these, let's start from scratch, and this candidate got the score of 87. But their CV checks out, so I'm going to put true, and they passed their interview. So now this means that the score is not higher than 90, so this comes back as false, and this still comes back as true, and this comes back as true. So, however, what do you think the value of this will be, of this whole statement? So what do we console.log out? It will be false because the logical AND operator checks if everything in the statement that we are chaining together is true. Okay? However, if, for example, let's start this again, the company was really struggling hiring people and they just said, do you know what? As long as this candidate either gets higher than 90 or their CV checks out or they pass the interview, then just give them the job. We can use OR. Okay, so this is how the logical OR operator works. So for example, let's say they didn't pass, they got 60 on the score, their CV checked out, so we give a true, but someone failed them on their interview. So this means that this is false. This, however, is true, but this is false. What do you expect got the job to be? It will be true because at least one of these is true. So we're checking if this is true or this is true or this is true, then the whole statement will have the return value of true. We can actually even use and or. So for example, say we changed our mind and now we're saying that, you know, as long as the person definitely has to get a score of over 90, but we don't really care so much about the CV pass or the interview pass. As long as one of these checks out, then give them the job. This means that I would want this to be true, and so we use the logical and operator, this to be true or this to be true. So to make it more readable, I can also put this in its own parenthesis. Okay, so this statement has to be true and this statement has to be true, but only one of these, so either this one or this one, can be true in order for this statement to be true. Phew, that's a lot. So for this to pass and for someone to get the job, they have to get a score over 90, so 99, and either one of these, so or this one or this one. So let's say the CV passed, so true, but they failed the interview, so false. So they should still get the job, correct? Let's check it out. And true. Wonderful. So that was a little bit more complicated, but I just wanted to show you that you can use both the operators together. I'm just going to clear this up as we don't actually need these in parentheses at all. Great. In this next section, I'm going to talk to you about the nullish logical operator. So we've looked at the logical AND operator, we've looked at the logical OR operator. The nullish coalescing operator will let us essentially look at the first value, and if it's true or truthy, then it will select that one. However, if it's not and it's false or falsy, it will go to the next one, and so on and so on. So for example, say we're on a flight and we're going somewhere long haul and we have our first choice of meal in our head. So let's go ahead and put first choice. And I said that my first choice is going to be the chicken. But then, of course, I know stuff runs out. So as my second choice, I've said that I will probably pick the veggie option. Okay, so those are my first choices. So I can now write a piece of code that will essentially return back my first choice if there is any to return. So if there's still some to give me, or if not, then just give me my second choice. So I can just hand that over to the airline assistant. So let's define this. I'm going to say const airline meal equals first choice. And if that does not exist, then give me my second choice. So they might be really confused when I hand over this code to them, but we know that this means that if my first choice does not exist, so if this is null or some sort of falsy value, then give me my second choice. So let's check it out. So let's just console.log the airline meal. And at the moment, I'm getting back chicken because chicken is a truthy value, okay? It's a string that is not nothing. It's a string with some words in it. So that gets returned. However, if my first choice suddenly ran out, so there was 0 of it or null, then what would happen? If I refresh the page, we would get back my second option, which is veggie. Okay? So that is what this operator does, and we can carry on using it as well. So we can even have a third choice and so on and so on. So let's put const third choice and then just put yogurt. Okay, so now if the first choice and the second choice don't exist, then I will get the yogurt. Wonderful. So that is how it works. I hope that makes sense. Once again, just like we saw in the previous example with the AND operator and the OR operator, you can mix and match them with this nullish coalescing operator as well to make really long, complicated statements too. Before moving on, I just wanted to touch on briefly on the ternary operator. It is a little bit more advanced, but I don't want you to be shocked if you see it anywhere and be like, hey, Anya didn't teach me this. Like, what is this? Hence, I'm going to explain it to you, but don't worry too much about it. The ternary operator is the only JavaScript operator that takes 3 operands, and it's quite handy. So for example, we can have the variable is discount, and we can include it in the second line, so the total amount, in order to get one value or the other. We do so thanks to getting a variable that is truthy or falsy, following it up by a question mark to question if it's truthy or falsy, and then return either one value or the other, separated by colons. So that is the syntax for using the ternary operator. So if I was to say that there was a discount, so let discount is true, and we wanted to get the total amount, well, is there a discount? True, there is a discount. Well, then we'll return 50. That is the total amount. Otherwise, if there is not a discount, we return the value 100. So in this case, because there is a discount, the value that will be assigned to the total amount is going to be 50. If it was false, however, and there was no discount, the value that will be returned is 100. Let's have a quick look at this in code. So for this example, I'm going to say let logged in. And for now, I'm going to put true. Now let's get up the syntax for our ternary operator. So our ternary operator takes a truthy or falsy value, and if it's true, we return this, and if it's false, return that. Okay? So this essentially dictates whether we return this or that, and this is the syntax. So we need a question mark here and the colons to separate the two options. Okay? Great. So now we're going to receive a message based on if we're logged in or not. So this is my truthy or falsy variable. If we're logged in and logged in is true, we're going to say welcome back. And that is going to be our message. Otherwise, it's going to say, please log in. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense. And if I console log the message, what do you think will return back to me because we are logged in? Well, welcome back should return, right? Because this is true, hence we return back this value. If this was false, however, then please log in would be returned. So let's check it out. And indeed, please log in is returning. And if I change this back to true, welcome back returns. So that is just a super neat way of writing code that saves us from having to write a bunch of if-else statements. So by now, we've looked at the if statement as an example of how to control flow in JavaScript. However, the if-else statement is also something that exists. So let's go back and look at our code again. So here we have just the two if statements. If the rider height is smaller than the minimum height allowed to go on the ride, it will console log out, sorry, you cannot go on the ride. And if the rider height is larger than the minimum height, we console log out, get ready for the time of your life because they can go on the ride because they're above the minimum height. However, a neater, easier way to write this could be to use an if-else statement. So on this occasion, if the rider height is smaller than the minimum height required to go on the ride, we will console log out, sorry, you cannot go on the ride. However, if it's anything else, so essentially if the rider height is larger than the min height, then we'll console log, get ready for the time of your life. Because let's be honest, if you're not smaller than the minimum height, you're going to be larger. So this is an alternative way to writing the code that we saw before. We also have else if statements. So this gets a little bit more complicated. On this occasion, we have the minimum height of the ride. So you need to be at least 110 centimeters in order to ride the ride. And once again, we have the rider height, which is 121 centimeters. That's the current height of the rider that's about to go on the ride. But this time we also have a max height, meaning that if the rider is above 190 centimeters in height, they also can't go on the ride. So if the rider height is smaller than the minimum height allowed to go on the ride, we console log, sorry, you're too short for the ride. You essentially can't go on it. But also, else if the rider height is larger than the max height, then we also want to console log out, sorry, you're too tall for this ride. Otherwise, if none of these two criteria are met, then we console log out, get ready to go, okay? Because the rider is either not too short and not too tall, so they're in the middle and they can ride on the ride. Got it? Let's look at this a little bit further in code. In this section, we're going to put everything that we learned about else and else-if statements in order to write the following code. If the temperature is suddenly above 30 degrees Celsius, we want to print, don't forget the factor 50. And if the temperature is below 10 Celsius, we want to print, wear a jacket today. And finally, if it's any other temperature, print, it's a t-shirt kind of day. So, how do you think you would do this? I'm going to pause here while you have a go at this yourself based on the previous 2 lessons and allow you to unpause when you want to go through the answer together. So, see you in a bit. Okay, well, first off, what I would do is let's just go ahead and declare a variable. So I'm going to go let temp equal, and for now, I'm just going to put 15. Okay, and now let's write our if-else statement. So this is the syntax for doing so. If this statement is true, execute this code. Else, if this statement is true, then execute this code in between these 2 curly braces. Otherwise, so just else, execute this code right here. So, as we know, if the temperature is above 30, well, we want to console log, don't forget the factor 50. Otherwise, else if the temperature is below 10, then we want to console log, wear a jacket today. And otherwise, if it's anything else at all, so if it doesn't fit those 2 criteria, so in other words, if the temperature is somewhere between 10 and 30 degrees, then we want to print out, it's a t-shirt kind of day. So let's save this and let's go ahead and have a look. So currently the temperature is 15, so I would expect this console log to print out, and it does. Let's test the others. So I'm just going to put something above 30. So I'm going to put 31, which means that I would expect this console log to print. So let's go ahead and have a look. And it does. And finally, let's put something below 10. So I'm just going to put 7 because we should expect this console log to print. And amazing. This is looking wonderful. We've solved the exercise. We can, of course, have as many else-ifs as we want. So you could have else-if, else-if, else-if. This is just a typical example of an else-if statement that you might see with a default action. Great. Let's carry on. Now that we've gone through the else-if and if-else as well as if statements, I want to go through some of them with you together in code with a few exercises. So, first off, what I would like you to do is write 2 statements, 2 if statements. As you can see, I've already got the syntax up and ready here for you. All we're going to have to do is provide a truthy statement in here in order to execute the code in between the 2 curly braces. And what I want you to do is write 2 if statements this time that will check if you are a Bitcoin trillionaire or a Bitcoin millionaire. So please have a go here. I would advise defining some variables to make your code more readable. And once you have had a go at this, please unpause this video and we can go through the solution together. Okay, so the way I would do this is, well, first off, what I would do is define exactly what a trillion and a million is up here. And we can use the const for this, as of course this value doesn't change. A trillion is always going to be a trillion. So just like that. However, we don't need the commas because we are working with integers. So make sure to write your 1 trillion like this. Next, I'm also going to define million, which is 1 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. So we've defined the 2 variables up here. I've used const as they will not change. And next, I'm going to define how much I have in the bank. So let's say, for example, that right now I have Bitcoin and the value of my Bitcoin is somewhere in between the two. So I'm just going to put this for now. Okay, so above 1 million, but under 1 trillion. So now let's write our first if statement. The first one is going to check if we're a Bitcoin trillionaire. Well, what I would do is grab how much Bitcoin I have, and if it's larger than trillion, well, then we can console log out. Whoa, you are a trillionaire. Just like that. And if Bitcoin that we own is larger than 1 million, and so we're using the and operator here that we learned to say that if this is true and if this is true, and what needs to be true is that Bitcoin is smaller than 1 trillion, then we know that we are millionaires, right? Congrats, you are a Bitcoin millionaire. So that is how I would do it. So if we check in the scratchpad, it will say, congrats, you're a Bitcoin millionaire, because we are in fact over 1 million in value in Bitcoin. You will also see that I checked that Bitcoin is under 1 trillion in this statement, okay? Because if I didn't do this, so let's get rid of that, and suddenly I had a lot more Bitcoin, so I would technically be a Bitcoin trillionaire. However, as we read code from top to bottom, we would check this statement first, and our Bitcoin value is over 1 trillion, so we'd console log this, and then we go to the next statement, and our Bitcoin is also over 1 million, so it would console log that, okay? And was both are technically true, you wouldn't want yourself being referred to as a millionaire if you're really a trillionaire, right? So you would end up being a Bitcoin millionaire, which is kind of sad because we're not, we're a trillionaire. That is why I added the statement right here. Okay, so checking if the Bitcoin is also under 1 trillion. So now if we save this, just the first if statement executes because this is true, and this will be false as we fail on this statement, making this whole statement false. We could also, of course, have flipped this round to check if we're a millionaire first, and it would say, congrats, you're a millionaire. And then we would go to the second line and check if we're a trillionaire. So we would end with being a trillionaire. Okay? So that is just something for you. It just depends what kind of outcome you want. If you want both console logs to print, or if you just want them to print if the statement is true. Great. Now that we've covered the if statement, let's look at how we would write this in a much neater way in an if-else statement next. So, in the last section, we looked at writing 2 if statements to console log out 2 different things based on the statement that we provided. In this section, I want you to have a go at using an if-else or else if statement to print out if we're a trillionaire, and if we're not, print out that we're a millionaire, and also have a default statement to address what happens if we don't meet any of these criteria. Okay? So please have a go at doing this yourself, and once again, when you're ready, unpause and we will go through the solution together. Okay, so what I would do is this. I'm just going to comment this out for now so you can keep it up here to refer to. I would get my if statement, and we're going to say that if Bitcoin is larger than 1 trillion, then we want to print out, whoa, you're a trillionaire. Else, if Bitcoin is larger than 1 million and Bitcoin is smaller than 1 trillion, we want to print out, congrats, you are a Bitcoin millionaire. Else, this is the default because it's quite nice to handle, something when none of the conditions are met. So I would just put console.log, sorry, you are poor. Of course, you're not even poor with just one Bitcoin, but to these Bitcoin millionaires and trillionaires, apparently you are. So that is what I would write. However, whilst this code will work, the whole point of writing an if-else statement as opposed to the two if statements is that we can make our code neater. What I mean by this, it allows us to treat the code as one, which means that I don't need to check if Bitcoin is under a trillion here, okay? This is because we read if Bitcoin is larger than trillion, print out this. However, if this was false, so say we had this much Bitcoin, so this statement would be false. We will then go here and check if Bitcoin is over 1 million, which would be true. So we kind of don't need this because we already checked if Bitcoin was over 1 trillion up here, and that was false. So it should console.log out, you are a Bitcoin millionaire. Otherwise, if our Bitcoin is this value, then we will console.log, sorry, you are poor. So let's check that out. I'm just going to add 2 more zeros here and check in the scratch pad, and we're getting congrats, you are a Bitcoin millionaire. So we're not getting this line print out, we are just getting this line print out based on this statement. That is opposed to having the two if statements which are separate, which we saw earlier. So let's just try output 1 trillion and check out the scratch pad. Congrats, you're a Bitcoin trillionaire. And once again, let's just put 150 Bitcoin. Sorry, you are poor. So there we go. That is how I would use an if-else statement as opposed to the two if statements that we saw earlier. In this section, we're going to get started with looking at some loops. Loops are great as they allow us to do things over and over again forever or until a condition is met. This is actually one of the most useful parts of computer programming, and we will be using it a lot in this course, okay? So this video in particular is to introduce the different iteration statements available to us in JavaScript because there's a lot. We have the for statement, the do while statement, the while statement, the break statement, label statements, continue statements, for in and for of. The most popular one of these is the for statement. So that's the one that we're going to be covering first and focusing on the most. However, I will go into all the others briefly as well, so you've got a good idea of how to use them and when. So, as I said, loops are super useful in computer programming. They allow us to avoid boring or repetitive tasks by making our code do the work for us. So for example, here I've used Bart Simpson, like writing out the lines over and over again. We can use simply 3 lines of code to do all that work for us in seconds. We can also use loops in order to iterate some code over and over again until a condition is met. So think of us just going over to Bob going like, hey, Bob, have you done this? Bob, have you done this yet? Bob. So we can get code to do that for us until Bob finally does what we're asking him to do. And another great example of loops, which we will definitely be using in this course in one of our projects, is to create elements dynamically. So for example, instead of us hard coding and making different sections or cards in HTML, we can get an array and create these elements based on how many elements in our array. And if that array changes at any point, that will affect the amount of elements that are created. If that doesn't make much sense to you now, don't worry because we will be doing it later on. So once again, here are all the different iteration statements available to us in JavaScript. And once again, let's focus on the for statement first. In this section, we're going to look at the for statement, otherwise known as the for loop. The for loop is probably the most popular loop that you will see in JavaScript, and its syntax looks like this. So we've got the for, then we open up our parenthesis and we write a statement that looks exactly like this, and then some curly braces to execute the code as long as these statement conditions are true. So, what's in these parentheses, you may ask? Well, in the for loop, we need an initializing expression, which is this. So for example, here we are defining the variable that we're going to use in the loop. I've gone ahead and used I for this, so let I, and we've given the value of 0 to I. This just means that we want to start counting our loop from 0. This makes sense as we are technically starting with nothing. So as you will see in computer languages, most of our counting is started with 0 and not 1. This is a great example of that. Next, we have the increment expression. The increment expression, you would have seen these two plus signs before, simply means we want to add 1 to the variable of 0. So essentially, when this loop executes for the first time, the value of I will change from 0 to 1, thanks to this increment operator on the variable of I. Now, this will continue going and going and going forever, and the way we can stop this is with a condition expression. So the condition expression here I have is saying that as long as I is smaller than and whatever value we put in here, then this loop will continue. However, once the statement stops being true, so say I put in the value of 10 here and I, thanks to our increment operator, suddenly gets to 10, then we don't execute the code in the loop anymore and our loop stops incrementing. Okay? So that's how the for loop works. Of course, if this statement is true, then the code will be executed. Once again, the code will go here. Got it? Good. Let's try this out with some code. Okay, so based on what we learned about for loops and their syntax, I want you to have a go at writing a piece of code that will execute 100 times that will help out Bart write I will not cheat in class. Okay, so just feel free to use the console.log to console.log I will not cheat in class. And I want that to happen 100 times thanks to the for loop that we just looked at. Feel free to revert back to the slides before if you want to have a look at the syntax for writing a for loop again. Once you have done this, please unpause this video and continue so that we can go through the solution together. Okay, so the way I would do this is, let's get up our for loop syntax again. So for let I equals 0, and then we're going to write our statement here, and then we're going to use the increment operator, okay, to increment I by 1. And that's the syntax, and here's the code that will execute. And so I'm just going to put console.log, and I want to console.log I will not cheat in class. So just put that in here. So what is the statement that we need to put in here? Well, I need to check that as long as I is smaller than 100, this will execute. Now, why have I not put 101, right? Because you would think that, oh, okay, smaller than, that means that does not include 100. So I either put smaller than or equal to 100 or smaller than 101. That is not the case. This is because we start counting in JavaScript from 0, okay? So this means that if we start counting from 0, this should print 100 times. So now let's save this, have a look in the browser, hit refresh, and great. I will not cheat in class has been printed out 100 times. What is also cool is that we can actually print out the value of I as we are looping. So for example, I'm just going to put a comma here and put I, and that will allow us to see exactly what is happening in the loop to I. So the first time this loop runs, I will be 0, so that will print out on the first go. And by the 100th time, I will be 99, and this would have printed out 100 times. Okay, and of course, this will stop running once I hits 99, so just less than 100. Let's have a look and see what this looks like in the browser. Refresh the browser, and there we go. You will see the first line has index 0, 1, and then all the way down to line 100, in which I is 99. Our looping index is 99. Great. Hopefully that makes sense. If not, please have a go at writing your own loops and console logging out I each time in order to fully grasp the concept. Wonderful. So that's it on for loops. Let's move on to the next iteration statements. In the previous section, we looked at the syntax for a for loop for executing a piece of code until a condition is met. Well, another way we can do that is using the do while statement. The do while statement looks like this. So here is how you would write a do while statement. The code in between the two curly braces will be executed while the statement in between the parentheses is true. Okay, so what is important to know about this is that the code in between the curly braces will be executed once before we check the statement. And if we check the statement and the statement is true, then we execute that code block again. However, if the statement is suddenly false, then the execution of the do while loop will stop. Let's have a look at this in code. So here, we're going to write a do while statement that will help Bart by printing out, I will indent my code 100 times. So we're going to do it this way in order to see the difference between how we would do this with a do while loop as opposed to a for loop. Once again, the code in between the parentheses will get executed once, and then we will check if the statement is still true. And if it is, then the code here will get executed again, and so on until we reach here and this statement is false and it stops the loop. So let's do it. So first off, let's start with the count. I'm going to define the count and we're going to start off at 0 because we're starting from 0 and we're going to increment until count reaches 100. So I'm going to say that we want to print out console.log, I will indent my code. So on the first go, this will execute once and then we check the statement, and as long as count is smaller than 100, then we continue to this code again. So once again, this will execute once. There's our first count. We can also just show the count in here so we can see what is going on. And then we will increment by 1 and then check the statement. And if count is still under 100, even though we've added 1, it will execute the code again. So now let's save this file and have a look in the browser. And great, you will see the first time this is printed out, well, count is 0 because we defined it as 0 up here. So we're console logging out count here to be 0, and then we are incrementing count and looping again. So then by this time, count is 1 up here. We print out the 1 and so on until we reach 99. So on the first line, the count is 0. And on the last line, so the 100th time we printed this out, the count is 99. Great. We could, of course, use this count to print out a readable line that makes sense to the viewer who doesn't know anything about programming and the fact that we start counting at 0. So for example, I could do written for the, and then use the count, add 1 to it, and then just add the string time, and actually move this out to be let numerical value, save it as this variable and paste that in here. And now if we save this file and refresh the browser, you will see I will indent my code written for the first time all the way down to the 100th time. Okay, so that is just something you can do. You can manipulate the index count by adding numbers to it, just like I did here. Great. So I hope you've understood how to use the do while statement opposed to the for loop, and I'll see you in the next video. The next iteration statement I want to show you is the while statement. The while statement is really similar to the do while statement. However, it first checks if a statement is true, and then if it is true, executes the code. This is in contrast to the do while loop, in which the code is executed and then the statement is checked in order to start the loop. I'm going to show you this in code. So here we have our do while statement. I'm just going to console log this out and write the while statement for this. So while this statement is true, execute this code. And we're going to do, as long as count is smaller than 100, then execute this code. Okay, so we increment the count by 1 and we console log count plus I will indent my code. So as we said with the do while loop, this code is executed, then we check the condition, and if it's true, then we loop again. And in the while loop, we first check the statement and then we execute the code. Now, this at the moment will print out exactly what this did. So you might think, what's the difference really? Well, imagine if we started our count at 100. So we wanted to execute this, but we didn't actually know that the count already been reached. We've already written our 100 lines. So if I was to check this in the console, nothing will be printed, okay? Because we check if count is smaller than 100 and it's not, so we don't execute this code. So the console log is not printed. However, if we were to run the do while loop while count is 100, well, we would increment count by 1, giving us 101, and it will console log out count, which would be 101 plus I will indent my code. And then it will see, count is actually not smaller than 100, and it won't execute the loop again. So if we have a look here, there you go. So if we start the count at 100, okay, so if we start the count at 100 and then we go to the do while loop, this will not have the behavior that we want. So that is just something to keep in mind when using the do while loop versus the while loop. Okay, everyone, now it's time for some fun with the Fizz Buzz exercise, a developer must. So this is going to be a fun exercise where we can practice everything we've learned about if-else statements as well as operators in this fun game. In this game, I want you to essentially print out 100 numbers from 1 to 100, but if the number is divisible by 5, you have to replace it with buzz. And if the number is divisible by 3, you have to replace it with fizz. And finally, if the number is divisible by both 5 and 3, you have to replace it with fizz buzz. So please use the if-else statements, please use the comparison operators that we learned, and please use the arithmetic operators that we learned too in order to complete this exercise. Once you have done it, then please feel free to unpause this video and we can continue to go through the answer together. So pause here and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, so what I would do is this. So I would start off by writing my for loop. So for let I equal 0. And then as long as I is smaller than or equal to 100, we're going to do this time. I want to get I and increment it by 1. And we can actually start the count from 1 this time if we wish. That is also an option. Now, if we just console log out I and look in the browser, you will see I is printing out from 1 all the way to 100. So this is looking good, step 1 done. However, we want to check that if the number, so if I is divisible by 5 and also divisible by 3, we're going to replace it with fizz buzz. So to do this, I'm going to use modulus. So modulus essentially allows us to check if there is no remainders. What this means is that if there is no remainder left, that means the number is divisible by the number that we are comparing it to. So if I do I modulus 5 with the remainder being 0, that means that I is divisible by 5 because there is no remainder. So that is what that statement says. So now I'm going to do the same and I'm going to check that if also, so I'm going to use the AND operator, I modulus 3 also leaves a remainder of 0. So what I am saying is that if this statement is true and if this statement is true, then we want to console log out fizz buzz, okay? If it helps, you can put these in their own parentheses to make it more readable. But as we know from the AND operator, the whole statement will only execute if this statement and this statement come back truthy. Okay? I'm just going to get rid of this for now as I don't really feel we need it. So if a number is divisible by 5 and a number is divisible by 3, we print out FizzBuzz. Else if, and I'm just going to grab this statement now because we can work from it, else if the number modulus 5 leaves no remainder, hence it is divisible by 5, we want to console.log buzz. Else if, once again, I'm just going to grab this as we can reuse this line now that we understand what it means. Else if I modulus 3 leaves a remainder of 0, so that is equal to 0, then we want to console.log Fizz. And if none of these are met, our default is just to print out I. So let's have a look at what this looks like. I'm just going to hit refresh and great. So as you will see, we are getting a fizz because 3 is divisible by 3. And at 5, we get a buzz because 5 is divisible by 5. Next, this would be a 6 usually, but as it's divisible by 3, we get a fizz, and so on and so on. The first fizz buzz we get is at number 15 because that is the first number that is both divisible by 5 and by 3. Great! And that will continue all the way down to 100, which is a buzz. Wonderful. So there are a few ways you could have solved this, but this is my solution. I hope that made sense. If you have done this in any other way, please feel free to share your results with me on Twitter or Instagram. I would love to see. We have come to one of my favorite parts in this course, and that part is where we learn all about functions. Up till now, we have learnt about the different data types we can have in JavaScript, as well as operators and statements. These are great, but the most powerful building block of JavaScript, in my opinion, is indeed the function, as it will allow us to create a procedure that we can use over and over again if we wish. To understand what a function is, let's go back to our childhood math textbooks. You might or might not remember learning how to do math using this little robot right here. We have the robot and it takes an input. In this case, it's the shapes on the left and produces an output, which in this case is the shapely pattern on the right. In this picture, the robot represents our function, as that is exactly what a function does. It takes an input, manipulates it, and produces an output. So, for example, here we have the numbers 5 and 7 as our inputs. And if you look closely in our function robot, we have defined our function. We have said that we want to take one input and add it to another input. So let's do it. Let's take the one input we have of 5 and stick it in as the first argument, and take our second input of 7 and stick it as the second argument. That will give us the output of 12 because 5 plus 7 equals 12. Ta-da! We've just defined a function. Now, what we have also unwittingly done is use a word that is actually used in function syntax, and that is arguments. Let's have a look at what the function syntax actually looks like in code and not a function robot drawing. So first off, we're going to define our function declaration, and here is the syntax for it. So we are using the function keyword to declare that this is a function declaration. Next, we need to define what we want to call our function. So this can be whatever we wish. Our chosen name will go here on the orange line, and then we'll have to add 2 parentheses after it. Next, in 2 curly braces, we actually define what we want to happen when the function is called. So that will go right here. And finally, we can also pass through arguments, also called parameters, into our function by passing them through the parentheses. Okay? This is optional. Not all functions need arguments and parameters. And for those of you that are curious, this is what the final code would look like that we use to write our function robot. Now this is a real function written in code. So as you can see, I have the function syntax and I have named my function add, as that is what it does. And then I have passed through two unnamed parameters called input1 and input2. And in between the curly braces, I have said that I want to add whatever input1 is to input2 and assign the amount of that to a variable that I've chosen to call output for readability purposes. And then I've returned the output. So as you can see, input and output. And now that means I can reuse this function by simply getting whatever I called it and passing through variables in order for it to add the first input to the second input. And on this occasion, it's 5 and 7. Okay, so that was a bit advanced. Let's take it slow. I also said that arguments are optional. So let's start off with writing a function that has no arguments first. And that is the function to call a taxi. So once again, I'm using the function keyword, and then I am going to call my function something. I would suggest that whatever you call your function would really describe what this function is doing. So I would use a verb at the beginning, such as call, because this function is going to call a taxi for us. So that is what I've chosen to call my function. I'm not going to pass through an argument or parameters this time. This is the most basic form of using a function that I could think of. All I'm going to do is just console.log, I am a taxi. Okay, so there's a bit of a dad joke there for you as well. So at the moment, this won't do anything. Okay, this is a function, but we need to essentially invoke it somehow. And to do this, what I would need to do is grab whatever I've called the function, so in this case it's called taxi, and call it by adding the two parentheses like so. So now if we've saved this file and go to the browser and refresh, we have called the taxi. This is opposed to if I didn't call this function, so let's comment out the call taxi, save this file, and then go back to the browser and hit refresh. The console log is not showing. Okay, so once again, to call a function, you need to get its name and then the parenthesis, and without this, nothing will happen. I like to think of functions as essentially function declarations. And until you actually grab them by the name, so here is how you would do it. You grab the function by the name, it's sitting there, it's got all this pent up energy, it really has a lot to do, it can't wait to get going. But it's not until you actually add the parenthesis at the end where that explodes with everything that we've written and all of that JavaScript magic comes to life in the file. Got it? Great. So once again, this is the most basic example of a function that I'm going to show you, because where it really gets exciting is when we start working with arguments, or otherwise known as parameters, that we saw earlier. So let's do it. In this next section, we're going to look at how to pass arguments and parameters into functions and function declarations. So by now, you know that you can define a function and call it in order to execute the code inside of it. You also know that we can pass inputs into a function that we can manipulate to give us an output. Well, thanks to our function declaration, we can actually use that function as many times as we want and use different inputs each time. So here we have the same function declaration that is adding two inputs together. However, we have changed what the inputs are. So our inputs are now 2 and 8, which when we pass through the add function, give us an output of 10, because 2 plus 8 gives us 10. Let's have a look at our add function in code once again. So here we have the syntax of a function, or a function declaration to be more precise, which I'm going to choose to call add, just like that. And all I'm going to do is say that whatever input 1 is, okay, whatever it is, whatever number it is, and whatever input 2 is, I want to essentially get input 1 and add it to input 2 and save it to the constant of output. So this is familiar, and then we return the output. Okay? So now this means that I can use the add declaration to get add, the add function, and call it. However, we've said that we need to put 2 parameters into here, okay? 1 parameter and a second parameter. And I could say that that is 5 and 7. And that means that this 5 is then assigned to this input 1, which then gets passed down to here. So this is now a 5, and 7 gets passed into the add function as the second parameter, which means it goes here, which means the inputs to value here is a 7, and 5 plus 7 is 12. So then we assign this to the output. So this is now 12, and we just return the value of 12. We can also do this, like I said, with 2 and 8, which should give us 10. So let's try it out. I'm just going to wrap these in console logs and see what these 2 functions return. Okay, so if we save this file and then refresh our browser, we indeed get 12 and 10. So this is great, as we can essentially reuse this one function as many times as we want. So we can literally put in anything. Let's go ahead and put really large numbers in. It doesn't matter, as long as we know that this is always going to be input 1 and this is always going to be input 2. So let's have a look at what that gives us. And great. Now, as a developer, it's up to you to decide when is a good time to use parameters and arguments. For example, here, as you can see, I have not defined any parameters in my function declaration, and I have not passed through any arguments into my function. However, this code will still work. This is because the variables first name and last name are globally declared. So if I was to run this code, the variable of first name and last name will get picked up in my function, and this will return Anya Kubo as a string when I call the function getFullName. However, this way is very limiting, as it will not allow us to reuse the function to print out as many names as I wish. So for example, here I am reusing the getFullName function, and I am using it to print out a string of a first name and a last name together. This is only possible because I defined parameters in my function declaration and passed through arguments into my functions. What you call your parameters really doesn't matter. You can call them whatever you wish. You can call them bleep bloop. As long as they are on the same location that you want to use them in the code, then it's fine. As you can see, order really matters. Don't forget that when defining your parameters in your function declarations. So that is a great example of why you might want to use parameters and arguments. And for technicality's sake, parameters are what you use in the function declaration. Okay, so it's part of when you're actually saying what makes up your function, how you want to define it, what you want to happen inside of it. And the arguments are what you pass through when you are reusing the function later on. Wonderful. So I know that was a lot, but let's get to grips with parameters and arguments in the next section with a little exercise. In this exercise, we're going to practice everything we've learned about parameters and arguments by helping me solve how to write a reusable function. So I have been given the task to write a function that allows us to get the area of my rectangle, which has a height of 100 and a width of 150. Now I'm going to go ahead and write this function, and once I have finished, you're going to come in and take my code and take it to the next level by making my code reusable so that we can get the area of any rectangle at all. Okay, so how I would do this is, well, I would get the height. So the height variable here has the value of 100, and I would multiply it by the width. So once again, I've just taken this variable. It is global, so it will be read in my function scope. And I'm just going to assign it to the constant of area and return the area. A neater way to do this is just to return whatever the height and width return with. So if I really wanted to, I could get rid of this, and just return that. It would be the same. Okay, so now if I console.log get rectangle area and call it, so don't forget that we need to call the function, and look in my browser, you will see that this is the area of my rectangle, okay, in whatever units we chose. So now, how would I take this code and make it reusable to get the area of any rectangle in the world? So I'm just going to change this to write a function that will allow us to get the area of any rectangle. Please pause here and get this code, write it out yourself, and have a go at transforming this code to make it reusable by passing through arguments and parameters. Once you're ready to go through this solution together, unpause and let's go. Okay, so to do this, well, we don't want to declare any variables. So let's get rid of these that I have defined globally. And we could pass through the parameters. We could keep them as height and width. So I'm just going to pass through height and width as my two parameters. And now that just means that I have to use height and width in the same order to pass through as arguments into my function here. So if I just pass through 100 and 150, that should give me the same answer. And it does. And it also means that we can make this reusable. So now I'm just going to use get rectangle area and pass through whatever numbers we wish. And that will give me the area of any rectangle that I want based on its height and width. Okay, great. So I hope you got the same solution as me, and I hope that makes sense. If not, just go through this section again until you are comfortable moving on. Okay, everyone, it's time to check your progress so far with 3 exercises that I want you to do in order to practice everything we've learned about functions, operators, and for loops. So please have a go at solving these 3 yourself. All I want you to do is write a function. For example, get birth year here. This would be me using the function and passing through 2 arguments in order to get a result. Okay? So have a go. I'm going to leave you to it. Pause here and please unpause when you've had a go at doing this yourself in your scratch pads, and we'll go through these solutions that I have together. Okay, so let's do it. These are my solutions. If you have any other solutions, then please do share them with me on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube. I would love to see. So, write a function that will tell us what year someone was born in based on their age. So to do this, I would write function. So I'm defining my function declaration. Let's call it get birth year. And then the parameters I would pass through are my age and the year it is right now. Okay, because I'm going to use them to return the birth year. So what I would do is simply get the year minus the age, and that will give me the birth year. So now if I use get birth year and pass through the age of 5 and the year it is right now, which is 2023, I should get 2018. Let's check it out. So I'm just going to console log this out and check in the scratchpad, and I do. Okay? And of course, you can reuse this code as many times as you wish. We can pass through something else. We can pass through 21 and 2023, which will give me 2002. Okay? Great. Next up, let's look at the second exercise. Write a function that will tell us how many cards are left when sharing a deck of 52 cards between any number of friends. So what I would do is define our function declaration, so get cards left, and then We know that there are 52 cards in a pack, and we can use modulus, so the modulus operator, to find out exactly how much is left when we compare that number to 52. So let's define this parameter. I'm going to go with friends, which means we use the same parameter here. So 52 modulus friends, and we can return this. So now if I get cards left, and let's pass through the 5 we have in the example and see if it gives us 2. So I'm just going to do console.log get cards left and check in the browser, and it does. We get 2. So that has worked. And finally, write a function that will print out Bart's punishment phrase X amount of times in the console. So once again, function, we're going to call this print phrases. And in the example here, okay, if we pass through a phrase and then the amount of times, so I'm just going to do amount, we want to loop over exactly how many times. So let's get the for loop syntax. Let I equal 0, and as long as I is smaller than the amount, so whatever amount we are passing through, so in this case it's a 2, so just imagine that's a 2, we want to increment I by 1. Okay, and we just want to console log out whatever phrase we pass through. So let's grab the phrase, and I'm just going to do that. So now if I get print phrases and pass through, let's use this one and check if it comes back with 2, I will learn function. So let's just copy this string, and then I'm going to say I want this to print twice. We don't need to pass this through a console log, as the console log is happening here anyway. So let's see what that looks like, and great. I will learn functions has been console logged 2 times, okay? Because we call the function, we pass through the 2 arguments, and we can, of course, reuse this as many times as we wish. So I can use it to print out Anya is great. And I can do this 100 times if I want. Save that, and great. Okay, so these are my solutions. Of course, you could have written them in any way at all. It really is up to you. If you have something different, but you still have the function working, please go ahead and share it with me. I hope these exercises were useful, and I'll see you in the next section. In the last section, we looked at writing function declarations and calling them. In this section, however, we're going to look at writing function expressions and using the function keyword to define a function inside an expression. What does this mean? Let's find out. So here we have our good old regular function, or to be more precise, our function declaration that we then called by grabbing the function name and adding parentheses to it to release all of that wonderful JavaScript magic. Well, you might also see functions written like this, so as a function expression. So what we are doing here is writing an anonymous function essentially and assigning it to the constant call taxi. Okay, so the whole function, all of it is stored under the value call taxi, and when we grab the constant name, we know that has a function stored in it, so we can also call it using the 2 parentheses, and once again the same thing will happen. All of that JavaScript magic will be released. Let's have a look at this in code. So what I'm going to do is write a function that will allow me to get the amount of seconds based on the amount of minutes we pass through into it. So we're going to do this by writing a function declaration. I'm going to use the function keyword and choose to call my function getSeconds. So there we go. That is my function declaration. It's essentially where we define the actual function, so what happens in it and what kind of parameters we want to pass through, if any. On this occasion, we do want to pass through a parameter, and that is the minutes, as we discussed. We're going to pass through the minutes, and we're going to return the minutes multiplied by 60, as there are 60 seconds that make up a minute. So by doing this, we will return back the value of seconds based on the minutes we pass through. So now if I get the function, so whatever I've called the function, and call it and pass through a value in here, which is going to represent the amount of minutes we want to convert to seconds, and just wrap this in a console log so we can see the return in our browser. So go ahead and do that and save the file. We should get back 60 seconds. Great. Now, how would we write the same thing but as a function expression? Well, we know that a function expression assigns an anonymous function along with its parameters to something like a constant. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's write our anonymous function. And let's go ahead and pass through the parameter, which we know is going to be minutes. I'm just copying it from above. And once again, we're going to return the minutes multiplied by the amount of seconds that make it up. And now I'm going to save this whole anonymous function to the constant of getSeconds. Okay, so I'm just going to show you what happens if we console log the constant itself. So I'm just console logging getSeconds, the constant, not forgetting to comment out the above as that will interfere with what we have written here below. So comment that out, save this file, and let's check this out in the browser. You will see that returns back a function. So in fact, it's the function that we wrote, the function, the anonymous function that will get us our seconds based on the minutes we pass through. So as we can now visually see, the constant getSeconds has the value of this function. So now that we know that, we know how to call it. We can simply add a parenthesis to the end. And of course, we also have to pass through the argument of how many minutes we want to convert. On this occasion, I'm going to pass through 2. So that should give us 120 seconds. Let's check it out. And great. Okay, so in the last section, we learned all about function expressions. I want you to use everything that we have learned to write your own function expression that will tell you how many seconds based on X amount of hours. Okay, so before we did based on minutes, this time we're going to do based on hours. So hours is going to be the parameter that we're going to pass through into our function expression. Please pause here and have a go at this yourself and unpause when you're ready to go through the solution together. Okay, so the first thing I would do is write our anonymous function. So let's go ahead and use the function keyword and get the syntax for writing a function, and then simply assign this function to a constant, which I'm going to call getSeconds. And I am going to pass through hours as a parameter. And now I'm going to return some code. And that code is based on the hours we pass through. So I'm going to return the hours multiplied by 60 as 60 minutes make up an hour, and multiply by 60 again as 60 seconds make up a minute. Okay? So now if I call the function, I'm going to get the function name and call it and pass through 1 as an argument to represent my 1 hour, and console log this out. We should get the value 3600. And let's check it out. Save this file, refresh the browser, and great, we do. Wonderful. Another way you could have written this is to actually define the minutes and seconds. So const minutes equals 60 to represent the amount of minutes in an hour, and then also do the same for these seconds. This approach is also great as it makes our code much more readable. So both ways are correct. Okay? So I hope this was useful, and I hope you enjoyed looking at 2 ways you could have solved this. If you have any others, please do share this with me on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube. I would love to see. Okay, so we've looked at good old regular functions. We've also looked at how to write function expressions. Now it's time to look at arrow functions and how we can use them in function expressions. The arrow function is essentially a shorter alternative to writing the function expression, but it is limiting, and that's important to remember. Before we look at why it's limiting, let's look at what it actually looks like first. So here we have our function expression, where we saved an anonymous function to a constant. We then, of course, also called it to release all of its wonderful JavaScript magic. Without calling the function, nothing would happen. Now, here is that same thing, but written with an arrow function. Okay, so as you can see, there's a little arrow here and the function keyword has been removed. Let's have a look at this in code. So once again, here we have our function declaration, and here we have our function expression, which assigns an anonymous function along with its parameters to something like a constant. Now let's look at the arrow function, which we know is a shorter alternative to the function expression, but it's also limiting. So let's go ahead and define our constant that we're going to save our function to. Just going to use getSeconds again. And then I am going to essentially get my parentheses. So I'm writing an anonymous function, but using an arrow function this time. And then I'm going to return the minutes, multiply by 60, as that's how many seconds make up the minutes. And of course, not forget to define and pass through the parameter. Now, I'm just going to console.log the function getSeconds and pass through a value that I want to represent the minutes to check this has worked. But of course, we need to comment out all the other functions we've written so far in this file. So let's go ahead and do that. Save the file, and great. We get 240 as 240 seconds make up 4 minutes. Now, I want to show you something cool because we can actually make this even shorter. We can get this entire line and move it up to the first line to make this one long line. And we can also get rid of the return keyword, as that is implied when we get rid of the brackets that hold all our code. Okay, so much shorter than the previous one. I'm just going to bring it up here so you can compare again. It's much shorter, it's much neater, it's much more succinct. However, we can take this even a step further. As there is only one parameter, we can actually get rid of the parenthesis around the parameter to shorten this further still. So let's go ahead and do that. And great. Now, this works as there is only one parameter. But if we add two, so for example, let's imagine we wanted to pass through seconds, we would need to bring back the parenthesis. Okay, so that is just something to remember. And I'm just going to change this to seconds for good measure, and also define seconds above here too, again for good measure. Okay, so let's just have a quick recap about how arrow function expressions are different to the normal functions that we saw before. So as we saw, with the arrow function or arrow function expressions, we can get rid of the return keyword if we have just one line of code that doesn't require the curly braces, as by removing the curly braces around the code, that return keyword is implied. We can also get rid of the parentheses if there is only one parameter in our arrow function. So that is what's cool about the arrow function. However, there's a bunch of stuff that the arrow function cannot do. For example, the arrow function doesn't have its own binding to this keyword, okay? Something that we will look at later. They also don't have bindings for arguments or the super keyword. It also doesn't have access to the new target keyword, and it isn't suitable for call, apply, and bind methods, which we will not really be looking at much in this course, but it's good to know. Arrow function expressions can also not be used as constructors. Great! So for good measure, here are the 3 ways that we have written functions. We have the general function, so the good old-fashioned function declaration. We then have the function expression. And lastly, we looked at the function expression, but using the arrow function. So here are the 3 ways. And of course, nothing will happen with any of these unless you get the functions and call them to release all of that wonderful JavaScript magic. Great. Now, before we move on, I just want to finish off with an exercise, and that exercise is right here. In this exercise, I want you to write an arrow function expression that will tell you how many seconds based on X amount of hours that we pass through. Okay? So just like we did in the previous video, I want you to do the same. So please have a go at doing this now and unpause when you're ready to go through the solution together. Okay, So what I would do is write an anonymous function, just like so, however, using the arrow function. So I'm writing an arrow function this time and save it to the const get seconds. Once that is done, I would pass through hours as a parameter into my function and then return the hours multiplied by the amount of minutes that make up an hour, multiplied by the amount of seconds that make up a minute. Now, let's short this up. So as we have one parameter, I can get rid of the parenthesis around hours, and as the code is only one line, I can get rid of the curly braces around the body of the code, which means I can also get rid of the return keyword as that is implied. Okay? So that's what our code looks like at the end. It's just one cute line, and if we console log this out, so I'm going to console log get seconds, call it, and pass through the value representing the hours. So in this case, let's make it 5. We have completed writing the exercise. Now, if we were to do what we did in the previous section, and that is define the minutes and seconds instead of using integer values, we would have to bring back our curly braces, as this is no longer just one line of code. So I would have to get up our curly braces, and once again, let's just define the minutes as well as the seconds and replace them in here, so on the last line instead of the integer values. And of course, this now means we need to return this line, so we need to bring back the return keyword. As we still only have one parameter, and that is hours, we can keep that as it is. We do not need to bring back the parenthesis. So great! That is how I would do it. I hope you've appreciated seeing 2 ways in which you could have solved this exercise. Now that we have functions down, let's move on to look at some cool functions and variables that come inbuilt with JavaScript. I'm talking about looking at methods and properties. As we know, JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language. In fact, most things in JavaScript are objects. An object is essentially a great way to store stuff, as we will see later. And JavaScript comes with its own pre-built ones. We have the date object, which stores variables and functions that we can use related to the date. The math object, which stores variables and functions that we can use related to maths. And the array object, which stores variables and functions that we can use related to arrays. And well, much, much more. Now, when variables and functions are stored in objects, they are called properties and methods. Mind blown. And that's what we're going to be looking at in the next few sections. Now, when I say more, there really is a lot more. Here is a full list of all the inbuilt objects that come with JavaScript. Let's have a deeper dive into the math object for now. The math object comes with all of these variables, or otherwise known as properties, as we are now in an object, and all of these functions, otherwise known as methods, as once again we are now in an object. And these are just the ones associated with the math object, right? So if you think back about how many objects we have, the amount of properties and methods is, well, a lot. To use the properties and methods, you would get the object name and use a dot after it to access the particular property or method you are looking for, because essentially they all live in the math object, kind of like this, and the dot notation is the way to gain entry into the object. Now, what's the real difference between the two? Well, as we already know, properties are essentially variables. However, in this case, these variables are linked to the object itself and can give us read-only data, such as the length of an object, the size of an object, and so on. Methods, on the other hand, we know are essentially functions, hence the parenthesis here being called. However, these functions are linked to the object itself and can only perform actions on the object. Does it make sense? Well, let's have a look at this in code in the next section as we explore the math object further. Now that we've understood what methods and properties are and how to access them from JavaScript inbuilt objects, let's have a go at looking at the most popular math methods and properties. So, the first one we're going to look at is the math round method, which will round a number to the nearest integer. So if I grab the object, this is the inbuilt JavaScript object of math that comes with many methods, such as the round method. Okay, so I've used dot notation to get the method of round that lives inside the math object. And now I can pass through a number. Let's pass through 3.2, and I'm just going to console.log this to see what this returns. Click save and check out the browser. That returns a 3 because the math round method will round a number to its nearest integer, and in this case it's a 3. If I did 3.9, this should round this up to a 4. Let's check that out. Click save and refresh the browser, and indeed we get the integer of 4. So that is what math round does. Let's move on. The next method I want to show you that comes with the math inbuilt object is math floor, which will round a number down to the nearest integer. So once again, let's grab the math JavaScript object, use dot notation to access the floor method from that object. Okay, and this time if I enter 3.9, just like we did above, let's console.log this. So I'm wrapping in a console.log to see what this returns. This should return a 3 as we are rounding down to the nearest integer. So whereas before we got a 4, this time we should get a 3. And we do, okay? So that is looking good. This is returning a 3. The next one I want to show you is math ceil. The math ceil method will round a number up to the nearest integer. So once again, let's grab this, and I'm going to pass through a 2.1 this time. So what do you expect to return if I wrap this in a console.log? Well, we should get a 3, right? As this is rounding up to the nearest integer. So let's go ahead and see if we get a 3, and we do. Wonderful. This is looking good. The next one is a little bit more interesting. The math random method will return a random number in the range of 0 to less than 1. So if I grab the math object, use the dot notation and get the random property from the object and console.log this, we should get a random number in the range of 0 to less than 1. So it could be 0.9, 0.1, or 0.67206989843000808. Phew! Essentially, if I keep refreshing this, that number will change, but it will always be less than 1. Okay? So this is great, but Anya, why is this useful? Well, we can actually use this method to return back any random number in the range of whatever range we want, by simply multiplying this to a number. So if I multiply this to 10, we are essentially multiplying 10 to whatever the return of this is. So in this case, I'm multiplying 10 to this number right here. Okay? So let's save this file. And now if we look in here, that number will always be in the range of anything up to just less than 10. So it will never hit 10, but it will just be less than 10 each time. Great. Wonderful. So that is a good use case for the math random object in that it will return a random number in any range for us if we multiply it by a number. Okay? Great. Just going to get rid of that for now. Next up, I'm going to show you the math square root method, which will return the square root of a number. So once again, let's grab the math object, and I'm just going to use the square root, and we can essentially pass through a number. So if I pass through the number 9 and console.log this, well, we know that this should return a 3. Let's check it out, hit save and refresh, and we get a 3. We can of course also do 0.2398. We can do whatever numbers we want. That will return the square root of whatever we pass through into it. Wonderful. And finally, math pi. So this is actually a property which represents pi. So let's go ahead and see what this looks like. I'm just going to wrap it in a console log, and this should return back pi. So pi like so, and save this file. And there we go. So that is the pi number for those of you who might want to remember back to your math days at school. That is pi, and we can write essentially this long number just by writing math pi like this. Okay, that number will never change. That is essentially pi, and that will always be pi. Great. So hopefully this was useful. I hope you've learnt a lot. There are, as I said, many other math properties and methods that you can use. These are just the most popular ones that I wanted to go through today and the ones that we will be using in this course. Okay, now that we've learned a little bit about the math object as well as some popular methods and properties that come with it, let's put that knowledge to the test and write 2 functions as our exercises. So, first one, I want you to write a function that will calculate a circle's circumference based on its radius. So we want to pass through a radius, any radius at all into the function, and for it to return the circumference of the circle based on the radius. And in the next function, I want you to write a function that will return a random full integer from 0 to 99. So please pause here and have a go at this yourself, and when you're ready, let's unpause and go through the answer together. Okay, so what I would do is, well, let's get our function keyword, and I'm going to choose to call this get circumference. Okay, just like so, so get circumference. And I know that to get the circumference of a circle, I need to get pi, multiply it by 2, and then multiply it by the radius of the circle. So let's pass through the radius here as a parameter, and then I'm going to return math pi multiplied by 2 multiplied by whatever the radius is. So that now, I'm just going to get up my console log. If we get circumference and we pass through a 6, that should give us the circumference of a circle with the radius of 6. Okay? So if we look in the console log, this will be the circumference of our circle. Great. Now let's write a function that will turn a random full integer from 0 to 99. So I'm going to call this function get random integer, just like so. And I'm going to return, well, I know that I can use the math method that has the random property. So I'm going to call it because it's a property, and that will return back a number from 0 to less than 1. So if I then go ahead and multiply this by 100, this will return back an integer from 0 to just less than 100. So it could be 99.999, right? But we don't want that. We want a full number. So I'm going to wrap this in mathfloor to make sure that whatever the result is rounded down to the fullest integer. So if it is 99.99, well, it will just be 99. So now, if I call this function, so let's console log this, console log get random integer and call it, this should give me a random number anywhere from 0 to 99 each time. Okay? Great. Wonderful. So I hope you've learned a lot, and I hope this was useful. And now I hope you are ready to move on to learn about the next JavaScript object, which is the date object. I'll see you in the next lesson.
In this section, we're going to focus on web APIs and the HTML document object model, otherwise known as the HTML DOM. As we know, we can view documents containing HTML in our browser. What we don't know yet is that we can actually pick out these elements and work with them thanks to something called the HTML DOM API. So, for example, I can look at this entire document and pick out this button right here.
Why would I do this? Well, I would do this in order to attach functionality to it using JavaScript, so that if I click on the button, something will happen. The HTML DOM API also provides access to browser features such as tabs and windows, as well as CSS styles, browser history, and much more. It does this by providing a bunch of set interfaces that we use to return objects that come with their own set of methods and properties. Okay, so this looks familiar, right? It kind of looks like the spider diagram we have of JavaScript and all of its objects that make it up, along with their methods and properties. Well, that is because it is super similar and essentially is a plugin to JavaScript of extra methods and properties that we can use. I have put the interfaces in squiggly circles rather than circles to differentiate the fact that the API comes with interfaces rather than objects, and we use these interfaces to return objects. That's a bit complicated, so don't worry about it for now. These interfaces include the element interface that comes with properties such as classless and style, the event interface, which comes with properties such as type and target, and the document interface, which comes with methods such as add event listener and properties such as children, and of course, much more. Now, I use the word plugin to describe our HTML DOM API. This is because that is essentially what an API is. API stands for Application Programming Interface and is an acronym you will see a lot as a developer. An API is a way for two or more computer programs to communicate with each other. It could be something as simple as using an API to get weather data, to using a banking API to make payments from the app you are building, get your payment history from your bank, and so on. With the HTML DOM API, we are essentially getting a whole bunch of extra methods and properties that we don't have in the ones that come as standard built into JavaScript. And the best part is that we don't have to do anything. We don't need to install anything or download anything. They are already there for us to use. In fact, there is more than one web API that JavaScript uses. We will look at a few more of these later on. For now, let's focus on the HTML DOM API that comes with interfaces such as the element interface, the event interface, and the document interface, and like I said, of course, a lot more. Here is a full list of all the interfaces available to us. We will be looking at the most popular ones along with their methods and properties in this course.
Oh hey, didn't see you there. Welcome to this section in which we're going to be looking at a method from the HTML DOM API, and that is add event listener. The add event listener method will call a function when the chosen event is delivered to a target. What this means is that we need to pick out a target. In this case, it's our whole document, so our HTML document, and we use the add event listener to listen out to events on it, such as the click event here. Once that click happens on our document, some code will be executed. We're going to have to add that code. Now, we pass through a click event. However, there is a bunch more of events that we can pass through. Here is a full list of the events that we can pass through into the add event listener method to listen out for. So, for example, we can listen out for if we move a mouse over the document, if we drag something, if we press a key, and so on. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's define what happens when we click on the document. Well, for this, we can put in a function. Okay, so for example, we can choose to alert me if we click on the document. So all I'd have to do is just put in the function like so. So there we go. We've put in our function. It's not called, right? Because we haven't got the name and called it. It's just kind of sitting there. Now, this is essentially a callback function, as we will call it when a certain condition is met. But more about callback functions later on. For now, our syntax is complete. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out in code.
So as we know, the add event listener method will call a function when the chosen event is delivered to a target. On this occasion, we want the target to be the document. So I'm talking about this document right here. Okay, and we're going to use add event listener. So the method of add event listener, just like so, making sure to spell it exactly the same as it is case sensitive. And then we're going to pass through an event. On this occasion, I want the event to be a click event, and then the function that we want to call when this happens, when we click on the document. Okay, and that function is going to be alert me. Okay, so there we go. And what do I want to happen? Well, I'm just going to get the alert method, and I'm just going to say website has been clicked. So that is what we're going to be notified with. Make sure to spell document correctly there too. Okay, so now if we save this file and look in our browsers, and then we just click here, so click, we will get an alert saying website has been clicked as we've clicked on the document, okay? Our event listener is listening out for any clicks. So once again, I've clicked the browser. Great. We can, of course, also pass through other events. So let's just go ahead and grab the document again. So I've misspelled it here too. Grab the document, use add event listener. This time the event is going to be mouse over, and then we need to pass through the function. The function, once again, I'm just going to use alert me, and then the alert this time is going to be mouse is over the website. Okay, and click save. Let's refresh our browser. Now watch what happens when I move the mouse over the browser. Okay, as soon as the mouse enters here, enters into this space, into our document, we get an alert saying mouse is over the website. And if we click it, we get website has been clicked. So both those event listeners are currently working. Okay? Great. So that is how that would work. Of course, we can pick out different targets. We will be looking at that later on in this course. Okay? So there we have it. There is our add event listener method, which listens out to events and executes code based on the target we have picked out. On this occasion, it was the document object. Now, you might be wondering, wait, where is the document object in our big list of JavaScript built-in objects, right? It's not here. It doesn't exist. That is because the document object is one of the HTML DOM API interfaces. So this document interface will return back a document object for us to use. The document interface, when it is turned into an object, comes back with all of these properties and methods. And add event listener is one of them. Okay? So there we go. We've just used one of HTML DOM API's methods, which was the add event listener method that we can see here. Okay, great. So I hope this was useful, and I hope you've enjoyed using one of the HTML DOM API's methods that comes with the document object.
Now that you know how to pick things out in JavaScript and make our code do things, it's time to learn about creating elements with JavaScript in order to build another project, this color generator. But not only that, after this project, you will continue your learning and build a countdown timer, a Pomodoro timer, and so much more before moving on to learn about backend development, databases, as well as a JavaScript library called React that will allow you to build so many more projects in the course, 22 projects in fact, before ending with an app that allows you to sign up, log in, save user data, and create new tasks, as well as edit old ones and delete tasks as you wish, all while working with the database. If you like my teaching so far and would like to continue on your journey, please do check out my Code with Anya course below in the video description. As mentioned, this course has over 500 videos that total to over 72 hours, as well as a Discord community where you can get help, as well as access to calls with me for guidance. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope to see you on the Code with Anya community.